Tennessee sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rodgers tapping his gut, takes the snap. Rodgers, pocket collapsing. Rodgers is going to go down, and the ball is out. Who's got it? Rankins picks it up. He's on the move. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Sheldon Rankins. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll?
Rock and roll.
It's an odd call.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. You just heard the voice of the returning Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider. We have Peyton with us as well on a chilly Tuesday to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible on DFW Sports Station, Texans Radio with the call. And the final score, not exactly an indicator of how ugly and how close this game was. 30-6, the armpit wins, advances, but all the storylines will be in Pittsburgh.
One of the, probably the most boring game of the weekend, I think. I mean, New England and the Chargers push it, but this one was 7-6 for forever, and you're just like, dear God, somebody please move the ball. The Texans could not protect it at all. We're turning it over a ton. I wondered, so yesterday I signed up for Underdog after I saw your little link.
My losses?
No, I saw your little link, and so I was like, you know what, I'm going to try this, which, by the way, I lost on my little parlay, which made me upset, because it was...
You're allowed to go ahead and play now?
I'm not doing anything with NFL Network.
Oh, baby.
yeah.
New Bobby.
So
new year, new you.
It was under half a rushing yard for C.J. Stroud in the first quarter, which was correct. But then it was over half a rushing yard for the game for Aaron Rodgers, and he got, clipped by his heels at one point while he was trying to scramble, and I got pissed. But, I mean, it's just one of the things that they had on there was over-under,
Did you use the
fumbles.
Code Tolo for $75 in free money?
Yeah. And so one of the promo codes, where one of the things they had up there as an option was C.J. Stroud fumbles, and it was 1.5. And I was like, what? That seems odd. He's not a big fumbler, is he? He was fumbling the ball last night. He couldn't hold on to it. And this was just, Pittsburgh is so bad offensively. If this was any sort of a competent offense that Houston was playing last night, they might lose this game, even though they win by 24. But that...
Yeah, people are sitting there praising the Texans defense nonstop, and I was like, okay, but yeah.
It's both are true. That Texans defense is
very good.
Swarming.
Nasty.
They are so good, but it also matters who you're going up against, which is old Aaron Rodgers, guys who can't catch, an offensive line that can't block. It was just a brutal showing for the Steelers offense.
I had a buddy who put literally a nickel, $5 down on...
It's not literally...
No, it's not literally a nickel. Yeah. But $5 down on Houston having 2 defensive touchdowns. 80-1. $5 turned into 400. I thought that was kind of low, to be honest with you. 80-1?
Yeah.
I figured it'd be 150-1.
That's how good their defense is, baby.
I was upset that someone had to win this game.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Houston to be eliminated. RJ's eventual Super Bowl champion by the numbers. And I'm sitting here watching this, and I'm like, this is trash. This is garbage.
Are you certain of that, though? When you say, I can't wait for Houston to be eliminated, when you watch that defense, are you certain they're going to be eliminated?
Who are they facing next?
Who do they have next? In New England.
Yeah.
I'm not certain because of New England's performance against the Chargers, but I'm very hopeful and optimistic.
God. My worst nightmare would be Denver-Houston AFC title game.
And Houston would beat Denver.
I think so, but that would be just...
I don't know about all that.
10-3.
Bo Nix, are you kidding me? He would look worse than Rodgers did last night.
And it upset me that C.J. Stroud got a W in this.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud was the storyline. It's not going to be Tomlin and Rodgers, and are they leaving, and when are they going to leave, and is Tomlin going to be fired? Is he going to step away? Is he going to go on TV? Is he going to have another head coaching job? But I wanted C.J. Stroud deserved to be the storyline this morning. Watching him dance and sit there and wave while walking off the field, taunting the Steeler fans infuriated me. He turns it over 3 times. The Steelers turn that into 3 points. And again, tag the FBI in the investigation because CJ was so horrific and so terrible that it made you wonder, at least me for a split second, if the fix was in.
He's single-handedly going to end the QBR stat. He had a 62.
Oh my God!
For the season or for the? He had it for the
game.
season, for the game too.
Yeah, which is a decent number. Like you're not
the 60s kind of just like
okay.
There you go.
It's fine, right? It's like a baseline number.
But it wasn't a fine. There you go performance.
No, it wasn't. It was not very good at all. But that's he keeps getting picked up. This is what happened last year. They didn't pick him up. That was the problem. They started losing games because they couldn't pick up CJ after he would have bad performances. So it would be tied to, all right, did they win the game or not? Their offense was so bad, particularly in the second half last year. They couldn't score. But, I guess that's worth tracking this year. How many times does the defense equal or outscore their offense? Because that's now, heading into this game, I guess that's why it was 80-1. Houston had 6 touchdowns on defense this year.
6?
Mm-hmm, so that's 7 and 8.
Yesterday on the show, we were all, Choppy and I, Peyton was not, kind of leaning towards wanting to see, because Houston's not interesting whatsoever. I like D'Amico. I root for D'Amico, but not that much, to where I want to see them continue to advance. And RJ and I were like, all right, let's go ahead and take the Rodgers thing to the second round. Well, in that game, just watching his temper and watching him go off on everybody else, like, you're an idiot, you're running the wrong route, I care more, I'm going to snap and yell and curse and go over to the sideline, and I'm going to look I was happy he was eliminated.
You remembered, oh yeah, that's Aaron. I forgot.
Yeah.
You forget for a little bit sometimes that, oh yeah, this is why we all hated him for so long. He's still that. Did you notice there were like 2 or 3 quick snaps he did? Did you notice he did the here we go cadence?
No.
He had like coming out of a timeout one time. He did just quick, here we go, is that it?
He had told McAfee he loves it. He thought it was like almost brilliant what the Cowboys and Dak Prescott were doing. But all those screens and all those quick outs and everything to the flat and all the dump offs, get that out of here forever. And I think it will be with Rodgers stepping away. Rodgers went to the podium afterwards and he was asked about Mike Tomlin on the hot seat.
This league has changed a lot in my 21 years. When you hear a conversation about the Mike Tomlins of the world, Matt LaFleur's of the world, those are just 2 that kind of I've played for. And when I first got in the league, there wouldn't be conversation about whether those guys were on the hot seat. But the way that the league is covered now and the way that there's snap decisions and the validity given to the Twitter experts and all the experts on TV now who make it seem like they know what the hell they're talking about. To me, that's an absolute joke. And for either of those 2 guys to be on the hot seat is really apropos of where we're at as a society and a league, because obviously Matt's done a lot of great things in Green Bay and we had a lot of success. Mike T has had more success than damn near anybody in the league for the last 19, 20 years. And more than that, though, when you have the right guy and the culture is right, you don't think about making a change. It's not how I would do things and not how the league used to be.
You know why Aaron Rodgers is very supportive of Mike Tomlin?
He was inspired by Lynn Jones.
Who's Lynn Jones?
That's the Jacksonville reporter.
Because Aaron Rodgers is the Mike Tomlin of NFL players and quarterbacks. Winning one early and then nothing afterwards. And Rodgers at least has, I think, a playoff win in that time. No playoff wins in 9 years for Mike Tomlin, as RJ has been pointing out. 0-6 in the playoffs in that span. 8-12 record in the playoffs overall. He started 5-1, Rodgers, 3-11 since. So save me with the whole... It is just ridiculous, and it's an indictment of society that Mike Tomlin on the hot seat is even a topic and a discussion. He hasn't won a playoff game in 9 years.
Yeah, look, in the 60s and the 70s, maybe even in the 80s, is he still around? Yeah, obviously,
like Tom Landry.
Yeah, like Twitter world.
So Jerry Dibba needed to be. I'm kidding. I'm joking around.
Twitter in the social media era where owners have a direct line to the players, the GMs have a direct line to the fans. The GMs have a direct line. They hear the overdone craziness on social media.
Yeah,
you have
like maybe what's happening with Sirianni right now.
Right, you have, instead of having 3 years, you have 2. Right, instead of having 5 years, you have 4. But also like we always ask, if Jerry were to step down and just be a free agent, like which team would hire him? Right. Well, which team would still have Mike Tomlin as their coach?
Still have him.
Because someone's going to hire him in 2 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to say, still have him. Nobody. Hire him
2
again.
Seconds. He'll have a job.
Most teams.
He'll have a job before he cleans his desk out.
Yeah.
He'll have a new job before he cleans his desk out.
I had somebody tell me he would, if they lost this game, they thought he was going to be in trouble, like with Pittsburgh. They said the only thing that might save him would be Aaron Rodgers really does love him, and if Rodgers decided he wanted to come back, they would probably run it back with Tomlin.
Can you imagine being a Steelers fan and watching this offense next year?
Yeah, like there's value in relevance and making it to
we
the
cover
tournament.
the Cowboys.
Right.
You said make it to the tournament.
Make it to the tournament every year. And this goes for like a lot of sports, right? NCAA tournament. Just get into the tournament and, like it makes it more fun, right? It just makes the whole season more fun. But there comes a time where it's like, all right, at least get to the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
Can I get to the Elite Eight? Can I make a run? One run? Just one?
If it's been enough for Harbaugh in Baltimore, the same thing would seem like it applies here. So Rodgers, again, do you think that Mike Tomlin is going to return?
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike, and I just did in that answer. So thanks.
And I just did that effing answer. I think both guys are gone and should be gone.
Tomlin and
Rodgers.
Okay. I didn't know if we're talking about LaFleur still.
No, we'll get to LaFleur. LaFleur sounds like he's returning.
I think Rodgers is probably done. Tomlin, I'll never know what they're going to end up doing. What they really need to do is just they need to come up with like a suspension for him for a whole year so they could stink, because he can make that team still be like 7-10. They need to really be bad.
Yeah, like he needs to have a targeting controversy or a bounty gate thing, or
just go.
You should be able to relegate him for a year to the PFF barn, like Mike McCarthy. Which, by the way, so he draws the comparison to LaFleur. We talked about how Harbaugh had such a great run, but had not been great recently. Harbaugh, LaFleur, Tomlin, since 2017, they are 6-18 combined in the playoffs.
Ooh.
And then you've got Sean McDermott, who everybody wants to run out of the playoffs. Sean McDermott, since 2017, is 8-7. He has a winning record in the playoffs.
And just got his first career road win in Jacksonville. By the way, TJ Watt, it's an RJ choppy morning to start off, because the only bet I did not take last night was the freaking one that won, with the Texans covering easily at the end of the day, 30-6. But TJ Watt, I didn't notice him at all, and he's now 0 for 5 in the postseason. So
almost as if defense doesn't matter.
I got to put him now behind Micah Parsons,
highest paid defense in the NFL.
You watched that play last night. You just watched Houston
scored twice.
They didn't play a real offense. They didn't play a real offense, but the Steelers are the highest paid defense in the league.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice TJ. He's 0 for 5. So there we go.
Defensive evaluation matters too.
Yeah.
Because going and throwing money at old-ass
Young
Ramsey and
nasty.
old-ass Darius Slay and people like that is not smart.
Jared Sandler is chiming in. Packer fan. I love Rodgers. At one time, if you looked at his playoff track record, he was getting screwed by others, but ultimately he came up short in his own performance too often. 2020 versus Tampa, 21 versus San Fran, really poor. Last week in 2022 versus Detroit was basically a playoff game. So get the Dinkin, get the Duncan out of here, and let's finally see a picture of his wife, whose existence I'm still questioning.
Brittany?
He's wearing the wedding ring.
It's Brittany, right?
I don't know.
Britney Spears.
I don't know. 877, yeah. You'd have to be
alive?
that crazy to be with Aaron.
I'm saying, what if that seems like a perfect match to me, actually.
All right, we have a fresh list of Dallas Cowboy defensive coordinators that they are interviewing today and this week. So the latest batch of Cowboy defensive coordinators, and get the offseason jokes ready, because someone in Frisco was arrested. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ, with the return of Bobby Roberto Bell after this.
After we get you over to the greatness of Own Well, boys and girls, if you have not protested your property taxes, I know.
lunch with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
A&M
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We got the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider, Bobby Bell. We'll see what he can give us coming off of a monster week of reporting when it comes to the Cowboys defensive coordinator candidates, because we have more names added to the list. Appreciate you being a Total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, as part of the 6 a.m. club. PP in the morning on the way at 6:40. But we start with the arrest. Tolo hit me up last night. I got on the phone with Bobby. I was so paranoid putting something like this out there because you want to be right. I don't have to go into the locker room and apologize to Donovan for getting the story wrong. It ended up being right. Donovan Ezrau. Not enough that he's responsible for Bobby's upcoming bald head because of the 6 sacks he did not get. Well, he was arrested Sunday on a reckless driving charge in Collin County.
So that's improvement.
Posted a $500 bond and was released. According to the police report, an officer spotted Ezrau driving recklessly on the southbound lanes of the Dallas North Tollway in Plano just before midnight on Sunday. Trooper initiated a traffic stop to investigate, which led to the arrest. So reckless driving, like what is that exactly? Is it like your wannabe Fast and Furious weaving in and out at 90 miles an hour?
I mean, it could be like...
Because I feel like I never get... Whenever that person zooms by me and almost causes an accident, I'm always like, where's the cop? I'm hoping... I never see a police officer chasing them.
They're never there.
I never see them get punished, or when I keep going down the highway, I never see that idiot pulled over.
I think it's technically like 25 over-ish.
No turn signal as well, I think, if you're weaving in and out of lanes as well. It's all the above.
It's defined as it's a broad definition, so they can probably pull you over for a number of things. But it's willful or wanton disregard for the safety or persons or property with a vehicle. So it's just probably, driving kind of carelessly and going super fast.
I mean, the urban legend is that you can't, like, cross parking spots. Like, you drive across a parking lot, like an empty one, without... Like, if you
mean like in the white lanes?
Like you go to the back of a Walmart,
yeah,
right, and you just start like driving across the spaces all the way across. Like you're supposed to, I
always do that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Yeah, that's not. You wouldn't get pulled over for that because it's technically private property, so they can't actually pull you over for a traffic offense in somebody's property.
I got the impression from Nick Harris that, I don't know how big of a deal. I don't know what he was doing out there on the road, but he was like kind of a surprising development based upon who Ezrau was in the locker room. You agree with that?
Yeah, no. He was considered like he's...
I'm not saying this makes him a bad guy.
No. And I think we all like Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, we've heard, has been driving 110 all the time around Cleveland and keeps getting pulled over for it. If he had gotten to Myles Garrett's sack totals, maybe he doesn't get actually arrested for it. But, he was considered super high character, and I mean, I think he is. He's a super high character guy, just he's also 22 and probably has a nice car and was driving too fast with it.
I also tweeted that you're living in a football state when the number one response to me putting out this report first was, no wonder our D-line sucked. Look at his playing weight. People took his ID in the arrest paperwork and said, I thought he was 248. That says 220. What the heck happened? We need to go ahead and get his license out to study the signature like we did Bobby.
Probably 18 when that license came out.
I did. That was the first thing I looked at when I saw the arrest. I was like, 220. I was like,
damn, we live in Texas.
Did they weigh him, or was this just on the license?
Right.
Or
license. I've been arrested multiple
If it's
times.
on the license, then he's going to get in trouble for also not changing his license, because if that is from back in the day, like when he was in Boston College, well, you've lived in Dallas for over a year now. You're supposed to change your license when you move within, I think, 30 days of moving.
Yeah, but
Took him 6 years. Wait, it was your inspection?
Yeah.
He didn't get his car
I didn't get
for like 6 years.
If you can go, I didn't get my car inspected for like 2 years.
approaching again.
I didn't get my car inspected for like 2 years, and it's like the fine versus the like being able to go 2 years without getting it done again.
Yeah.
Then the fine actually ended up not being as much as 2 inspections would have, and then I ended up actually saving money by not getting caught until the end.
And I think all you got to do, you don't have to go to a physical to get the license. You can still write down or just carry over the information. But you think you have to refill out the paperwork so you put your new weight on
no,
there?
you have to change. I'm just saying, you got to change your address. And so, I don't know. Maybe you don't have to. What is mine? Do they list weight on ours?
Let us see your license
do.
again since you were so upset about it at the restaurant. Pepe, you remember that? Looking at Bobby's signature?
Yeah, they don't put weight on the licenses here.
It looked like Bobby was flatlining on his signature. We'll have to zoom in on that.
There was no signature. That was a homeschool cursive right there.
That's the signature?
Donovan Ezrau arrested for reckless driving. Todd Archer with the latest. I'm done on that. You guys got anything else?
Nope. No.
Cowboys defensive coordinator interviews. We know about Jones from Cleveland, Banda from Denver, Minnesota has Durante Jones. Banda is from Cleveland, and we know about Jim Leonard. Aaron Whitecotton, Jonathan Gannon, Zach Orr added to the list from the Baltimore Ravens. Gannon is interviewing today. And then on Thursday, he's going to be interviewing with the Commanders for defensive coordinator. Then on Sunday, Tennessee for head coach.
Tennessee, boy, they continue to cast a wide net. That's a wide net right there. They're interviewing everybody who people don't think should have a head coaching job. But then, look, I think he's a smart interview here in Dallas. I think that I think that he does a lot of good things, mixing and matching coverages. He does a lot of man-match stuff. He does some Fangio-like things in terms of matching coverages and different things like that. But, man, I think that he makes a lot of sense. I think Zach Orr makes a lot of sense as a guy who can disguise blitzes, was a really sharp, young, up-and-coming coach. I always look at these guys like Gannon and Orr, and I'm like, you were 3 years ago thought of as the next up, like the next brilliant minds on defense, where universally coaches who would work with you would say, oh yeah, he's really good, he's really smart, he does this really well, blah 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 blah. And then you have one thing go wrong, whether it be Gannon in Arizona or Zach Orr has a bad year in Baltimore, and everybody is just quick to go like, yeah, well, he sucks, he's not good anymore. Why are we even interviewing him? There were a lot of why are we even interviewing him idiots on Twitter yesterday talking about Zach Orr. Zach Orr was universally thought of as like, that's a brilliant mind that's going to be a top-tier defensive coordinator one year, and had a good defense the year before. This year, not so great. But a lot of things clearly went wrong in Baltimore this year that were not just about the defense. So Zach Orr, Dallas area guy, young. We mentioned him right after the season ended. It made sense to interview him. He was on staff with Shoddy in Jacksonville for that 1 year in 2021. But I think both of those interviews make a lot of sense. And I think the Aaron Whitecotton interview, which they got to yesterday, they did a virtual with him. That's just more a signal of, hey, we'd like to retain him. So understand that he's probably hanging around.
Why weren't Gannon's defenses? I know I guess easy answer is talent, but he didn't put his stamp on that unit in Arizona.
Hurt all the time. They were massively injured all the time. Last year they had more games lost to injury than anybody in the NFL. Arizona did. It does make me wonder if he were to come here.
He was there for a number of years, though.
Yeah, he was there for 3 years. They were banged up every year.
They were bottom 10 every year.
So
in terms of yards allowed, they were the 6th worst yards allowed last year, giving up 29 a game. I know all the injuries. Baltimore was 9th worst in yards allowed, 23 a game.
I think when you look at they were always banged up. Like seriously, like every year they were injured, and last year specifically was the worst situation they had. But there were times when that defense looked like, all right, it's kind of clicking together. And he was somebody who was thought of really highly in Indy. He was somebody who was thought of really highly in Minnesota. And then when he went to Philly, obviously, is he a little bit quirky or odd? Sure. Yeah, he's got a little bit of that, but just don't let him give team speeches. Shoddy'll do it, and then you're fine.
Yeah.
Their defensive efficiency numbers were in the 3 years were 32nd, 14th, and 21st. I know the 14th.
They were hurt most years.
What?
And they were hurt most
I know, but no one says that about other 3 or 4 year runs. Like, they were just always hurt.
I mean, they were.
Like, do they have a substation?
I'm sorry that that's a thing, but it is a thing. They were hurt.
Well, coach through it a little bit to not be 32nd or be god awful.
If they were 14th and 21st in efficiency, that's pretty good for losing half your starters.
You're acting like it's
their corner. I think every year he was there, his top starting corner started 12 games. He didn't have corners most years. Yeah. This year, the top starter, the corner who started the most games for this year was Will Johnson with 10. That was half the season. They keep running into that. They kept getting banged up.
I mean, look, maybe he was doing something like to not keep them fresh, which as the DC wouldn't necessarily be the case because the head coach would be in charge of that. So maybe that plays into it. I mean, I'd be fine with him here. He wouldn't be my first choice. I mean, Leonard would be my first choice.
But you don't want guys who are going to be head coaches.
Yeah, I know. Like from if I was just going with I don't say pedigree, but just the guy who I think would do the best job individually for 1 year, it'd be Leonard. But ideally, it's like a Raheem Morris type who's not going to get another head coach.
Was that John Owning tweeting at Choppy that yesterday? I saw that tweet yesterday. I wondered what that was about. John Owning tweeted he listed his
Choppy
candidates.
Didn't even see it.
He listed his candidates and he put his dead last on there. He put on there Chuck Pagano. And he said, the good news about Pagano is that for those who care, it seems, about somebody being hired away by another team, you wouldn't have to worry about that with Pagano, so he would be here for a really long time.
Nick Harris threw in Chuck Pagano and someone you texted me about a couple days ago, and Jonathan Cooley.
Yep, that's the another. So Cooley makes sense just because he's universally around the league thought of as being one of the next up and being a really sharp, intelligent candidate. I think they're waiting for Jim Leonard is what they're doing. They're waiting for Jim Leonard to be available to be hired because he's in Denver right now. They're still in the playoffs. He can't be hired away yet. And so I think that they're going to use this time to just, all right, let's cast that wide net and let's just start interviewing people that we've heard good things about. And so Cooley would make a ton of sense right there. I think that's partially what interviewing Zach Orr's about, spending the time to just cover bases, interview Aaron Whitecotton, is that they're trying to flesh things out a little bit until they can get a look at Jim Leonard in person.
I regret that I wasn't even louder about that dead corpse, Matt Eberflus, coming over here from Chicago because of the familiarity, and I was just not having a good feeling based upon the way he handled the Bears situation on the field and at the podium. I'm not going to make that mistake again, okay? So that's why I'm going to attack Bobby for giving this 3-year entire tenure pass to Jonathan Gannon, but I can't sit there and match wits with Bobby over the X's and O's and the scheme. It's hard for me right now to get over this Hard Knocks clip. It is very hard for me to listen to what Bobby did with the Jim Leonard video, lining it up with Shoddy's philosophies, and then listening to this, and the video makes it even worse. We'll have to throw it up later when Aiden gets here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This was Jonathan Gannon in Arizona trying to hype up his team at a meeting.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, finish your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut? Did you? We're here for a reason. Don't get that twisted. Okay, we're here for a reason to win games. So if you didn't have that fire in your gut, you better light the fire pretty fast. Be who you are. Just understand, I'm looking for killers.
I want that.
Well, then don't be who you are.
Far away from, unless you're Ezra who drives.
Who drove over here?
Who drove over here? Donovan raises his hand real quick. Yeah, that was the first one, Coach. I need to hear more.
Fire in your gut?
I need to go on more YouTube, but right now I want that away from my defensive meeting room compared to Jim Leonard. That was so cringy.
Was Wade Phillips a great speech?
No, but he's not try hard though.
Hey guys.
He's not try hard. This was try hard.
I think y'all are winners. That quarterback here.
I don't like your line.
And when he was head coach, for 12 seasons. Wade's defenses were always near the top as the defensive coordinator. Those 12 years he was head coach, one time his head coach defense is finished in the top 10 in scoring.
What's your point?
One time. And every other year, basically, they were inside the top 10 when he was just the coordinator.
So that's the latest Inside the Star on the official home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Apparently, some people won't be surprised by this. There's no soap in Austin. And do you love your team enough to buy their urinal? PP in the morning. What a perfect tease is next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, it is the playoffs.
found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday at 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning. Every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, we'll get right to it. Dating in 2026 is off to a rough start for some people. And I'm so thankful I found Mackenzie so I don't have to go through the dating scene like I did in 2023 because it was awful. You know, I did the dating apps. I was anti-dating apps early on in my single life, but, you know, that didn't go too well. So I did the dating apps and that, you know, I finally found Mackenzie and never looked back. So thank goodness she actually said yes to me on a first date. And so here's an experience that has been gone pretty viral from a girl in Austin, Texas, who has been trying to date, and she had one awful story of this guy she was going on dates recently, and here's what she said on social media.
The first time I go to this guy's apartment, we've gone on a few dates, and I notice that he doesn't have soap in his shower. Maybe he's out. I don't know.
Stop.
Don't say anything.
Which Kardashian is this?
Kylie.
Who looks in the shower? Like, who? You want to open up the medicine cabinet, maybe, just check out the pills.
Yeah.
You glance inside the shower. Who looks at the soap tray?
My guess is that the
and sometimes I won't have the soap tray because of body wash. The body wash, is kept like in the middle, like on a stand.
Yeah, a stand
on the ground.
Right. Yeah, so my guess,
the soap may be there too.
Probably checking it out in a post cleaning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my guess is that she was, he didn't have if it was a curtain, didn't have the curtain shut.
Okay.
So everything is open.
There
so you
it
can just
is.
see in there.
Yeah.
Oh, just is he a Pantene guy?
Right.
Is Paul Mitchell? What kind of shampoo is he using? Okay.
No, girls nowadays,
what I would do.
they've admitted that they go through your stuff. Like when they go to the bathroom, they'll open up the cabinets just see what you have. Do you have extra toothpaste? Do you have extra hand soap?
If she's got fungicide, I'm out.
Yeah.
No, she let a stinky guy hit, and then she found out after.
Oh, sorry. We'll continue here.
The first time I go to this guy's apartment, we've gone on a few dates, and I notice that he doesn't have soap in his shower. Maybe he's out. I don't know. Don't say anything about it. A month goes by. We've been going on other dates. We go to his apartment. I look in the shower. Still no soap. This is weird. This is really weird. So I ask him and I say, hey, do you have any soap? And he says, oh, I ran out. I don't have any soap right now. And I said, well, how long have you been out of soap? He's like, oh, a few days. And I said, well, what have you been doing? He said, I've been using hot water. And I told him that I actually noticed about a month before that he didn't have any soap. And he eventually admits that just using hot water is fine to wash your body in his mind. So I told him that I did not agree with that and that he needed to get some soap. So he got some soap, and then I went back to his apartment. He had soap. The soap was completely full. I asked him if he used the soap. He said he did. I unscrewed the cap. The little foil thingy is still on the soap. He had not used the soap. So that's how my dating life is going.
Red flag immediately.
I don't care for the way she says soap. She enunciates the P too much.
I don't care for the way she says anything. That sounds very... That voice would grate on me.
What soap liquid are people... Yeah, is that the body wash versus
It would be the
at the bar?
Yeah, nobody uses the bar anymore, right? The bar is disgusting. It gets pubes all over it, and it's just...
Oh, I like using the bar.
I'd prefer the bar. The bar's way...
With the washcloth?
You put your pubes on your face. You shave with the same razor.
Wow.
It's the same thing. This woman's basically dating you and your must in the water belief.
Yeah, at least he did it. At least this guy didn't say, like, I shower by jumping in the pool.
Hey, listen, the chlorine's better than the hot water. And I don't leave the house. I don't do that on weekends. I don't leave the house.
What I would ask this girl is, did you notice him smelling for a month?
Yeah, there's a 100%
Was there a
chance.
BO or so? She didn't mention it.
Yeah, she wouldn't. No,
She's just going off for her stalker tendencies.
Because he's smart. He uses cologne.
Well, what is up with Austin? Isn't this is a stereotype for Austin?
It's like McConaughey. McConaughey saying he doesn't wear deodorant because he's like, women tell me they like my muzz.
Brown jacket of his. I had a buddy he played at Texas. He's like, McConaughey stinks.
Yeah.
And like that brown jacket he always wears.
And what is his reason for not doing it?
This is the natural male pheromones.
He said, women like it. Women like his scent.
If I forget one morning and then I go home and like I change in like a t-shirt or boxing, I go home and change. and I smell like myself that I missed it, it's awful.
How much Febreze does this guy go through?
It's terrible.
Yeah,
like, how can you go through it?
When it happens, yeah, like if you forget or something like that, that'll stay in your mind for a while. Like just like, oh gosh, you will not forget to put on deodorant for a while after that happens.
Never.
Yes. You can maybe get away with no shampoo, like you want to throw a ghetto soap up there, a conditioner for a day or two instead of the shampoo.
I mean, at a hotel, if I go to a hotel for a week, that first shower back is the greatest shower ever. It's like you get all the dead skin off you, the poof.
I would question this girl's sinuses. I'd be like, you didn't smell it. You were just looking.
Yeah.
But unscrewing the cap.
And she kept going back after she noticed she said
good?
over a month it was like you didn't have soap. It's like you kept going back.
He had that Khalil.
That's exactly
he had that Khalil on him.
He had that Khalil with like green things emanating from it.
Yes.
Well, first off, I mean, rookie mistake by this guy. Once she notices you don't have soap, you can't be stupid enough to just leave a soap bottle when they're not. You have to dump it out every once in a while. You have to make it.
I also have never seen a body wash that has that little tab foil thingy.
Right.
It's always like it's sour cream.
All it is the
You
pump
unscrew
thing.
the
You got to
cap.
unscrew the pump thing.
She's making it up then. This guy didn't even stink probably.
We should get her name and blacklist her in Austin.
And this is like whenever my parents would give me medicine that I didn't want to take, I wouldn't just like not take it because they could see, okay, you're not taking the medicine because it's not out of the package. Like pills aren't going down each day or whatever. So I would like either throw it away in a tissue or I'd flush it down the toilet and be like, yeah, I took it. Look, see, it's not there anymore.
From the 817,
like an old person.
That's a little psycho.
In a nursing home, you're not throwing your pills away.
Just penicillin sucks.
2 from the 817. Takes me 4 days to stink without deodorant. That's one.
Oh.
That's good for you. The other one,
Not going to the gym.
I'm 56 years old and I've never worn deodorant.
Yeah, that's 512. That's not 817.
And you're single.
My youngest son, if he goes he'll miss sometimes after he gets out of the shower. He'll just say, I don't need deodorant. I don't need deodorant. I just got out of the shower. And then
512. That's awesome.
straight onions 45 minutes later.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I carry it everywhere I go. Everywhere it's in my bag.
Good for you.
Baby wipes, deodorant, and pain meds. Everywhere I go.
All right, it is PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Now, guys, we get to the serious story here. The Buffalo Bills have played their last game at Highmark Stadium. Over 50 years they've been there, so this means the team will auction off and sell just about every item in the stadium before they knock it down. This includes the urinals in the bathroom. And then they aren't your standard like single person urinals with like the little divider next to it or whatever. They have their own. They don't have their own handle to flush. These are troughs. These are barnyard troughs. They're very Bills Mafia like. This is what Bills Mafia is meant for here.
I won't go.
You took a shot at them, Bobby. You've said Bills fans are overrated or mean.
Oh,
that's what they say. Everybody with the Cowboys says the ride into Buffalo Stadium is the nastiest experience of any of the fan bases.
I could see someone getting a stadium urinal.
Urinal, yeah, the trough.
Walk into a bathroom. Have you ever walked into someone's home or house and had the urinal on the wall? That'd be kind of cool.
That would be kind of cool. But the trough
doesn't allow you to sit down with the phone, though. I sit to pee.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Yeah. The big trough though thing. That I refuse to use those. If I go to a sporting event and they've got that, I'm waiting for the stall.
I'm too pee shy to do it. I can't pee if I'm right next to someone. I need the divider thing. Come on.
What's what was the place around here that did the trough with the ice in it?
There's a lot of places.
I remember there's one though in particular that had like the circle one or whatever.
It's awful.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's nasty.
But I think that's just because that's Buffalo, New York, and they don't have indoor plumbing yet.
Let's say you had like a true man cave. Would this be a man cave purchase
yes,
here?
Absolutely.
You would love this. You would love this in your man
Yuck.
cave.
Absolutely.
All the pee that's just been the decades of pee in your house.
Bobby, come on, be a man.
I'm not going to get it unclean. I think they'll clean it once or twice.
I don't know that there's enough cleaning that can be done to that.
Once you use it for a week, it's the same as your own pee.
It's your own.
Yeah.
It's like moving to a new house.
Never mind, it didn't work.
No, your jokes aren't that good coming back.
Like a local, people say a local bar in Buffalo has to buy this.
Coordinators, what?
People are saying a local bar in Buffalo has to buy this. Right, local bar. Other people saying use it as a planter.
Perfect for a man cave.
Well, and then I think the wives would like this because it would keep from pee being on the floor. People who can't aim. There's you get a whole tub.
I got a whole backstop.
Yeah. You got plenty of room there. There'll be no pee on the floor there. All right, guys. Let's talk about now. We talk about Jamar Chase here. So some NFL players, man, these NFL players love going on stream. We had Puka Nacua do his thing with Aiden Ross and Neon the other week, and now we have Jamar Chase. And look, some players aren't in the NFL playoffs. They're in Cancun, they're on vacation, but other players are playing video games at home, living their life to the fullest. And so Jamar Chase was streaming the other night while playing one of the new hot games right now, Arc Raiders. And when times got desperate in the game, he offered his teammates quite the gift to help him out here.
You motherfucker, you die! Kill that son of a bitch! I don't know. Hey, yo, bro, if somebody defib me, bro, I could give you season ticket holder, bro. Come on, bro. Defib me, bro. I could give you some tickets the whole season, bro. Wait! What the f***?
They did not revive him. They killed him. And so the season tickets for the Bengals, no one wants it, man. Even season tickets, no one wants it, man. That's tough. Tough being a Bengals fan.
So what does that entail, defending? Like, I just have to, like, have your back and I sacrifice myself, give you cover?
You can also revive people, I think, in some of these games.
I think this is like he needed a revival pack, and so he's like, if somebody gives me one.
Yeah, so it sounded like it's more like proximity chat. So he's talking to the enemy saying, hey, don't kill me. He's also talking to his teammates as well. Hey, don't kill me. Let my teammates revive me. I'll give you season tickets to the Bengals. And the guy, you could hear it in the background, kind of. The guy laughed at him. He was not revived and was killed. So
I thought Jamar was going to Cancun. Were you surprised he made All-Pro?
No. I saw a lot of people complain. Yeah, I saw a lot of it. I mean, the dude put up 1,400 yards and 120 catches without Burrow half the year. That's pretty impressive. Jake Browning. After watching Jake Browning play, I agree that he should be All-Pro.
PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Commercial free in the expressway at 7:20. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40. Mavs and Stars win last night. And is John Calipari recruiting the next New York Giants head coach? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive. We're going to hook you up with that brand new Chrysler Dodge Ram or Jeep. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. It is the Jeep Gladiator High Tide. You can get it right now in the Start Something New sales event, $349 a month for 36 months on a lease. Go see Scott Millsap. He is the GM. He's a Tolo. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. It is worth the short drive to Terrell to get that Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 over $11,000 off MSRP. It's yours for just over $45,500. The Wrangler Sport, $92.50 off MSRP. It's yours for just $34,500. Maybe you want a Ram 1500. I love my Ram truck. All you got to do is go on in there. It's 2026 model Lone Star Bighorn Laramie. 0% interest for 60 months. That's right. No interest for 60 months. The Compass Latitude 4x4, $6,300 of MSRP. It's yours for just over $26,500. Great deals. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first. Turn it on and leave it on. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Robinhood, your money, your move. The temperature just dropped in Green Bay, and it's not the weather. Matt LaFleur is staring into the abyss after a historic 21-3 collapse against the Bears. That offensive genius tag is wearing thin, but Packers want an extension and are working toward one. The fan base's patience is growing thin. The frozen tundra is heating up. I'm Greg Toll.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education.
racing studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He'll get the snap. It's a four-man rush. He sits in the pocket. There's a line drive down the middle, intercepted at the 50 and picked off on the play by Bullock. He's down the far side 30, far side 20, down the far sideline 10, 5, touchdown. Rodgers has thrown a pick six. Rodgers has thrown a pick six in what might be the final pass of his career.
The Texans defense said, step aside, CJ. You're awful. You're terrible. You're not going to let the Mafia payoff win tonight. 30-6 as the defense of the armpit probably end the Pittsburgh Steelers career, the NFL career of Aaron Rodgers, and we'll see if it happens for Mike Tomlin. Westwood won with a call. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. This was a 7-6 game after 3 quarters, and then Houston scores 23 in the fourth. Offensive player of the night for them, Christian Kirk, 8 for 144. So the Aggie coming up big, of course, after I bet on Nico Collins, he gets concussed. Where was DK? They start
after
off
the first play of the game.
he was confronting a fan, I think, off to the side.
He had 2 plays early on.
2 plays.
2 plays, and I knew that they would get him one of those dumb smoke screens early on to welcome him back from the suspension. So I won that on Underdog, and then he was not targeted. Okay? Up after the first quarter and early on in the first quarter, DK Metcalf was not targeted until 9 minutes, 40 seconds left in the fourth quarter. This is what he does. He disappears.
Could you imagine?
2 for 42, nothing in the second, third, and fourth.
And his total was like 55.5. So to get 42 on the first 2 catches early on, and then you're counting your money. You're counting your money. You need basically 1 first down catch from him.
And, of course, Rodgers screws me as I went under 44 yards in the first quarter. He throws for half his yards in the first quarter, ends up with 146.
Christian Kirk, 5 receptions, 126 yards. Very impressive game. That was not his full stat line. That was just his stat line on third down last night.
Ooh.
5 first downs on third down. They go, what was it? Houston ended up going in this game 10 for 15 on third down. 5 of them were conversions to Christian Kirk.
So CJ Stroud tries to give it away, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers go another year without a postseason win.
Yeah, another year with a blowout playoff loss, right? Double-digit loss. Another year with that. Another year. I mean, they hadn't had a home playoff game with fans since pre-COVID, right? Because they had the COVID year fans. It's a bad spot that they're in because they're always average. They're never bad enough. Like the only quarterback they've tried to draft,
worst place to be,
was Pickett, and he was the first quarterback taken that year at 20 or in the 20s. That's not a recipe to be able to build a roster, and they have built like a competitive roster, especially defensively. That defense wasn't. I mean, they were good ish. They weren't dominant.
The Texans had 25 quarterback pressures last night. He dropped back 30 times. Now, on some of those, he was pressured multiple times on one drop back, so it's not necessarily like that was the pressure rate. But 8 quarterback pressures for Will Anderson, 7 for Danielle Hunter, and then 3 each for Autry, Rankins, Barnett.
I lost my prop bet on Aaron fumbling. I'm like, all right, I'm good here. 2 more catches for Nico. Aaron doesn't lose the fumble. He lost one, but they got it back. That does not count on Underdog, and then the return for touchdown, 1 of 2 on the night. Thank goodness that game is over, but it was a fantastic wild card weekend.
Dude, Will Anderson is so freaking good.
And I love his personality.
He had not only 8 quarterback pressures, he was on the field for 11 run snaps. They averaged 2.9 yards per carry with him on the field, 4.5 with him off.
Oh!
He's a monster.
And they were able to run it a little bit against Pittsburgh. And that did not look like a matchup that they could have success with on paper. The New York Giants have John Calipari recruiting for their head coaching spot.
Yeah, so Joe Shane is pulling the old Coach Cal because, and let me tell you something, the only thing he's doing here is looking for his replacement. According to Ian O'Connor, who is a New York-based media member, he says, quote, "I'm told the Giants and Joe Shane had direct contact with Harbaugh and those talks have been positive. Shane's been relentless. John Calipari-level recruiter on this one, which speaks to his willingness to work with Harbs on the roster. Look, if he's all in on hiring him, Harbs is rumored to want full control wherever he goes. So, like, now the Giants could say, no, you're not going to get that. You'll take the job like this, or you won't. We're not going to hire you. And they could absolutely do that. But maybe this is the front office telling Shane that if you hire him, you're still going to be in charge. It doesn't seem like that's what Harbaugh wants. So this guy could be like hiring a guy, really wanting this guy to hire his replacement. This is wild. I've never seen a GM go so hard to hire somebody that universally is known he wants control of the roster.
That's how bad he wants to win. He wants to win that bad. He's just that on top of it is that he's willing to win bad enough to even fire himself. But I'm stunned Joe Shane survived.
It's also interesting how you come from a place like Baltimore where it's like you maybe had the best general manager in football, and you're like, no, I think I need more say. What Ozzie did, that kind of wasn't good enough.
Ozzie, he never won.
There was just. I didn't even retweet it because I don't take this guy seriously. If you guys want to say what Tony Grossi apparently found out in Cleveland about Harbaugh's demands, I don't know. I don't know how much credence to give.
I don't know what Tony Grossi found because I haven't blocked.
You do?
Yeah, because I just think he sucks.
Yeah,
and I was just tired of seeing his tweets come across my timeline of like, listen, this is about Shador.
I think it was like $20 million a year, full control, all that stuff. The Falcons did announce yesterday they completed an interview with Harbaugh for their head coaching job. And then you have Mike McDaniel interviewing with Dan Campbell as he did not get the Commanders' OC spot.
I was surprised he didn't end up there. But McDaniel, I mean, he's still supposed to be tied to like two of these jobs, like the head coaching jobs, while he's also taking offensive coordinator. He's the only one I think right now that's taking coordinator interviews and head coaching interviews. I don't know if there's been another candidate yet that's taken both.
Gannon's going to.
Oh, wait, yeah, Gannon, because he got I forgot. I just don't count Tennessee as a franchise, so I just forget that they're up there sometimes.
Jonathan Gannon interviewing with the Cowboys for D.C., and then with the Titans for head coach.
Do you think if Pittsburgh does let Tomlin go, that they will interview McCarthy there?
Yeah.
Or is McCarthy too old, maybe? Because they always like their 38-year-old head coach that's going to be their coach for the next 30 years.
Well, then, if you think he's told that they probably wouldn't interview Harbaugh?
Probably not, because Harbaugh's a lot older than I think people realize.
He's like 64. I think he's older than Mike.
Yeah.
All right, it was a nice night for DFW with the local squads. Let's start off with hoops.
Way out on the floor, Coop was doubled. Klay Thompson keeps it up, and it goes in. Doing that a lot this year.
That's follow-up with the call, with the awkward ending, with the audio clip on Mavs TV. Yes, I don't let any of that stuff slide, Pepe. The Mavericks beat the Nets 113-105. What'd you say?
So that was the highlight.
No, that's your fault. Clip it. Clean it up. Clean it up. What'd you say?
The tape.
What'd you say?
Yeah, he said I'll send you the tape.
If I get a brisket, I don't just throw it on the grill and the smoker. I got to clean it up a little bit. I got to cut the fat off a little bit. Cut the clip at the end. 113-105. And I was checking in on this game, not watching it. Just the box score, and I was like, are the Nets going to get their starters in double figures here? Michael Porter did take care of that. Apparently he may be on the trade block, but they were sitting at like 8 and 9 and 7 and 10 throughout the majority of the evening as they score 105. Mavs get 15 wins.
You said this is a good night for Dallas Sports.
For Kevin Hagelin.
They won.
I know.
Cooper Flagg did not get any clutch points last night. He's like top 5 in the league in clutch points over in the NBA.
And what's clutch points again?
5-point game with 5 to play.
Okay, was it a 5-point game with 5 to play? Even
no, because his points were.
No, they were not. It really wasn't a 5-point game with 5 to play. So how was he supposed to get them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He didn't get them. Like he didn't have an opportunity to get them.
Is that going to be your go-to Mavs take now? How many clutch points Flagg has?
Well, I was watching the football game.
Okay,
yeah.
Just say that.
Like and it's funny. It's funny that Cooper's like the clutchiest clutch player of all time now.
27 points scored for Coop. Najee with 22 and Klay with 18 off the bench.
Coop helped me with my underdog. Nobody else did. Not Luka and not whoever the random ass starter for the Nets or player for the Nets was last night that I threw on underdog.
Is this correct on here? The 2,800th three-pointer of Clay's career. He's hit 2,800 threes.
Yeah, the Mavs tweeted that out.
That seems high. 2,800. I think we're old enough to remember when like Reggie had like 1,300 as like the number one.
Got that, Reggie?
2,800 threes, and the Stars got it done on the ice.
Robertson got it. Score! Robertson, a seeing eye shot with Hintz in front, and with friends and family cheering him on from the stands. The California kid puts Dallas back in front.
Victory Plus with the call. Robo scores the go-ahead with 3:46 remaining in the third, and the Stars get the 3-1 win against the Kings with that goal, his 27th. Robo moves up to third this season in the National Hockey League behind McKinnon and Connor McDavid. Ottinger has been struggling. Choppy, we talked about this yesterday. He's been struggling as of late, giving up 17 goals in his last 5 starts, but he came up big, especially in the second period. And Gavin Spittle sending over the note. LA pressed hard, out shooting the Stars 13-6, but there was Otter.
Got to get Otter going. That's the number one goal right now, is to get Otter going. If they don't, they're not going to make a deep run again in the postseason. And the more I see about this rink in Milan, the more I am happy that Robo got left off the team. They have a hole in the ice. There's a literal hole in the ice.
An ice hole?
There's an ice hole.
Oh,
they got an ice hole.
Fishing like grumpy old men?
There's a literal hole in the ice.
No
they don't have bathrooms. They don't have dressing rooms. They don't have locker rooms. They don't have seats. They don't have nothing. Oh, and it's the smallest neutral zone I've ever seen in hockey.
Smallest
because
ice hole?
They mismeasured.
I think they're going to get it right,
no,
right?
They mismeasured the rink. The rink is smaller than an NHL rink.
When are the games?
20 days.
Oh.
That's enough time to tighten up that ice hole, though.
It's enough time to tighten up the ice hole, but not the overall ice.
All right.
And Peyton, you saw a note, right, about this game?
Yeah, Money Puck. Stars were down, I think, 38%.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's rough.
What a start for you today.
I told him, I was like, please reference Money Puck. He's like, he already hates me. I was like, I'm going to throw it to you.
Jamie Benn returned to the lineup, wore a visor for the first time in his 1,200 game career. After the game, he said, no more visor.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's smart.
Visor's out. Why is it good and smart?
Well, I mean, it's very rare. Very rare that we get a player that could still go without the visor, right? You know, you don't see that. You know, you don't see players not rocking the visor. This is peak. You can't be an enforcer like Jamie Benn.
Stars are in a back-to-back and face off against Anaheim tonight on TNT. Spits and Suds with the full recap wherever your favorite podcasts are found. Bobby, you were out yesterday, so you haven't had a chance to be disgusted on air with Anthony Davis in a sling, apparently for months.
Yeah, this is stupid. This is why you don't wait around and go, well, let's see these three together, because you were never going to see them together because he can't stay healthy. He cannot stay healthy, and you deserve everything that happens to you on this front. And so that's disappointing. Wish they would have cleaned this up, gotten a deal done earlier, because now you're probably getting, nothing for him? And then what?
Well, not this year.
But I mean, how much time's left on his deal after this? Does he expire this offseason, or is he the year after?
He's got an opt-in.
Oh, gosh.
He's got the 1-year opt-in.
So if he chooses to opt out and just go explore the market, now you've left with literally nothing. You got nothing in return. You got Max Christie and the Lakers' 27th pick in 2 years. Awesome job, Nico. Thank you so much. Get the hell out of town.
A $62.8 million player option for the 2027-2028.
I would opt in for that, to be honest.
Can you imagine can he just opt out and leave us?
He could.
I think he could, yeah.
Yeah, he could choose not to stay here.
Can you imagine nothing?
It'd be really terrible.
We got to double check that and make sure that is a possibility. I haven't even thought about that. I haven't thought about that option.
Look, I just like assuming that he can do it, and then really kind of being more angry about the trade in general.
All right, there it is. The other headlines in the Metroplex, along with Monday Night Football with the armpit advancing. Bobby also has not had a chance to talk about the rest of the NFL playoffs and laugh at the misery of Philadelphia. Y'all, we went and got more audio. Yesterday at 7:20, Pepe did a great job. Yesterday, Pepe did a great job of spying on Filthy. We have even more audio of the meltdowns as we laugh at others' misery. Come and join us on the NFC East couch, commercial-free in the Expressway, and we ask Reddit after this.
After we get you over to the greatness of underdog fantasy, and we are making plays for the playoffs. We were making them last night. We're going to make them this weekend as well. How about Caleb Williams, higher or lower than 229.5 passing yards? That's what you do. You bet if you make a play. Favorite player going to go higher or lower on stats like receiving yards, touchdowns, passing yards. Bo Nix, 215.5 pass yards. Brock Purdy, 235.5 pass yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 92.5 receiving yards. Do it all on Underdog.
So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That is promo code TOLO, TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms.
information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Sends ball in motion, stomps his foot, gets the ball, looks to his right-hand side, steps up in the pocket, throws left instead. Touchdown Niners! Christian McCaffrey right on the G of the Eagles in the end zone. And in the fourth quarter, they retake the lead. San Francisco up 4, 23-19. And this battered, bruised, and banged up San Francisco team just won't take it lying down.
No. Look at him cross the pitch.
Where did you get this, Bobby?
It's on Twitter. Everybody's loving it. It's the British play-by-play guy for Talk Sport or whatever the like British version of the
2 weeks. I'm sure. We see all the Sky Sports folks.
Can we interview this guy at the Super Bowl? I want to interview him. He sounds really, really good.
It's like talking to this Australian dude we have here at the station.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Ian. Oh, British Ian. Yeah, I love British Ian.
But what's his last name? No,
Ian Camfield.
Camfield.
No, he was just, when he was on, so when he first got here.
Camp or Cant? Camfield.
No, Cam. Like Cam Cameron. Camfield. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when he first started here, he was pulling double duty, and he was needed as like a fill-in producer on the nosebleeds at night, and so they would call him British Ian. So that's how fan listeners know him.
Roberto, your first chance to respond to the NFL playoffs after seeing your son Jacob off to the Army yesterday. We'll get to that in a little bit, but let's start with the Eagles eliminated.
Yeah, let's just start with, that was the one game I messed up. I was 5-1 this weekend. Crushed it.
We all lost one, so
crushed it. Yeah, but I was more right than you guys were because of the way I'm talking about it. So, no, this one that was wild to know when they were driving at the end of the game and they threw up the note on the broadcast of, to this point, every team that had trailed at the 2-minute warning had won every game.
Insane.
It was a great weekend of football. And then it sucks that it ended with Chargers, Patriots, and then Texans, Steelers, because that wasn't very good. But that 49ers-Eagles game, that was playing out exactly like I was concerned it might, which was just the Eagles flying around and beating them up and just playing really physical and that kind of throwing off San Francisco. But San Francisco ultimately executed in the red zone and was able to score touchdowns there. Philly kept kicking those field goals, and that was just ultimately their detriment. But I have no idea how they get down there and they have some of those play calls that they did, the Eagles. And then thrown into triple coverage on fourth down just seems like there was nothing better you could have done than throw it right to Eric Kendricks, who was on his couch 6 weeks ago.
Feels like it's a really simple concept. You just get good quarterback play, and it's amazing how much better these games can be.
Yeah, Juwan Jennings was great, the quarterback.
And then you get the two worst quarterback games of the weekend, and they're the two most unwatchable. And that was bad last night. It was bad Sunday night.
I have so much audio here. I don't even know where to start. It's like Spying on Filthy Part 3, because Pepe did it yesterday at 7:20. Part 2 is at 9 o'clock, and this is just as good. I don't know where to begin. I guess I'll begin by asking you, Bobby, about the changes, with possibility of changes. A.J. Brown with the 3 drops, arguing with Sirianni on the sidelines, with Big Dom having to get involved in the Twitter joke, Big Dom with more catches in the second half than A.J. Brown. Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator, who you and I are probably going to fight over today or later this week.
Can't wait.
Nick Sirianni, possibly. Jalen Hurts, if Howie really wants to get crazy, as some Eagle fans are already done with him, like they were Carson Wentz and Doug Peterson. So AJ, Patullo, Hurts, and Sirianni.
So who do I think is done or who I think will be done?
Thoughts on all of them.
Okay, so they're going to get rid of A.J. Brown. They're going to get rid of Kevin Patullo. I think there just hasn't been enough chatter yet that Sirianni's going to get fired. So I can't imagine that he's going to go. Hurts is not going anywhere, I don't think. I think Jalen Hurts is allowed to be the god there until he's not. Jalen Hurts is like the Trent Baalke of quarterbacks, where it's like, how does he keep staying around? How does he win out when he's as big of a pain in the ass as he is?
He has $117 million of dead money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money for a guy that throws for about 117 passing yards every game.
If you post June 1 him, it's only it's negative $40 million of cap savings, so it's a $72 million dead cap hit. But he's getting paid. His cap number will be 31, so you're you're making that back, right? But you're still losing $40 million.
No, nobody tell me about Howie Roseman being a genius anymore after he has that contract, that Deshaun Watson deal on his books.
Well, they did get a ring out of it.
Not because of him, because of Kellen Moore.
Oh, super.
Big takeaway here is how great Kellen Moore is as an offensive coordinator.
Well, yesterday, during this time, probably about 24 hours ago, I was saying the new coordinator has to figure out what Jalen can and is willing to do with his attitude or his lack of ability. You got to figure that out. And LaShawn McCoy, the Cowboy hater, the former Eagle, was on the Speakeasy pod with an indictment.
Jalen Hurts. I don't know how to be honest, man. Like, Jalen Hurts, I need you to be special. Make plays. You know, and then, like, I did a lot of digging, man. And I won't throw them under the bus here, but I know some people, right? And the problem is we can't do different exotic looks, different formations, different motions, because I'm hearing that he can't really do it.
He can't really do it.
This is why I don't ever want to hear that loser Orlovsky or anybody else like do one of these 1 year takeaways or two whenever anybody's like, he's better than Dak. No, see, Dak has for a decade shown like he's a good quarterback. And even in dips and anything else or whatever silly reputation they want to throw on him, he's a better player than Jalen Hurts. And the audacity of some people to say that Jalen Hurts is a top 10 quarterback still to this day and treated like, well, he won a Super Bowl.
Tom Brady.
Don't care that he won a Super Bowl. That's not what it's about. He won a Super Bowl as like he slapped his name on the group project. He didn't do anything to get them that Super Bowl. Kellen, like you said,
he was great in the game.
He had 2 great Super Bowls. I don't want to fight with you about this.
He was not. No. There's nothing to fight about. They don't get they get to the Super Bowl with 15 other quarterbacks.
Well, I'm just saying in the game. I'm just saying in the game.
Yeah, in the game they also won, but I mean against Kansas City, they blew them out. Again, I think anybody doing that is doing what Jalen did in the Kansas City game.
In the loss, he was very good too.
Yeah, he ran 3 times. Awesome. Thanks for the tush push.
Jalen Hurts was
no faker reputation than Jalen Hurts in football.
No faker
reputation than him as a person, as a human being, and as a football player.
He's the fake is the egregious one is what a great leader he is. He is not a leader the way people have made him out to be.
Hurts was asked, and then Bobby may blow your mind here on the fan text, if he wants Kevin Patullo back as OC.
It's too soon to think about that, and like I said, I put my trust in how we make things for today.
What about AJ Brown? Would you like AJ?
AJ and I talk. We're in a good, great place.
Last one.
I know I can talk to him next.
So we've had 3 instances now of quarterbacks asked about future decisions. Lamar was asked about Harbaugh. We just lost. I'm blacked out. We just lost. I can't answer that. If I want Harbaugh back, Harbaugh gone. Jordan Love, do you want Matt LaFleur back after the Packer loss? Yes, I do want him back. And then Hurts was asked, you want Kevin Patullo back? It's too soon for It's too soon for that, and I'll talk to A.J. Brown later on tonight. We're in a decent spot. All right, Bob. Light up the fan text with what you emailed.
I don't think this is a controversial take at all. If Kevin Patullo gets let go by Philadelphia, he is the perfect type of rehab coach to add to the Cowboys staff.
877-881-1053.
I'm not saying to let Kevin Patullo call plays. I'm saying Kevin Patullo, like Ben McAdoo, like Brian Schottenheimer, like Ken Dorsey before him here on this Cowboys staff, they've always added them as, hey, come be an analyst. Come be a good set of eyes here. Come do this for us. Is he a great play caller? It didn't look like it, but I will say this. Consistently now, we've seen offensive coordinators that are super frustrated and just at their wits' end with calling plays for Jalen Hurts.
And that was your point yesterday. How many are you going to run through?
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later, when he's going to be on, his 5th coordinator in 5 years now?
You have to factor in who left for jobs.
They did, and 2 guys did. 2 guys did get hired to head coach, right? Steichen and
but
Kellen.
People were trying to fire Kellen before he got the Saints job. Like, Eagles fans were trying to run him out of town, too.
But yeah, 2 guys did get hired, but we are going to talk about a guy being on his 5th coordinator.
It'll be 5 years.
Like
5 and 5 years.
5 and 5 years. Sooner or later, like if you run through that many coordinators and you're not getting really any better, like some years you'll have a better year than others. But you can, players can have better years than worse years. Just because you have a better year doesn't mean you're getting better. You can just have a better year.
Right.
And if that's the case, you're not the guy. If you're running through head coaches and quarterbacks or just coordinators, let's say, you're not the guy.
Brian Johnson was one of the NFL's like ascending coordinator minds and offensive minds in Philadelphia, and then he gets the coordinator job in 2023, and immediately it's like he's getting destroyed. Brian Johnson, who was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles in 2023. Right. No, the old coach at Mississippi State. He was Dak's quarterback coach at Mississippi State, got a lot of praise there, got into the NFL, continued to go. He's like 37 years old. He's been in the NFL now for a decade, but he's considered one of these young, bright minds that moves everybody forward. He gets to Philly. He gets a lot of praise for working with Jalen Hurts. Then he becomes the offensive coordinator instead of just the quarterback's coach, and all of a sudden he is destroyed. And he gets one and done, and people are like, well, you can't use that guy anymore. Quinn hires him to be an offensive coach in Kingsbury, and Quinn hired him to be an offensive coach in Washington. And all of a sudden people are talking about what a great job he's doing with Jaden Daniels and helping Jaden Daniels adjust to the NFL. To me, Patullo is the same type of question. Patullo is considered one of these really bright, up-and-coming offensive minds. People are talking about that's a future head coach one day. He gets the first year as the coordinator in Philadelphia. It blows up in his face like these coordinator jobs in Philly seem to do. And now everybody's like, can't even hire. No, bring him here as an offensive assistant. Bring him here as somebody to do the job Shoddy did, working with the defense of like, here's how I would game plan against your defense. Throw him on the staff. Ken Dorsey was here as just another set of eyes. He's not a position coach or anything else. Get here, kind of settle back into a job. To me, hire the coaches who were considered geniuses or renowned by other coaches around the league as like, that guy's the next up, who one job 1 year blows up in his face and then everybody wants to stay away from him. Hire that guy. Have him be an assistant. Have him rehab here.
I got no issue with that. Like, there's not, just because the guy fails at a position doesn't mean he's a bum. You know, like, you can hire down. It's the Peter principle.
You ready for some yelling and screaming?
Yeah.
Anthony Gargano. Does that sound like a Philly name?
This is the guy that goes, ah! Is that him?
I don't know whether he is or was on the Fanatic.
He was the old sales guy here, Anthony Gargano.
That's not
Vincenzo. Anthony Gargano and your boy from the NFL Network, Mike Garafolo.
Was Mike
is he a Philly guy?
Yeah, Mike is from Philly.
He's from Philly. He's on Gargano's podcast, Part 1.
You think Syria? Go ahead, go make your case for your boy.
Where's my ring? Where's the Super Bowl ring that I can hold up as a
the one that he got wearing pom-poms, waving pom-poms on the sidelines? Thanks to Fangio and
what do you want him to
Stoutland?
do? He's the head coach. What do you want him to do? You want him to
Thanks to Stoutland?
on both sides of the
He's
ball?
the head coach who comes from the offensive side of the ball, who has no idea about offense.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Listen, they have fundamental
Because I saw
problems.
such a great offense over the last year. It took Lane Johnson last year to tell me to run the ball.
Puke by herself right now because I gotta deal with this right now. Okay. What do you mean he doesn't know what to do on the offensive side of the ball? They have fundamental problems on this roster. Huge problems that need to be. You want to know how long this checklist is this offseason and how big the items are? That quarterback and that wide receiver can't coexist anymore. And frankly, yesterday, I thought that was, I was like, that's not even top 10 A.J. Brown controversies. It doesn't even make the top 10 list. EJ's sitting there. I'm watching.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. EQ can't handle his locker room. He's got a diva wide receiver.
What does EQ stand for?
Emotional intelligence.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got it. I love now how people are poking holes at the roster. I love when we do this.
Right.
You got all the talent throughout the entire season, and then there's major issues here. You got Devontae Smith, I know. You got A.J. Brown. You got a $50 million quarterback. You got the guy that people thought was the best running back in the league before this season. Yeah, you lost Travis Kelce, but you don't have scrubs up front. No. And now, hey, there's some things Howie needs to fix here.
Nobody has complained
with that defense
about the Eagles roster,
the talent
in like 8 years.
What a joke!
That nobody has said a word.
We've
about
talked
the
about
Eagles
their defense
roster.
a little bit here and there. Not this year. Not this year.
No.
We've talked about their secondary. We've talked about Slay or who's the guy with the initials CGJ, Gardner Johnson. We've talked about some of those things, or the misses from Georgia. No one's talked about it. Don't give me that excuse.
Yeah, the only thing I can't. Sirianni's tough for me because I see so much of the dumb stuff he does, like as a personality, where it's like, the hell are you doing? It's unnecessary. And then you see so much of what he does or what he doesn't do in terms of he's not their coordinator, he's not calling plays, he's not doing any of this, and it's like it's hard to see what it is. But also at the other end of it, it's a little bit like whenever we are so insistent on somebody being a difference here. Or not being a difference. And then there's public opinion about, like, you know, a coach or a player or somebody else. And it's like, yeah, but you don't know. Like, we know the team here.
Yeah.
We're telling you he's good.
Yeah.
And you just don't understand. There's so many people in Philly, Ross Tucker or Garofolo or other people who always tell us, like, you don't understand Sirianni's good. Like you don't get what he does. And when you see some of the leaks that come out of that locker room, it is a little bit like, is it a miracle that he's kept them enough? Like, he's kept them stable enough that they've been to 2 Super Bowls. So I don't know how to deal with him in terms of his personality manager. He may be better than I realize. Yeah. And if you swapped him out, it could have been a bigger disaster the last couple of years.
I mean, look, there's no doubt. He's a wild card. But it's almost like there's a method to the madness that he has. It kind of has that feeling because...
Well, I think Jeffrey Lurie would say, like, he gives us our edge.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, I mean, you take on the personality of your coach a lot of times.
But Bobby to me just brought up, that's the question. Like, is he holding it together, or is he responsible for the drama of not controlling it?
It might be a combination. Like, he might be holding it together.
I think he's way too immature and too much of a jackass to give him credit for this being calculated.
That's how I feel. I feel like that's probably the way. It's just the only thing that gives me pause is, again, if he was the one driving it, I would think Ross Tucker and Mike Garofolo, they would be around it and realize it and go like, he's got to go.
But you're also, and I don't think it's calculated. I think it's actually working on accident. Like he is giving them that edge. He is somehow holding it together.
Yeah.
I don't think it's intentional. I just think it's working because all those personalities together somehow.
But look, if Brian Schottenheimer was Sirianni as an offensive guy and all those things were happening offensively and Schottenheimer had a coordinator, I would also blame Schottenheimer. Mm-hmm. You have to. Just like you have to blame Schottenheimer to a degree for Eberflus. But even more so when it's your expertise, your side of the ball. Sirianni's the offensive guy, supposedly. So I could give you more of a pass if you're like Harbaugh's a special teams, straight walk-around coach. You're supposed to be an offensive guy weighing in here when people thought he just held on to his buddy for employment in Patullo. And then part 2 of Gargano and Garofolo arguing from NFL Network.
You're giving me a target.
Do you want him fired? Question. Do you want him fired?
I do. I want Kevin Stefanski in here.
I can't.
Well, good. Don't. I didn't ask for your opinion. You called me. Oh, I didn't ask for your opinion.
Well,
my opinion matters.
I don't think he's a smart football man. I don't. I don't think he. Compared to, I don't know, me. Yeah. Compared to.
So you want John Harbaugh in here?
Other NFL people that I know? No, I don't.
You want John Harbaugh in here?
Did I just say Kevin Stefanski, or you did not hear me?
I love Kevin. I think Kevin's a great head coach. How many Super Bowls has Kevin been to?
Doesn't matter. He didn't have Howie Roseman as his GM and that roster. Stop with how many Super Bowls? So Doug Peterson's got more Super Bowls too. Was he a good coach?
You guys ran him out and thought he sucked too.
There's nobody more unhappy again with winning than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Because if you think, to me personally, you can't have it both ways. If you think Jalen Hurts stinks, getting to the playoffs and winning like 10 games every year and getting into 2 Super Bowls with him is a pretty good coaching job.
Agreed.
If you think Jalen Hurts stinks. Now, if you think Sirianni stinks and Hurts is good.
But I think, Choppy, what Eagles fans would come back and tell you is we were running a different offense when Jalen was willing to run. Jalen does not want to run. It's like people last night were like, why isn't CJ running?
Right.
Well, there's some crazy stat of like 3 rushing attempts since his concussion. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't want to run.
Right.
I want to sit back here in this pocket. I either don't want to be labeled as that guy or I don't want to take those hits. So I think they would come back and say we were running a different offense and Jalen was willing to run then.
I agree, and that's not the coach's fault.
It is. It is the coach's fault. It's like the clip we played from Seth Joyner yesterday.
Run.
Then you play for the coach.
Well, no.
The coach calls the plays.
Yeah, but there's also there's checks the quarterback can make.
I don't care about your checks and your audibles. When they sit in the game planning room, this is my assumption. I don't know. When they sit in the game planning room and it's like, Jalen, we want to run option here with you. We want to have 5 design runs. And he's like, no. It's sounding like Jalen's winning out in that argument. That's bad coaching. I don't care about checks and all that. He checks out. That's an excuse. He doesn't want to put himself in harm's way, or he doesn't want to play like that. That's what Eagle fans have been saying. C.J. Stroud last night did not and apparently has not been wanting to use his legs there in Houston. And, I mean, I'm not going to make last night the indictment of everything one game, but that's what Eagle fans are arguing, that Jalen is difficult with that behind the scenes.
Yeah, I get that. Like, Mahomes doesn't do QB sneaks anymore. Ever since that year where he got laid up in Denver and hurt his knee.
Yeah.
So the Chiefs just don't do QB
If he
sneaks.
passed like Mahomes, he probably would be allowed
Pat
to do
Mahomes
it.
Pat Mahomes can beat you in other ways.
But, so
they
like
can't drop back and pick you apart.
So if Hurts says I'm not running,
how do you think he's saying
like
it?
design runs.
You think they're saying, hey, we want you to run? He's just going, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
and they're just like terrified of like he might be a serial killer.
Go ahead,
Let's
finish
not
it.
I'm just saying, what's the other option? Bench him?
Yeah, sure, do
or
that.
Your job as a coach, as a leader, as a CEO, is to. It's like Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer talked about with what we want in the next DC. Like, you got to connect to have him go along with what needs to be done versus what he doesn't want to do. It's Phil Jackson coaching Mike. Mike, find Paxson. Kobe, stop being selfish and jacking up every shot. Like, you're paid. And you have that position to make the person to work together with it with the compromise. And it sounded like Jalen was just like, no, not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, in order to have a compromise, you do have to have both parties willing to compromise. And that's the problem. Like, they have Hurts is empowered by the contract. He's not going anywhere. He knows he can say no, and they're not going to cut him. They can't cut him. I don't know what the coach is supposed to do there. If the guy's refusing to do it, are you going to bench him? I mean, that would be the option.
Over his last 26
you do a bad job not connecting to like make him want to work with you to do it.
Over his last 26 games, Jalen Hurts is averaging 185 passing yards per game. It's 16 completions per game. That's it. And in that time, he's only, 29 rushing yards per game, which before that, he was way above that. He was averaging closer to like 50 per game in like the 26 before that.
Do you have an example here where a player, like Diggs, right? Now Trayvon doesn't have the power and the money that...
Yeah, he wouldn't even get on the field.
Like, he didn't want to do things scheme-wise. And they're like, okay, you're making $20 million, you can't play. You're not going to play. Matt Eberflus did a bad job connecting with Trayvon Diggs and either teaching him what to do in cover two or whatever it was schematically, or making him want to do it. That is part of your job in dealing with professional millionaires, right? Like, not everyone's going to go along like Dak Prescott. I bet if they called 4 or 5 design runs, Dak wouldn't want to do it, but I bet he wouldn't put up the resistance that some of these guys do because he's a team dude.
Tyler didn't want to play left tackle in meaningless football games, and they said do it anyway. And he went, okay.
Yeah, and you may be doing it this offseason. So there you go. A little yelling and screaming from them and from us in the commercial-free expressway with Sean and RJ. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. It is time for Ask Reddit, which we do every Tuesday. You can weigh in on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text or on the Twitch or the YouTube with the fan cam. Let's start off with Peyton Russell, because I'm really curious what your answer is to this one, Peyton. Mm-hmm. How long do you take in the shower? I know yours is the longest of all of ours because of things you've told us, but...
I mean, it's no longer than 8 minutes, and I feel like that's even a stretch. No longer than 8.
Yeah.
I mean,
he knows his video length.
I mean, you can't even get to the first part there.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
I'll show you my history. No, longer than 8 minutes.
Don't.
I get in and get out. I'm not there to... I wash the hair, body. I'm done.
I think I'm probably... I don't know, like 10 minutes, something like that. There's a little bit of an aspect of the shower that's also just like, it's nice, it's quiet. It's like, oh, this is nice and soothing. And where I like taking like...
That's what I would use the bath for.
I would just take a couple minutes, just kind of sit there on the water and just be like, all right, it's quiet in here. And then I've got a little bit of a break. And then, all right, let's get to the rest of it. But yeah, probably like 10 minutes, something like that.
I think about the water bill too much when I'm in the shower. So I'm like, I got to get in, get out. Get in, get out. It's dollar signs going down the drain.
Depends on the time of year for me. In the wintertime, it's a long shower because I want the hot. I want to be hot.
Got to clean the chlorine off.
Right. Yeah, that's the summertime.
Oh, okay.
But, generally, I turn the water on, and then I sit down, and I get on my phone for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then I let this...
In the shower?
No, I let the whole thing steam up. And then I do bring my phone in the shower a lot of times. I'll watch a video or listen to music or...
But how? How do you guys take phones in the shower?
I mean, the iPhone's kind of waterproof.
I don't take it in the shower.
Okay.
But no, I know they've got those things like now that you can put in your shower to like.
I put on the ledge like the.
But how do you how does it sit without sliding? How do you touch it with the wet hands?
I don't touch it usually.
Okay.
Sometimes I do.
So you pick one video and you're stuck with that.
Oh yeah, I'm on the video. It's usually it's a nerdy aviation video, or it's a podcast, or it's whatever.
Okay.
So then once I'm in the shower, it's 6 to 9 minutes.
6 to 9 minutes of just touching it with wet hands.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think 8's a good number. Like, I was blown away. My cousin from California, when I was young, he'd be in there for 25 minutes. And I'm like, what are you doing? He just loved showers. Well,
cleanest boy on the block,
and
or
then
the dirtiest.
I went in there and it was a slip and slide for some reason. So, yeah, not over 10. Not over 10 for me. If I want to sit and chill, I'll take an occasional bath.
817, my shower is a sauna, so I spend 10 to 15 minutes in the steam, then
nice.
a 10-minute shower to cool off and clean. Over on the YouTube, we got 12 minutes, and then 214 says 15 minutes. All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ Choppy, what is the most use it or lose it skill? The opposite of it's just like riding a bike.
I mean, it's probably your body or your brain. You know, I saw my dad just retire and then watch Steve Wilkos and Jerry Springer. His brain was dead in 3 years. It was mush. Just a pile of maggots. Body's the same way. You sit around, you don't walk, you don't move, and you just get old quick. So probably one of those two.
Use it or lose it.
Peyton?
Mine was tying a tie. I feel like once I do it once or something, like I got it down because I tried so many times. But if I don't wear a tie for 6 or 7 months, then I lose track of it and I got to watch the YouTube guy again.
That's a great one.
This is like, it's probably goes along the lines of what Chop's talking about with just your brain. If I've been away for a week and I got to sit back down and do prep again, it's almost like I forget what websites do I typically go to, and then when I go to it, it's like I'll stare at it for a second and just be like, what do I want to say about this? How do I actually get this out of my head? It takes...
Or your voice will crack.
Yesterday, I missed one day. Yesterday, 90 minutes to do my prep, 90 minutes to 2 hours, something like that, which it never takes that long. But I was sitting there just
Never takes that long.
How long does it usually take?
Usually like an hour. Something like that to write everything out. But if I
am I budgeting my time improperly?
No, you're doing a great job.
How long does it take you?
4.5 hours every day.
Do not change anything for your prep.
How long do you take?
That's what I've been saying.
4.5 hours.
Cumulatively, or like sitting down in one time?
Nonstop between noon and 4:30 every day.
On the computer, typing the email?
You might be using your time.
4.5 straight
every day. And once I'm done, I'm done.
We know, yes.
Right?
So I'll throughout the day, if I'm looking at Twitter or something.
Like, the amount of golf I could play, I'm sitting here doing an hour?
Yeah, but you don't understand. Like,
I will bookmark things throughout the day, and I just kind of already know in my head, like, all right, I kind of think this about it. And so when I circle back, it just takes me. Yeah. But I've bookmarked stuff throughout the day, but I'm not sitting down looking at the computer for 4 hours straight.
I need a break. I'm sorry. I got to
go. I'll be careful how long you take.
Just say BS real quick, and then you can walk out of the studio.
Holy cow.
All right.
877-881-1053. What is BS?
Because that's what I said last week. I said BS, and then I was able to walk out. 817, apparently my vacation hours. 817, any math above addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division.
Oh, yeah.
So anything you do over that, you kind of start losing that a little bit. I lose my passwords because my iPhone remembers them all. 972, playing golf. Oh, running stamina. Also one of the answers here on the fan text. All right, next one here on Ask Reddit. Sean Sharif, what's a small social rule you refuse to follow even if everyone expects it? I know in my house it's guests coming in and actually addressing me, but what about you?
A small social rule that I refuse to follow even though everyone else does it? Ooh, that's a tough one.
I feel like you have a few social rules that you're just like, nope.
Like what? You've been
like
around me enough.
I know one of the ones is you're not going to fake politeness with a rude server.
Oh my God, this one incident.
No, this has not happened one time.
When else?
This has happened 2 or 3 times we've been on vacation where somebody's been snippy or whatever, you just call it out. You're like, no, I'm not going to just, for the sake of maintaining it, I'm not going to just pretend you didn't do that.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to confront it. You're in favor of confrontation when it needs it.
Yeah, like I don't know why I was thinking about this, but I was like, if my, I know why. Because I was complaining about Do we have any gas company sponsors at this station? Do we do gas energy?
I don't think so. There's only one.
All right, there's one that needs to be investigated for running a monopoly. I truly believe that because I reach out to these people who connect you with different utilities. We'll find the different utilities
brokers,
for you. Yeah, brokers. So I reached out to one, ended up being a Tolo who's texting me saying, I went and checked, you don't have any other gas alternative option. And I was like, thank you. And then I was like, well, what would have happened if I was like rude to that person? He ended up being a listener. And I was like, if you took my recorded calls to TV companies or whatever, I would by far probably have the worst. Or like my rideshare app interactions. Right. But I feel it's all justified. Of course, I think we all do probably.
Sure, absolutely.
I'm like,
everybody thinks their opinion.
You provided terrible service. You're putting me through the runaround. I've spent an hour and a half on the phone. So no, I just wouldn't go along with being polite about it. And my wife, she would probably just sit there and put on the nice act, even though she's feeling the same way. So thank you, Bobby. That is a good one for me.
My answer to this one is I will not just round up to the charity at the drive-thru or whatever.
Come on, Bobby.
You got to tell me what the charity is. I'll be like, what is that? If I don't know what it is, I'll say, what is that?
Fun. Wow.
And then when they tell me, I'll be like,
human fun.
I've told them before. They've told me what it is, and I go, no, I'm good.
You give away, you throw away cash everywhere.
Yeah, and then I start finding out, what is this? Oh, I know that agenda.
It's amazing.
Nope, I'm
Bobby
not doing that.
throws cash to everyone except for charity.
No,
except
I throw it. No, I go above and beyond for charity if I know what it is. Because there are some of those that
this guy downstairs, the burrito guy, he's going to retire early.
Oh, Anwar's great. Anwar's a great guy.
And Bobby has lit up this guy's 401k with these burritos. But don't be at Children's Medical.
No. Children's Medical. Sure, I'm going through. There was one of these one time I was going through, and it was like Starbucks or something. They were like, would you like to round up for this assist? And I was like, the hell is that? I was like, what is that? And then they're like, oh, it's just to encourage people to do political engagement. I was like, no. Hold on. I'm not rounding up for that. Yeah. That sounds like a dumb charity. I'm not in it.
For me, well, I certainly don't give a girl a chair when she takes one. That's for damn sure. But I don't call people by the way they want their name pronounced.
Oh, that is a huge one for you.
Okay, the way it has been socially accepted by the rule, that is how your name is pronounced. You can't have the last name Smith and say you want to pronounce Smythe. Okay, it doesn't work. Once it's been accepted, now there's obvious exceptions. If your name is Aaron and you want it to be Aaron, I will gladly go along with that because that's just funny and that's good. But if you have a normal, socially accepted name, and then you say you want to pronounce differently because your peepaw said it some stupid way in Iowa, I'm sorry. I'm not going along with that.
817, I'm a single mom, so I don't return carts to the cart return anymore. 817, toilet seat stays wherever it's at. I don't put it down. A bunch of people saying I don't tip or I won't do the roundup tip at the counter. Peyton, you got one?
Yeah, so if someone offers to pay for something, like if we're out at dinner or drink something, I don't do the fight back and be like, oh no. Like if they want to offer to pay for it, I just say, okay, thanks, man.
And you did actually pay for the drinks after the morning show dinner. We went to the next place, and I asked for the check. Boom. Peyton took
You can't
the
call me
check.
frugal anymore.
Oh my God, that's impressive. That is impressive.
And then Chop brought in a bottle of Clase Azul as a thank you.
615, here you go. I can't fake enjoying someone's food that I think tastes bad.
Oh,
if
that's
it tastes
mean.
bad, if it tastes bad, I'll say it tastes bad. Kristen hates that. And then Kristen always, whenever I say I like something, she goes, you're just saying that. I was like, I'm not just saying that because I've told you when it tastes bad. This gives you the authenticity to know you made it right.
I won't call people back normally.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be a text.
Yeah.
Maybe. All right, there it is. Ask Reddit. We'll finish up with KNC at 9:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. More quarterbacks are moving, and it wasn't last year for the Longhorns. We all know that. I took great delight in it. It may be this next season. The college football kegger is next. But let me...
know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
How about $40 million for your University of Texas roster? Ooh. Now, they had all the attention's been on Lane Kiffin and LSU. They made, it worked out. As soon as the show was over yesterday, we mentioned that his trip to Knoxville's airport to go get Sam Levitt while he was on his visit to Tennessee worked, because Sam Levitt has committed to LSU and Lane Kiffin. But Sark is quietly and loudly
there's nothing quiet about it.
Put together an amazing class. And they are talking about a $40 million roster, if not this year, in the future years at the University of Texas. Because who they got now, Bobby?
Cam Coleman, baby.
And
they've also got Hollywood Smothers. It's so good.
Hollywood Smothers?
They are going to be so...
What a name.
They are going to be so good next year.
Yeah.
Look, Sark, kudos. You recognized your quarterback was trash and that you needed to put all the pieces around him a la Jalen Hurts, and it's appreciated. Oh, goodness, it is appreciated. So good.
You guys
I'm pumped.
Are just like Cowboy fans.
No, hell no. Smothers better than Wisner. We got the receivers now. We are going to be good, baby.
You still have the quarterback you don't believe in.
Doesn't matter. He can sidearm stuff into the dirt all he wants. Cam Coleman's going to scoop that ass out.
The one thing in Arch's favor is that we've seen this. We saw this with Underwood at Michigan. A lot of the freshman quarterbacks. We are seeing that it takes some time at the college level now, where, if he's still.
Do we know if Underwood's good?
People love him. He is.
I don't get that sentiment. To me, Bryce Underwood hasn't proven.
No, he hasn't proven it yet. No, he hasn't proven it yet. But he is, he was very highly touted, and he's got a lot of talent. He just hasn't put it together. Because we're seeing guys like Fernando Mendoza, who's a 2-star, become the overall number 1 pick because he's 24 years old. And the guys who are the 5-star players, it almost hurts them to play early. It almost kind of hurts them. So,
well, you said if you're the guy, you're the guy.
You're the guy.
Been your rookie philosophy for our 15 years together.
That's true. That's true. And listen, I do not think this is a make or break year for Sark because of Arch.
Yep. He's got a safety net.
Right.
He's a made guy.
If Arch has another year,
he's got a sponsor.
He's got a sponsor.
It's a player.
If Arch is a good year, but not a great year, I could absolutely see Arch coming back again.
Yeah.
Sark's not going to get fired if there's a chance that you could have a senior Arch Manning, because that would be theoretically his best season.
So, Bobby, you were complaining about the talent around, not that Arch was not a problem, but the rest of the Longhorn talent, offensive line and receivers. Do you think that's what set off this spending spree? Like, yo, man, we don't need to be having that. And they were the number 1 pre-ranked team in the country. You think that set off some alarm bells? Like, look at the help around.
Yeah, they knew that they didn't have enough skill players around. They didn't do enough to replace Golden and everybody else that they had lost. They lost the running backs. They had Wisner there, but they had lost running backs, receivers. The offensive line was depleted. Everything around him was not great. So in order for things to kind of stabilize a little bit, you had to put some better talent around him. And boy, howdy, did they do it, because Cam Coleman is a stud. That dude is a freaking stud. And I'm so pumped, because we're talking about a guy who's been a teenager and just destroying the SEC at Auburn as a receiver, and that dude is going to be a top tier pick in the NFL draft next year or the year after, and he is so good.
Speaking of top tier picks in the NFL draft,
let's talk about some more Texas players.
Oh my God! I can't wait.
I flipped so fast. Texas is the one that I'll flip quicker on anything else. We're back, baby. Sam Ellinger, Longhorn Nation.
Did Ty Simpson just tell all of us that he's going to be a first-round draft pick and a high one?
He might be.
Did he just tell us that Tom Brady told him he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft? Because he reportedly turned down $6.5 million from Miami.
What?
And $4 million from Ole Miss and $4 million from Tennessee. And he is, theoretically, they think he's going to go to the NFL draft.
$6.5?
$6.5 million. This is a Quinn move, right? Because Quinn was offered a ton of money.
Yeah,
reportedly.
Mm-hmm.
What? unless you're going to be a first-round draft pick, you take the $6.5 million, and then you just get drafted next year.
He's going to be a first-round draft pick.
On 3.
Okay.
It's a. I mean, everyone's talking about this.
Look, when I saw him tear up Vanderbilt, I was like, all right, this looks like one of the best 3 quarterbacks I've seen this year. I was high on Mateer early on. Then he cost me money against the Longhorns. Obviously, I was watching Pavia. But in terms of a pro, I'm like, this isn't even a discussion. Like, this is a joke to compare Diego Pavia to Simpson. And then kind of like Mateer, that second half of the year fell off and was different. But when I was watching him make some big-time NFL throws, destroying Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he'll go in the first round. Simpson will go in the first round. Probably like... I mean, the biggest thing with Ty Simpson is he's never he's a one-year starter.
Right.
And the track record of one-year starters at the NFL is bad. It is not good. There's a couple of guys who have been successes there, but Darnold took a year. Mm-hmm. Cam Newton won an MVP.
Cam was
I don't know. Like, because Cam... Did you get the career out of Cam that you want to get out of a number 1 pick at quarterback? I don't know. You got a run out of him.
You got 10 years out of him.
Made a Super Bowl appearance.
You got to run out of him. The Panthers got like 3 years out of him where it's like, yeah, that's the guy. But like, he hung around the NFL. But did you get like that's who you expect when you have the number 1 pick? Ty Simpson will be. I think he'll be good. I don't think he's going to be a super stud or anything. But I mean, we're talking about the history of one-year starters in the NFL recently. Kyler Murray, Dwayne Haskins, Mitch Trubisky, Mark Sanchez, Trey Lance, Anthony Richardson. That's not a great list.
And Anthony Richardson's making 8.5. So when you compare the money, right? Think about where Richardson was drafted, where Simpson could go. He's making 8.5.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, he would be obviously first round is a lot of money.
You also maximize one of the things that a lot of these business analysts are saying about the NFL draft is they're saying it does not matter how much money you're making now. Get to set yourself up to be an NFL free agent at as young an age as possible. You could be getting $6 million from Miami and only $4 million in the NFL. It doesn't matter. Set yourself up to get into NFL free agency by the time you're 25 instead of 26.
Yeah, but
and always have those years.
Yeah, but was it a mistake for like Quinn Ewers? So what? He gets a free agency early. Whoop-de-doo, like if he doesn't.
Right. It just depends with Ewers. Like with Ewers, it's the question is like, how well does he play at Miami?
Yeah, I know.
If you believe in yourself, if you think you can do that, then sure. Like, I mean, we don't know if it's a mistake yet. He was always going to get less money, Quinn was, in the NFL the first year than he was in college. I just don't know. That was him banking on he thought he was going to be good enough. And I mean, he's already gotten a chance to start in Miami, so maybe they are going to give him this opportunity. And then, yeah, you will get to maximize your money.
It is the College Football Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this the best brother in the world or the biggest loser in the world? Dylan Raiola transferring to Oregon. There is a chance Dante Moore returns still. What's that?
I just saw my text and saw that you got me in trouble with my wife. Thanks. The burritos.
Look, you two, listen. If you're so scared that you can't order food at work or concession stands or get breakfast, that's your problem. That's not my problem.
I told you I don't run my house.
Control your house a little bit.
You thought I did.
Are you?
And now you see I don't.
Kristen texted in the commercial break. How many burritos are you buying per week? Choppy having to hide his snack machine credit card. That's not my problem. That's y'all's problem. I won't apologize for that. I'll apologize for things when I get you in trouble. Get control your breakfast.
He has
control your appetite.
He has transferred to Oregon, and the word is he's a package deal with his brother Dayton. Okay, so his brother,
package deal.
Yeah, so like you take my brother, I'll come.
Yeah,
right. I'll come.
And his brother,
he's a freshman. Right, he's a freshman. So,
like, is he a bum? Is he a nice prospect?
I think he's a bum. He was going to go to Nebraska, and then he decommitted from Nebraska. Yeah, not a bum. But is he? Freshmen a lot of time to get a true freshman to a major Power 4 school. I mean, you got to be a stud.
Yeah,
because they're not just taking anybody. They can go get a portal guy that's already played, mid-major athletics.
But why would Dylan go there if Dante was coming back?
Well, see, he doesn't know. He doesn't know if Dante's going to come back. So he was going to leave Nebraska.
All right. He doesn't transfer again.
Transfer again. So
you can do that.
Dayton Raiola is a 3-star. He is the 103rd ranked quarterback nationally, according to 247.
Okay, so not somebody that like Oregon's not going out of their way to go get.
His other schools
a
were
three-star.
Appalachian State and Charlotte that were interested in him, other than Nebraska and Oregon, who are tied to Dillon.
So is this an all-time brother move, or because he might be a backup?
He's not going to go there he's not going to go there to be a backup.
Yeah, this is you got to take LiAngelo. That's what this is. You got to take Jello in order to get
or one of the Antetokounmpo boys.
Right, he's cost us.
He's not going to go there and sit if Dante's
I wouldn't
there.
think so. I wouldn't think
That's
so.
not happening. This kid's got way too much of an ego. This is the Mahomes wannabe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's not going to sit there on the bench like that.
College Kegger here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a stalemate.
And the Dante Moore thing kind of blew up with the Jets when it was some draft guy saying, stay away from the Jets, go back to school. And then
It was McShay.
It was McShay.
Yeah.
And then Stephen A. kind of talked about it. And then it was Garrett Wilson, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They got ticked off and mad at Stephen A. being like, I used to like your show. What a joke. Because Stephen A. was saying stay far, far away from the Jets.
Heather Dinich is reporting there's a little bit of a stalemate. So the committee has like another week to decide if they're going to expand the playoffs to 16 teams. The SEC wants 16. The Big Ten says, fine, we'll give you your 16, but in 3 years, you have to agree to move it to 24. And the SEC is like, well, no, we don't want to do that. Which 24 seems high.
Yeah.
That seems high. And it seems like a really drawn-out playoffs. I mean, that's double what the NFL. It's double what they were pre-COVID, right? But for the SEC commissioner to say he's not ready for that one, and that doesn't make sense for him because he's like, we'll get our whole conference in. The Big Ten, the SEC would get like, how many teams would they get on a 24 team? They'd get 8 each at minimum? Minimum? I mean, that sounds like a great deal for those conferences. But as a fan, I don't know. Like 24 seems too much.
Yes. This playoff has felt good.
It has.
This playoff has felt good. And when you push it to 16, we'll be arguing, not as much, but you'll be arguing about 17 and 18. But this has felt good. You want to make it a few more? Fine. I'm fine with that, but not 24.
So if you get to 24, that means you would get...
Then you want to talk about beatdowns?
Dude, I mean, so you would have, obviously, BYU, Texas, Vandy in, Utah, USC, 9-3 Arizona, 9-3 Michigan, 10-3 Virginia.
And don't lose the importance of the college football regular season is so much more important than the college basketball regular season. Don't screw that up.
That's what the SEC wants. Make that as unimportant as possible so we can throw our 6 lost teams into these playoffs.
But they're like, we don't want the 20. That's what they said, though. They don't want 24 teams, which doesn't make sense from their perspective because there's just more money. But I'm glad they're saying no to it because I don't want them to lose.
Why would they say no?
I don't know. I don't know why they're saying no.
Because there are 16 teams in the SEC, and they think the playoffs should be their conference.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up. It's the college football kegger. Bobby is back for Below the Belt on the home of the Cowboys at 8:40. But Bobby's back because we have to talk about a belt off to the Army and a rejection of Gbag of the Year next on Sean and RJ. Let me...
877-414 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Cooper with a steal. And way up ahead to Cooper. He's going to have a chance to hit the launching pad.
Yeah. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got the return of Bobby Roberto Belt. Cooper Flagg scoring 27 last night. The Mavs and the Stars get a W. Below the belt on the home of the Cowboys is coming up at 8:40.
Bad highlight, though.
Why?
I didn't like it.
Dude, come on. That was a good one.
Well, I need you to make sure that your breakfast is good and digested because it could come up after Bobby throws in this NBA story. This is all-time nauseating.
Kudos to shout out to one Spike Eskin, who is the reason I saw this story when he tweeted and said, "This is a joke, right? This isn't real, what they're doing." Did you see what LeBron James is doing now? LeBron James.
By the way, we got an 8-game difference between the Mavs and the Lakers. Now, Anthony Davis being gone for months is going to finish me off and screw me, which was a stupid part of my prediction on our bet. But if he was healthy, I would think there could be some legitimate worry about the way the Lakers are playing.
3 straight losses for the Lakers now. They lose by 12 last night to Sacramento. LeBron James, beginning last night, is wearing a special edition patch that he will wear for the remainder of the season. What is this special edition patch? It is a patch honoring his 23 seasons in the NBA. This man is wearing a patch dedicated to himself for the rest of the season on his jersey. The NBA has approved this, and he will be wearing the most self-centered, navel-gazing player of all time continues on and is wearing a patch of himself throwing dust in the air and having 23 NBA seasons. Each patch will be removed after every game and eventually included in trading cards or sold off to auctions, but he will be wearing that patch every single night the rest of the season.
I actually have respect for this.
Of course you do. Opposite opinion.
Yeah, well, it's just, when this is something I would do.
Yeah,
this
a
is
douchebag.
Absolutely.
That's just fine.
When I announce my retirement, I'm going to wear an I'm retiring hat every day.
It's not going to get in now. You're not going to
announce it. I'm going to announce it, and then, and I'll tell you this: my kids, I had just turned around on LeBron. I was starting to turn around on LeBron.
Really? Why?
Just after a while,
out of sight, out of mind. You did the same thing with Rodgers. Softening.
Brady, too. After a while, it's like, I hate you, and then you're around so long, you know what? Respect.
Okay.
Right? I finally respect the craft. Okay. When you've been doing it for 20 years, okay, you know what? You've hit the test. But then I start sending my kids these Jordan videos. Bum. Look at these white guys he's playing against. These guys were they couldn't dribble with their left hand. That's my line.
Yeah.
Just calling them bum. Like this is AI. Big thing with it is AI. I'm like, you know what? I'm starting to hate LeBron again. But this.
Wait, so
I don't know.
Wait. They were hating on Jordan.
They're hating on Jordan.
So why did that make you hate on LeBron?
Because they're saying LeBron.
You should be liking LeBron more.
Talking trash about his generation.
No, they're trashing Michael, saying like LeBron is way better.
Right.
And I'm like, well, that bothers me.
Okay, so that's making you like LeBron a little bit more, or not?
I started liking him more. Then this happened with the MJ stuff, so that brought him down a notch.
Okay.
And now this, all right, you know what? I respect the bit.
I don't. I hate this. I think this is the most self-centered, egotistical thing from the most egotistical player of all time.
100%.
It is. This is awful. I thought it was fake until I went to the article. It's NBA.com. This is not Cal Ripken counting down the games for history or moving on up. If you want to take a piece of the jersey or the mesh and put it on Upper Deck cards and all that, if that's still a thing, Upper Deck, I don't know. I get it. But to wear your own patch for the year played, we gotta make a top 5 list when he's done of the douchiest things that he's ever done.
Wiz is way up there.
And I've supported LeBron, socially, except for the China thing. Socially, China. Number 2 player of all time. This is nauseating. This is so bad. In fact, it's making me hate Rich Paul. Like, there's these long-form clips of Rich Paul.
We don't hate on Rich Paul enough. I do think some of the LeBron things we hate are Rich Paul influences.
Because that makes me think, you're besties with him, you represent, you must think like him. You must agree with him or kiss his ass 24/7, which is a possibility. So that makes me think he's a tool as well. There's these long-form clips of Rich Paul sitting down with Kellerman talking about Anthony Davis and Nico. I couldn't even watch them after this story. You ruined it for me.
Good, I'm glad. That's what I need to do. You know how Rich Paul got his start? It always blows my mind how he got in on LeBron's
a 5'3" point guard on that team.
No, LeBron met him afterwards. He was selling bootleg jerseys out of his car.
That's right.
And LeBron was impressed by some of the throwback jerseys he had. He was like, "Hey, you should run with me." That was it. That's how he got his start. Is just selling stuff out of the back of a car.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on 105.3 The Fan. The news last night was that Donovan Ezrau was arrested for reckless driving in Collin County. Doesn't seem like this is going to be built up into more of a thing. Apparently it was for speeding, but the reckless driving, Donovan Ezrau arrested.
Yeah, not good. Would have liked to seen him turn the corner with that same speed a couple times on the football field. Didn't happen, and that's why ultimately I'm going to have to shave my head.
I think we should do it the Friday before we go to the Super Bowl.
No, hell no. Why?
I'll be gone.
I think we should do it Friday before we go to the Super Bowl.
Do that?
Where are you going to be?
It's Vegas. His bachelor party.
Vegas, yeah. You got to do the Wednesday.
Are you not working when we're in California?
No, I am. I'll be back the first show you guys are in California.
Yeah, that would be the best because then he has to go to Radio Row with the fresh baldness.
Oh, yeah. Well, now we could do it the Monday, right?
You know it would be even better.
No, you are not going to do it on Radio Row. That's not happening. I know. I can already see that's where you're going. That's not what we're doing.
I mean,
that would be.
What about? Okay, I need your memory here. I think I already know the answer. You know, I do know the answer.
Needing my memory is a bad idea.
No, you remember insignificant, dumb things.
Right.
When we went to St. Elmo's, and we went to that other steakhouse in Indy at the Combine, you guys both wore hats, though, right? You did. I know you probably did.
My cowboy hat.
Yeah, I wore hats.
Yeah. Dang it! Because if we went to the steakhouse without the hats, that'd be his biggest nightmare in front of all his connections and everyone. To go with the bald head.
Like Rowdy Tellez with the full beard and the bald head.
So my nominee, y'all text in what you think is the best, 877-881-1053. And then we wouldn't have to hear from the bosses about cleanup.
Right.
Radio Row would have to do it.
Yeah, let them do it.
I was going to say Friday before the Super Bowl, but that first show, that could be awesome.
Yeah.
Everyone will be looking at it. Actually, no one will be there.
No one will be there.
No one will be there. It's 2 hour time
3 in the morning.
difference. 3 in the morning?
No one's going to be there.
Yeah, so that's the Donovan Ezrau arrest. You all text him when you think, 877-881-1053.
Should get a guest to shave my head. Like, try to book Orlovsky and let Orlovsky shave my head.
Yeah, that's an even better idea.
He might cut my throat if he got the opportunity.
Man, that clip going around. I do think, I'm FAF, right? Mm-hmm. I do think the clip going around of him yesterday was a little bit unfair when he called Hurts and Sirianni the modern-day Belichick. Because when you go and listen to the clip, he was really talking about their personalities and their attitude. He wasn't saying, like, the brilliance on the field.
Right.
At least in the clip I heard, but it was still I still hit retweet because I'm against Dan now, and Bobby turned me on him. But I do want to get into Bobby's personal life with why you were out yesterday. 3 different things. He's moved in. He's rejected Gbag of the year, and his boy went to the Army.
Yes, we had the new drive-in from the new place this morning. They cut down a few minutes.
When did you move? How did you manage to move? Who did you get to help?
So Jacob, that's the thing is that it's not even a full move yet. So we've got like 3 weeks crossover time where we're on one lease and started the next. So like we just moved big things Friday, Saturday, like beds and things like that. And then after that, it's just going to be like packing up boxes and moving it slowly over a couple weeks to the next place. But yeah, we did move. It was about a 20-minute drive in here this morning, which is pretty good. But it's like a walk to an elevator and ride down to a parking garage. So that takes like an extra
an elevator
5
and
minutes.
a parking garage.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm kind of a big deal.
Indoor entry.
Yeah, indoor entry. But Jacob is off to Jersey as he is doing basic training for the Army. He was sworn in yesterday. That's why I was out. He was sworn in. We said the goodbye. He'll be back in December. So out of here for the next.
That's a long time.
Yeah, out of the next 11 months. Kristen is planning on visiting where he is a couple times, but he can't come back until December.
Where in Jersey?
I don't remember.
Look up some pizza places for you, Choppy. Maybe.
I had no idea they did basic training in New Jersey.
They do him a bunch of different places apparently. But that's where he's going to be for the first several weeks.
Now, how nervous or scared was he, and how was the emotion? My Hurtado read, I got my copy. You know what? I'll do it. It's perfect. It's coming up here. It's coming up here.
So he's the last few weeks, Kristen has been very stressed, very on edge, very upset about everything.
How much did you guys research, like, what's entailed? Could you go somewhere? The danger? These are the elementary things I'd be doing. I'm ignorant.
I mean, like, I know he's got it. It's like outlined the plan of like where he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be traveling. Like he'll be like 3 different places in the U.S. over the next year.
Like conditioning, training. Did they suggest doing some of that? How intense is it going to be?
He's supposed to be doing Ranger School here soon. I guess after a few weeks, he's going to be doing Army Ranger School, and
he's going to be an Army Ranger.
That's what he wants to do. So he's going to be going through Ranger School. Somebody we know who is, I think they were in the Army or Air Force, but they had said they're like, I can't remember which one it is, if it's Ranger School or the SEALs, but they'll break your fingers during training because they want you to simulate being like captured and on your own.
I thought he was going to go be a welder in the Army.
That's his job initially is wheel well mechanic, but he's going through Ranger School first. So that's what he's doing. Anyway,
I am thrown.
He's we'll see if he passes, but so he's off doing that. The last couple weeks were bad. The night before, when we dropped him off at the hotel before the swearing in, because we had to take him to a hotel so that they could all travel together. That was the one that was bad for all of them saying goodbye, because she wasn't sure if we were going to see him after the ceremony, so they were all like getting it out there, and I'm just driving home, and they're like all just like it sounds just like a tragedy in the car.
You should have recorded it,
but it was not the time. And then yesterday, it was a little bit like we're walking back, and Addison like starts just crying on the way to the car, and I'm like, what's wrong? And then she was like, Jacob was supposed to take me to Cece's, and we were supposed to have a lunch together before he left, and we never went. And so like it's like all those little things now are starting to pop up in their head. But they were very emotional yesterday.
And him, is he scared? Is he excited?
No, he seems ready to go. He seemed like he was trying to stiff upper lip it a little bit yesterday, but he seems ready to go. So we're excited for him.
And then the Gbag rejection.
So I won Gbag of the year.
What?
It was for this song.
By the way, people are saying the fingers are sear training.
Okay. If it was for this song, which didn't even win 5-time status. Peyton on the cheap, yo. Free those spending cash figures. We need zero. Hands down. I'll take Tommy Sledge or even Rigo. Failing all the way through cross. Hey, Joey, where did he go? What's up with this old phony ass loser and his drama? The industry can hate me. Fuck him, go see my mama. How many flaws you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna slash all his money. I'm gay blocking.
Oh. I don't know if I remember that.
Play the clip and hide the eye roll of Sean watching. Sometimes you gotta stop down and show bitter. Certified board up, man. Take producer out your damn LinkedIn. Walk him out, bro. Fine, you know that he been phoning in. Throw him then, just like Fish, Richie Gergo and them. Say, Pate, I hear you kinda dumb. Don't even know how to make a woman. Oh! To any chick that talks to him and they in love, just know that you'll only fit in the tub. Tim tells me Choppy just can't handle when Sean's not around, and that's why Chi-Chi hanging with us at the firehouse. And Choppy never showers. What's that all about? Toxic masculinity, toxic from the waist down. Wop 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 wop. Bob f them up. Wop 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 wop. They just kinda sus. Why y'all looking so sad? Can't you fight, man? Trying to clap back, but you only use your right hand.
Dang! I never heard this.
Yeah, you were out. It was on Walchuk's paternity leave.
These boys is sus. These boys is sus. These boys is sus.
So, why did you catch strays?
This was after they played that, and Peyton would not stop playing the drop, and Choppy kept encouraging it, so I went after both of them.
Okay.
But it won 4 times, and then on the 5th time, Zach and Eric betrayed me. Shut up, Peyton. Zach and Eric betrayed me and voted for something else. And ultimately, I didn't win it, so they honorary 5-timed me. Oh. Dawson did. I don't want the honorary title. I told them not to vote for me. So Gbag of the Year comes up. It ties for Gbag of the Year with Rowdy Tellez. And it ties because Zach and Eric voted for me. And I was like, no, you frauds. I had a whole rap battle with you over this. I'm not accepting. I appreciate Dawson for honoring it, but it didn't deserve it. So then when it went to the vote-off poll on Twitter, it won. The people voted for it. Oh. I appreciate it. It was a great song. Either way, I was winning Gbag of the Year because I was including the Tellez stuff for going after Scott Braun, so it was a great year for me. But I'm not accepting of this. This will be a vacated title 2020. $20.25 was never rewarded because I refused to accept it because that would make me a fraud if I accepted it from those turncoats.
Bobby Roberto Bell right here on 105.3 The Fan and The Return. Are the Cowboys going full RJ choppy and banning G5 schools? That's next. And below the belt right here on The Fan. But yesterday I did get the text.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
The Cowboys are going full RJ choppy and banning the G5 schools. Is that a good or a bad thing? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Chop, you're very anti-G5 school, as we know. You hate them all. Yeah, I think
not really true.
I think you've said they are lesser human beings, specifically is what you've said.
Yeah,
probably something along those lines.
I would look down on that. I would look down on my kids. Absolutely.
Yeah, if they went to a G5. All right, let's take a look and see if that's the right thing. So they mentioned this during the end-of-season press conference. Stephen Jones had said that Will McClay wants to focus more on Power 5 schools, which is something historically that they have done.
Yeah, that's a big Bill was. I mean, he was huge on that.
Want to make sure, like for the
Little Bill.
That's that little cartoon of Bill Cosby.
Yeah, that was
out
Bill's
for
nickname.
years.
That was Bill's nickname.
Big Bill?
Yeah, that was his nickname here.
So if you
Randy refused to call him Tuna. So he was in charge of all nicknames.
Randy not a fan of tuna? Is that what it is?
He was in charge of all nicknames.
So this has been a thought process from the Cowboys for a long time. They were big program places. They want to know that, all right, let's see the closest thing. Before you come to Dallas, we really need to see that you've done it at a big program. There's enough attention here and other off-the-field things. Let's see how you handled big-time football at other programs against the competition and against being able to handle the spotlight and everything else that comes from it. The idea being a talented player, a really talented player at, pick a school, James Madison, even if they're a top-tier recruit, probably you don't have as good an idea of that as a top-tier player at Ohio State, not just because of the on-the-field competition, but because of what it means to handle yourself at Ohio State and what it means to represent yourself and be a professional at that level. So not always been a bad thought. This is their reason, apparently, for a bigger part of this. The portal is the reason why now they're going to start excluding more of the G5 schools and less. That the idea is that NIL has driven so many players to the portal who, if you're a good player at James Madison, if you're a good player at North Texas, if you're Drew Mestemaker, you're now going to transfer to one of these P4 schools.
Right.
So the idea being that any of that smaller talent that would have been undiscovered before is now going to end up at a Power 4 school anyway. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be exposed. You're not going to be on the G5 level anymore. But they have dipped into this well a little bit over the last few years. When you look in the past, their big-time picks have been Oklahoma, Penn State, Michigan, Oklahoma again. Their top pick last year was from Alabama. They have always chosen to dive into this area where they pick from the bigger schools.
Except Tyler.
So let's take a look at their top 100 picks that have been from some of the G5 schools or not the bigger conferences. This past year, they had one. East Carolina, Savone Revel. How'd that one work out season one?
Not good.
Not great. And, that's something that
they
not only
screwed him over, but not good.
Yeah, not only because of the ramp up and because of the knee injury and other things like that, but it's also like, you haven't really seen him play against bigger competition yet. So this was going to kind of be a baptism by fire. Not only the level of competition jump, but also the fact that he was coming off of the knee injury. The year before that, obviously something that we didn't even get to see through to the end. Western Michigan with Marshawn Kneeland, that tragedy that occurred this season, that had nothing to do with their evaluation of him, just not one they had. Not a top 100 pick. Their first non-Power 4 pick in 2023 was Junior Fehoko in the 4th round, who never even played here.
4th round?
Never even played. Yeah, it was their first pick in the 4th round, never even played here. Had 1 year where he was hurt, and then the next year they cut him at the end of training camp. That was a big Dan Quinn pick. That one obviously did not work out. The draft where they really kind of focused in on, let's go ahead and look at some guys who are from smaller schools. And that was the same draft where they wanted the, focus on, let's get guys who are really tough.
Dogs.
And things like that. And maybe you just think to yourself, hey, we're going to find some of that at the lower level. We're going to find some guys who had to grind for a little bit more. In that draft, their number 1 pick was Tyler Smith from Tulsa. Turned out to be a pretty good player. That's a group of 5 school. Jalen Tolbert in the 3rd round, South Alabama. That did not work out. Some of their higher picks that draft, though, Matt Waletzko from North Dakota has been hurt a lot, has not really given to him. But the other 5th round pick they had there, Deron Bland from Fresno State, that did work out. So not a bad look for them on that front. And when you look before that, everything about that was big schools. The year before that, they went literally Penn State, Kentucky, UCLA, Iowa, Oregon State, LSU, Stanford, Kentucky, South Carolina, Nebraska. Not really dipping into any of the pool of smaller program players. In fact, the only time they had really drafted higher guys at smaller schools before that, it had not worked out for them. They took Tristan Hill in the second round from Central Florida. They took from Tulsa Reggie Robinson in 2020, another guy who never played a game for them, ever. Just never got in there and did anything. So when you look back at the way some of these G5 schools have worked for them, it's not been the best ending for them. It's not played out the way that they wanted to. With that in mind...
Except for the first rounders.
Yeah, except with Tyler Smith.
Tyler, Van Der Esch...
Yes.
Byron Jones.
Yeah, those ones going back a few years.
Those guys, back a while.
Yeah, going back a while. Those guys, like top-tier talent, fine. But when they've spent on the second or third round, it's not worked out for them. With that in mind, over at... You've got a couple different things now that we've looked at. We've seen different players that have been projected to the Cowboys in the draft, whether it be secondary, linebacker, defensive end, other things like that. I decided to look this week at the question of how quickly guys can contribute on this level and how they're going to need to devote their talent and where the talent base is within the draft this year. And so one of the things that I was looking at, I was trying to see how quickly guys come in and contribute on the front end of being able to be immediate players. Now, immediate contribution has not always worked out for guys who get in there right away, like Kyer Elam was a cornerback at the position who walked in and played a lot of snaps right away. But over the weekend, I was trying to take a look at how frequently guys contribute. What?
No, this is such a good topic. I'm almost hesitant.
You want me to save it? I can pivot to something else.
Yeah, pivot to something else because I think it's such a good topic. We're going to need more time. This basically, to me, is going to be absolutely essential in deciding how to approach free agency and the draft based upon what hits and when it does. So save that one.
We'll say this. So now we're going to pivot to is Next Gen Stats has come out with their All-Pro teams. I know there was a lot of controversy about the actual All-Pro teams that were named from the AP.
What else did you see controversial besides Jamar?
Kevontae Turpin should have not been anywhere near that.
Second team.
That is the most garbage selection. That tells me that the Associated Press...
flexing on people, being like, ha-ha, see?
Trying to, while turning off his replies.
That is Rafael Palmeiro getting the Gold Glove.
Pathetic.
Oh, he turned off the replies?
It's just a name.
Pathetic. 32nd. The Cowboys were 32nd in average starting field position. And some dumbass on Twitter tried to come in and go like, yeah, that's because the defense gave up all those scores. Okay, what does that have to do with the defense giving up scores? It means they're getting the ball kicked to them. This is not they're driving deep and then forcing punts. And again, this is kick returner, not punt returner. Plenty of opportunities. He returned 62 kicks, I think, this year. He was 12th in average return. They were 32nd in average field position. Zero chance that he should be on there. PFF, Barnwell, they've all got their All-Pro teams. I don't give a damn about any of those. What I care about is the Next Gen Stats All-Pro team, which I love.
Analytics.
So they take a look at, they've got all the access to different GPS numbers, how much separation guys are generating, different things like that. And so they ran down their All-Pro team, and there were actually a few Cowboys that made this. 2 Cowboys.
And they're just going like straight off the numbers. Like who led in what category?
This is basically like, let's take a look at who, like based on all these different analytics, who cumulatively had the best season based on all these different analytics.
This is like Broadus' draft board. Gonna set up like this.
This is a whole analytics, just forward-thinking way to look at it. The All-Pro quarterback between Drake May, Matthew Stafford. How do we settle it? Drake May gets it. Bijan Robinson is the running back. Receivers, I don't think anybody really has a problem with these. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Puka Nacua, and then the third receiver on their team is one George Pickens. So George Pickens did get the first team All-Pro here. They write, Pickens established himself as arguably the league's best weapon against man coverage this season. His 583 receiving yards versus man led the NFL, and his plus 253 receiving yards over expected nearly paced all players since 2018. Only 2 historic performances were better, Justin Jefferson in 22, CeeDee Lamb in 23. His work in tight windows was key to his success as he totaled a league-high 17 receptions when a defender was within 1 yard of him. So, fantastic performance from him. They've got a couple other selections along the offensive line, some different players that might be a surprise, but that's it for the Cowboys on the offensive side. The defensive side of the ball, we got another Cowboy. We got a Cowboys defensive player on the All-Pro team.
What?
Would you like to guess who it was?
I would like to guess. I don't know if we're going to have enough time left in this segment. Oh, Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams.
Oh, cheat.
Okay.
That's
Who
cheating.
had been disappointing in the first half of the year. He had not played well. They said Quinnen Williams and Leonard Williams each earned heavy consideration, but Quinnen played like a man possessed after joining the Cowboys before the trade deadline, swinging the metrics in his favor. He totaled 29 pressures in just 7 games, and he posted a 16.3% pressure rate that led all defensive tackles from Week 11 on. He stuffed rushers at or behind the line of scrimmage on 8.1% of his defensive run snaps, the highest rate of any player in the NFL with 150-plus snaps since 2019. So we're talking about when you see the run defense and the pass rush and what he was able to contribute there, he played at such a ridiculously high level that it's hard really to look at anybody else and say that there was anyone who contributed the same level. Now, on the return front, since we just talked about Kevontae Turpin, the first team All-Pro was Ray Davis. That's who they got here in Next Gen Stats. That also was the first team All-Pro when it came to the NFL AP team. And the punt returner was Chimere Dike from the Tennessee Titans, who had previously been on the Wisconsin Badgers. Fun note, the only reason why I mentioned Dike, Chimere Dike was one of the players who insisted you better hire Jim Leonard at Wisconsin. He was a Wisconsin graduate. He said, if you do not hire Jim Leonard, I might be out of here.
Whoa. Wow.
Because he was named the interim head coach when Paul Chryst got fired. These NFL players all demanded that he get there. There's Chimere Dike. It was Nick Herbig from the Steelers. Braylon Allen, the running back for the Jets. And then the other's Keanu Benton. All 4 of those guys who ended up in the NFL when it was a interim tag for Jim Leonard basically demanded that the staff hire him. And Nick Herbig, in fact, said, I don't know who the idiots are making decisions here at Wisconsin, but the fact that they haven't named Jim Leonard our head coach yet is ridiculous.
D-Lo.
The belt.
Coming back with a vengeance after the day off yesterday. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On Tomorrow at this time. John Isner in studio.
Oh, that's cool.
One of our most fun guests that we've had. Yes, the giant, humongous tennis player that's in love with the Dallas Stars and knows all sports. So Isner in studio at this time tomorrow. Was that the end for Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin? Next on The Fan. But let me go.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rodgers, tapping his gut, takes the snap. Rodgers, pocket collapsing. Rodgers is going to go down, and the ball is out. Who's got it? Rankins picks it up. He's on the move. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Sheldon Rankins. Rock and roll.
Final hour. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm like, it's not Alec Medford's getting it. We got Aiden. We got Peyton, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy in the return. Bobby Belt. I'm like, this isn't the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame City playing.
No.
Is there a reference here I'm not getting to drop rock and roll?
Oh, I don't know.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll, baby. Let's go.
The thing I took from that call that I thought was like a little aggressive was just like, it's clearly the Texans. So why did they just seemed unnecessary to refer to Rodgers' abdomen as his gut? Like, is he trying to suggest that Rodgers is out of shape because taps his gut?
Tapping his gut.
I wish both teams could be eliminated after last night. I don't care that it ended up 30-6. You made me watch 3/4 of the garbage before 23 points were scored by the Texans defense. I cannot get that C.J. Stroud performance out of my brain with 3 turnovers. The Steelers only turned that into 3 points. C.J. Stroud needed to be the GOAT, the bad GOAT this morning. He needed to be re-questioned as a franchise quarterback. Instead, it's going to be Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers possibly being done. But that was awful. That was hideous. And thank goodness it's over.
It was a terrible game. And the last 2 games have been terrible. And those are also coincidentally the only 2 games that were poorly quarterbacked this entire weekend. They were bad. And there's nothing that – I mean, look, they were outdoors. They were in cold weather. The weather wasn't a factor. It wasn't a factor in this game.
Was it not like for A.J. Brown, but Sirianni and Tom Brady were given the wind excuse to.
Yeah, the wind.
I was going to say, wasn't the Eagles 49ers somewhat poorly quarterbacked?
Yeah. I mean, from Hurts' perspective, but I thought
Purdy threw a couple interceptions.
I don't care about interceptions. You could have a good game and throw interceptions.
I didn't think it was poorly played by Purdy, but
Stroud's QBR was higher than Purdy.
Yeah, as we talked about this morning, QBR is now a stupid stat.
That's dumb.
That C.J. Stroud could be in the 60s.
Yeah, he was not in the 60s. That's 60s is it's okay.
Some of those throws.
Oh,
the interceptions, the fumbles. I don't even like, but I don't like his style of play. I don't like watching C.J. Stroud. He's so boring. Everything he does is just so boring. And now apparently he doesn't want to use his legs like Jalen Hurts.
He feels broken.
How could he be broken? He was the man 2 years ago.
Slowick was with him 2 years ago, and then they ran him out of town because there were other broken aspects of things. I don't know.
But awful game, but Pittsburgh, good luck to you. I hope they bring back Rodgers. I just hope they do. For the fan base, and I don't hate Steeler fans at all. I don't really know any Steeler fans, but that would suck to be stuck with that for another year.
There are aspects of watching Aaron Rodgers, who has not stepped away from the game. He's stayed in the whole time. There are aspects of watching Aaron Rodgers that looks older and rustier than when Phillip Rivers stepped in.
Like
the way he moves. The way he moves.
He doesn't move worse.
The
than
way
Rivers,
he moves looks almost worse. It looks really, really bad with him.
Aaron Rodgers was asked about his love for Mike Tomlin and what about his future.
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike, and I just did in that answer. So, thanks.
There was a better clip, that made Rodgers sound better that I'm choosing not to play just to make him sound like a jackass. And he was acting like one during the course of the game, too. I thought he was over yelling and screaming and pointing just to show the Monday night audience how bad I want it. Meanwhile, all you do is throw smoke screens and forget DK Metcalf.
He's still one of the most performative players we have in the history of the game. The fact that he talked about how much he hated the Hard Knocks cameras and stuff like that, and he's with the Jets. And then the very first episode, what does he do when he's about to walk out to the practice field? He looks over at the camera and winks and he goes, "Watch this." It's like, you are such...
You think he's like LeBron?
No, he's phony, and I do think a lot of he's kind of pretentious. I don't know that he's totally phony.
Yeah.
He's a little bit of a hipster and a little bit of like a probably too smart for his own good kind of guy. But no, I think LeBron just flat out fakes something.
I can read, though.
Bet online with the future of Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. Take us to it, Choppy. I have not looked.
All right. Aaron Rodgers, 3 options in terms of the odds. Number 1 is not playing in the NFL, a.k.a. retiring.
Okay.
Number 2 is starting for the Steelers. And number 3 is starting for any other team.
Retire has to be 1.
Retire is 1. It is minus 150. So you bet 150, you win 100. Okay? It's 2 to 3 odds. 2 to 3.
So then what? Plus 225 he plays for the Steelers next year?
No. It's actually much better than that. Starting quarterback for the Steelers is plus 110, so almost even money. Because there's a third one, and that is starting for any other team. That's 5 to 1. 5 to 1. I think it's a little bit low. I think the retiring should be a little bit higher on that. Mike Tomlin. These are the 3 odds. Option 1 is a TV broadcast job.
Okay, that's what Florio says could be happening.
Option 2 is coaching the Steelers. Option 3, head coach of any other NFL team.
I would say a year off for TV.
I would say TV 1. Steelers is probably 3rd, I think, at this point.
Because it's Pittsburgh and they're too loyal.
Right.
I'll probably say going back to the Steelers is 2.
TV is 1. Same odds as Rodgers, minus 150.
I feel much better about Rodgers retiring.
I do too.
I might bet 150 to win 100.
I think so. Yeah.
Steelers head coach is 2 plus 110. Coaching any other NFL team, 5 to 1. Same, basically the same
those
odds.
are the same odds.
Same odds as Rodgers. I don't know.
I think that's good value. I think any other team is good value then.
5 to 1?
Mm-hmm. Because, there's rumors that, because you're talking about 2 factors there. Some people think Tomlin could quit. Other people think that Tomlin could get fired.
Right. If he decides to quit or get fired, if he gets fired, obviously he'll be another coach for another team this year.
But do we know? We have to know if he wants to coach or take off for a year.
Right. That's the thing. If he got fired, he may want to sit out for a year. But either way, I would think Steelers would be 3rd.
His Super Bowl win came how many years ago?
2010. So 16 now.
Yeah.
18. That's what BetOnline is saying.
Oh, that was the last time they went.
In his second season, his Super Bowl win came 18 years ago in his second season. Last playoff win 9 years ago. Lost 7 straight playoff games, including 3 home games where they allowed a combined 123 points. They've lost those 7 games by an average of 15 points a game. I told you, a lot of times they're trailing by double digits at the end of those first quarters. They need a change in Pittsburgh. They need a fresh start. And bye-bye, Aaron. I think they're both much stronger about Aaron leaving. To me, and I know he's a nut who could screw over a bet, I'd be willing to put $250 on that to win 200.
Yeah, that's. I wanted them to win. I wanted to see him, play again after last night. I don't know, man. What a brutal way to go out. That's a brutal way to go out.
Yeah, but it's not going to end that much better. To me, he had his way to go out in that Baltimore win. Mm-hmm. That can be your moment. And yeah, that was a brutal way to go out, but it's only going to get worse, man. He can't, man. He can't. I don't think he can do it physically that much anymore. That's me. Well, Bob,
I was just looking at this. The first coach he beat in that playoff run where he won the Super Bowl was Norv Turner. That's how long it's been.
Dang. Speaking of coaching questions and a horrible offense, let's keep it in the state of Pennsylvania, as Adam Schefter on Get Up said changes are coming in filthy.
I think we start with the assistant coaches on the offensive side of the football. I think when you speak to people around the league, they expect there to be mass changes there to jumpstart the offense. So you're looking at a new offensive coordinator next year. That's the expectation there across the league. And then we'll see how they decide to handle the roster. We heard at the trade deadline, A.J. Brown wanted to be traded, didn't want to be traded. His name came up. It didn't come up. I would think with an entire offseason, with the year they're coming off of, that'll be another name that comes up as a potential trade candidate this offseason. We could think of any number of homes. I think there was a coach who had him in Tennessee who probably would like to have him again in New England. That would be a logical conclusion to draw. But they're going to go through some changes. I think it starts with the coaching staff in Philadelphia on the offense side of football. Question is how soon those changes are going to happen. Is it today? Is it tomorrow?
How about A.J. Brown next team odds that I have from BetOnline?
Number one, New England.
Second.
Wow, okay.
AFC, though. No.
Number one, the Baltimore Ravens.
Baltimore 3-1, then New England 4-1, then Buffalo, the Raiders, Seattle, Green Bay, San Francisco.
Raiders. Would Howie trade A.J. Brown to Seattle, Green Bay, or San Francisco?
I don't know.
I don't feel like he would.
What's the value? We're always good at this.
Second
at the highest.
Yeah, 1 second. That's what I think.
How old is AJ?
Gosh, he's got to be 29, 28?
He is 28.
Wow.
Okay.
It'd be 29 by the start of next year.
Second at the high end. And then it's just so funny watching the mascot in his little gesture outfit, Jason Kelsey, cry and whine, after doing his little homer act throughout the entire year. And he has his finger pointing towards the blame. And he sounds like Bobby on ESPN.
And I know that everybody is out on Kevin Petullo. I happen to know the guy. I love Kevin Petullo. I know he's a great coach. I know it wasn't the best performance this year offensively. They had the number one highest paid offense in the league and were mediocre across the board. That's unacceptable. They had their chances to win that game yesterday, and the players didn't make the plays.
I'm getting worked up. I love that everybody's just got like this, like, oh, he's this little big teddy bear, Jason Kelsey kind of reputation. And then every now and then you hear it. It comes out there, and then there's that guy who had the phone in his face, and he goes, "Get out of my face!" And he breaks the phone. Like, you definitely see somebody. Look, I think he's right about Kevin Petullo. I think he's right in general. It's the philosophy of the coaches in general. If everybody around the league tells me you're a brilliant coach, and 1 year,
and where was he
it
before?
blows up. Philly. He was in Philly. He was in
Indy, right?
He was in New York. Chan Gailey always spoke really highly of him as one of his assistants.
How far back are we going?
That's what I mean. He's been one of these guys in his early 30s. He was considered a savant. He'd been building up to this. I think he'd been in Indy previously with Sirianni and Frank Reich. I think he's somebody who's got a really, really strong reputation. 1 year shouldn't just completely undo that.
And then we have a Cowboys defensive coordinator update for you at 9:20 here on the home of America's team. The Giants are trying to use AI for their next head coach.
Yeah, and Peyton, I don't know if you still have this clip. We had it on here previously, but this is one where Joe Shane had been getting destroyed recently.
The GM.
The GM in New York had been getting destroyed he'd gotten up there, he talked during his end of the season press conference, and he had laid out a couple of different things that they wanted to do, and Peyton's got the clip right here.
Having this runway has really helped. There's not a lot of making a in-season coaching change, but having this runway to really do a deep dive on a wide array of candidates. Sit in my office and watch Thursday press conferences for coordinators. Integration of AI on some things that we've utilized.
And so people were kind of mocking him for this and saying oh my gosh, you're using AI. What a nerd. Now he's trying to get AI to find his coaches because he's so bad at it. And I came in fully prepared to mock it. But then I started thinking about it and I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not use it if you're talking about using it something to filter information? And if you're recording notes during your interviews or something like that, if you're just hey, I got a transcript here, tell me what were some of the things they said, what did they say about this, or what did they, as a collection. I don't think he's shaking a magic 8-ball and going, should Mike McCarthy be the head coach of the Dallas or of the New York Giants, and looking at it and go, ask again later, I guess I gotta wait for AI to give me the answer. I did though end up using AI myself. I was like, what if you did use it for your entire advisor though?
For your what?
You used it to be your main advisor for coaching decisions. So not just, hey, show me what about the Super. Go find me the candidates I need to go talk to.
All right, let's see what AI says about the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator, who it should be, and we'll line that up against the updated list that came out last night. And yes, a former head coach is on it. Back inside the Star in the red zone next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by the personal and dealers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Red Zone football, pigskin every day at this time here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is back. We got Peyton and Aiden as well on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll ask Reddit and finish up those categories with a KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Todd Archer last night with the Cowboys DC update. They're adding to the search. They will interview former Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon and Ravens defensive coordinator Zach Orr this week. I think I may have messed up earlier in the show and said Gannon today. I don't know. Maybe I was right. I'll double check.
I think Gannon is supposed to be today.
You know what? Why did I ever question myself? And then Archer also includes Zach Orr, a UNT grad. I got my boy from Maryland saying, stay away from Zach Orr, as other football fans said to Todd. And they said, why? Why because of Orr? And Todd wrote back, had a top 10 defense in 2024, well thought of young coach, down year for the Ravens, but was part of an organization that has had strong defenses for years as a player and assistant coach, was with Schottenheimer in Jacksonville. And we also have a Arizona Cardinals kind of tie in here with Gannon.
With Gannon. So Clayton Adams had been on staff there. There were a lot of people. This all kind of branches back. Kevin Patullo, Nick Sirianni, Clayton Adams, Jonathan Gannon, all these different guys that were together in Indianapolis who then filtered out to either Philadelphia or other places from there. So Clayton Adams is tied into Jonathan Gannon. Gannon had brought him on staff to be his offensive coordinator and ultimately, or had brought him on staff to be the offensive line coach. And then ultimately, I think Clayton Adams is probably a strong push internally for, hey, I know Jonathan Gannon, he'd be a good option. So I would imagine you're getting some lobbying there. And Chris Ballard was a big fan of Jonathan Gannon. And Schottenheimer's already told media before that he's called Chris Ballard before about coaching decisions and like, hey, who would be good to interview? So I do not doubt that he would have said, yeah, hey, Gannon's a good guy.
I can't wait to call Chris Ballard on anything.
Hey, he was right about Clayton Adams. Clayton Adams was really good for you this year.
Well, I'm media judging Jonathan Gannon. Right now, I'm just media judging my coordinators. I'm not X's and O'ing them. I'll rely on Bobby and Broadus and Wolchuk and others for that. But my media judgment is team. What the hell is the guy's name now? Who's the Denver guy?
Jim Leonard.
I'm team Jim Leonard. I was thinking Nick Sorensen. That's the special teams coach that is probably going to be on the hot seat. I'm team Jim Leonard. After Bobby put together the Twitter video last week and seeing this Jonathan Gannon video on X.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut? Did you? We're here for a reason. Don't get that twisted. Okay, we're here for a reason to win games. So if you didn't have that fire in your gut, you better light the fire pretty fast. Be who you are. Just understand, I'm looking for killers.
Who rode the bus over here?
Remember, he's also the one who gave us the great quote during the season.
Mike Vick?
Yeah, where they were like, when did you first realize the challenges of roster construction? He's like, my first year when our quarterback went to prison.
And then got up and walked off.
He left.
So when my quarterback went to jail.
Who drove over here?
So I guess...
And he looks like Kavanaugh on the face. So I don't like him for that either.
What was he trying to prove with that? Like, is taking the bus?
I don't know what he was getting at with like who drove. Raise your hand. I think he was figuring it out. He's like, hold on, I need to stall. How'd y'all get here today?
Y'all gotta watch it.
Who takes a bus?
You gotta watch. Yeah.
Are they really right in the greater Phoenix area? All the time we've been to Phoenix.
Have you guys heard about the new DART system here?
Are they really taking the bus to Glendale?
The train, like he was thinking subway, bus. I don't know.
Like who takes?
We took the train
bus to Glendale.
We had to take the train. Remember, we had to get our stuff validated to travel for Super Bowl every day.
Play at the beginning again.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus?
All right, stop.
The bus.
Like, you think that has to lead somewhere.
It's got to lead somewhere.
Oh, he's asking this for a reason.
Yeah.
Who took the bus? You know, like who still needs to make more NFL money so you don't have to take the train?
Right, and if you take the bus, does that mean that you're more hungry because you're on a bus or less hungry?
Who took the bus?
And it sounds like he's saying if you're on the bus, it means you're not going to be here early. You're not as hungry.
Play it.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut? Did you? We're here for a reason. Don't get that twisted.
All right, stop. It was totally irrelevant to know the mode of transportation. Like, he may as well have dropped it. What about the train? Right. You know, no, it didn't matter. It was like, who had fire in their gut on the way over here? Raise your hands. Let's separate the room into the bus and the car ride.
Do you think when he was asked that question, the right players going like, did you? Did you have a fire in your gut? It does not sound like you have much of a fire at all.
Man.
Okay, we're here for a reason. Win games.
Fire. you guys, I want effing killers. It is very bland. But if he can coach, he can coach.
Yeah.
It's funny because his reputation is very much as a player's coach. Would you think of player's coach as being more like fiery and stuff like that?
Didn't he slap his running back?
Yeah,
he did.
He did that.
That was the TCU kid, right?
Yeah.
He went to Rondell Moore, too. He's like, there's this awful clip of him getting introduced, and he goes, hey, man, what's up? And he goes, pow, pow. And Rondell Moore goes, I don't know what that means.
Fireworks,
You're
baby.
explosive.
You're
Fireworks. So it's uncomfortable. He's a little odd, but if he can coach football.
Well, his defense has sucked in Arizona, and I've never heard someone give a 3-year injury excuse like you did in the 6 o'clock hour. Oh, they were hurt all the years.
All
the years they were just hurt.
Something in the water there in Arizona.
They have a power plant next door, which people were making jokes when Kittle blew out his leg.
Kendrick Bourne even made a joke about it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, we got it's the electrical plant next door.
Yeah.
But I mean, the average team has like 2 or 3 a year. The Niners have 7 or 8 every year. Of those injuries.
So check the electrical plants there in Arizona. Would you prefer that AI make the selection of the next DC over Jerry and Steven?
Let's find out. So Joe Shane did say he was using AI as part of their process, and I think it's probably just for like assistant sorting information. But I decided, I was like, what if you did just turn this whole process over to them? So I went to Gemini, which is Google's like main AI component, and I just said, hey, find out why the defense performed so poorly for the Cowboys and create a list of candidates for me to interview based on that. And I was like, all right, let's see how much it'll kick out. It then kicked out a lengthy research paper titled The Star in Crisis, a strategic autopsy of the Dallas Cowboys 2025 defensive collapse and the blueprint for the 2026 coordinator search. And it says in the executive summary, the termination of Matt Eberflus as the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys on January 6, 2026 serves as the definitive punctuation mark on one of the most tumultuous periods in the franchise's modern history. Following a season in which the doomsday defense legacy has eroded by a unit that surrendered a franchise record 511 points, the organization stands at a critical juncture. And it says this report offers an exhaustive forensic analysis of the events leading to the vacancy and a list of candidates to consider. So it goes down the list, and I mean...
I wish I would, unless they have a way to catch you in college, man, didn't you wish you had this?
Big time.
The topics in this, the Chicago precursor, the roots of the accountability crisis for Matt Eberflus, the erosion of trust, the vacuum created by Mike Zimmer. They have the Moneyball deconstruction of the roster, the Micah Parsons trade, the Trayvon Diggs exit, culture versus talent. They have all these little subsections of where the defense stands right now.
Ban it.
And then
Gotta ban it. Gotta ban it. It's too real.
They have the statistical indictment. They have a comparison of Zimmer versus Eberflus. Points allowed per game, Zimmer 24, Eberflus 30.1. Passer rating allowed, Zimmer 100.4, Eberflus 109.7. Points per drive, 2.49 for Zimmer, 2.87 for Eberflus.
We don't need to relive the misery, Bobby.
It's nuts. So with that in mind, they said, all right, we got a few different ways you can tackle this. So they broke it up into tiers. Former head coach archetype. They said these are the primary targets that we should consider. Raheem Morris. Says we should interview Raheem Morris.
Sure.
Brian Flores.
Yeah.
Leslie Frazier.
No.
Sure. Next tier, the culture and continuity candidates. Al Harris. Joe Witt Jr. Aaron White-Cotton. Then it says, all right, you want the high upside, the last tier, the modern innovators. This is where it kind of goes off the rails. Jesse Minter. He's a defensive coordinator. The Chargers are not going to let you just steal their defensive coordinator.
So that's not him as coach.
That's not a realistic interview right there because you can't. He's not out of contract.
Doesn't know NFL rules.
They don't know the rules.
Jim Leonard. Broncos passing game coordinator. I did this before Jim Leonard was listed as a candidate, by the way. So this did it.
Wow.
This came up with the name before that. They said Leonard
So they weren't just, scouring headlines and Dallas Cowboy articles.
Nope. It said Leonard is a rising star known for complex coverage disguises and safety versatility. His background fits the Moneyball approach of doing more with versatile pieces rather than relying on one superstar. They said he brings a fresh perspective. He brings the collegiate innovation regarding creepers and simulated pressures that the NFL is adopting, and more specifically, he utilizes a 3-3-5 or 2-4-5 nickel base that emphasizes speed and confusion. This would maximize DeMarvion Overshone's range. They say Wink Martindale, the Michigan defensive coordinator, former Jets defensive coordinator, and then the last one
Giants
that they put on here, yes, Giants, and then the last one they put on here is...
Did it say Jets?
No, it said Giants.
Okay, so it's a Bobby error.
Yeah, I just read New York in my mind with her. Ajero Evero, I don't ever know how to pronounce his name, the Panthers defensive coordinator. Again, another guy under contract. I don't know how you can interview him, but that was what they had. They listed those 10 candidates as your list. So 2 of those guys you can't even interview because they're under contract, but not the worst list of names to go over.
And, of course, in case you missed it, we were able to break this story yesterday before all the Twitter thieves were out there. Donovan Ezrau arrested for reckless driving in Collin County. Sounds like it was a speeding thing.
Yeah, I don't really care about the speeding ticket, or if he's going 100 miles an hour and it's 70. It's not like it's not.
I care if you're weaving in and out like a jackass.
Yeah, if you're just you're trying, if you're on the express lane, straight away.
What's the fastest you've ever driven that you can recall?
94. No,
yeah,
100.
admit it.
Like 112, 114.
Yeah, I think mine's like 110.
I reached 100 when I was 17 and then I slowed down.
Yeah, but didn't you do it in like a 30 and get pulled over by some cop?
No, that was an 85 and a 45.
Oh, okay.
What was the punishment for that?
None. He knew the cop, and they let him off.
Oh my God!
He is like Mr. Affluenza.
He's got more hometown influence than Jadeveon Clowney.
They're like, take it easy around the drawbridge around your home, okay, Peyton?
All right, let's finish up Ask Credit as we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next on Sean and RJ. But what have you...
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
They enter with Steele. Steele for Johnston, shoots, and he scores! Wyatt Johnston opens the scoring, his 25th goal of the season.
Victory plus, why are you giving Kevin a look? Normally, I would always go to Kevin when Kevin's giving me that type of look, but you gave Kevin a look, Corey.
Guys, today around 1 o'clock, Whataburger will be bringing us food.
Oh, wow.
And I'm so excited.
So you're just rubbing that in our face.
You're like Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah,
totally irrelevant connections there.
It was an eye contact thing that you decided to bring up on air, Sean. So that's really on you more than me.
Why did you make the eye contact with him as the Stars clip was playing? I thought you were going to say Wyatt Johnson was coming on the show.
We have Robert Tiffin joining the show today from StarsThoughts.com. He's one of the best Stars talkers in DFW.
And my just general annoyance was thinking about that game and how Jason Robertson scored the game winner, but he's not good enough to be on the Olympic team.
We don't want it.
We don't want it.
I don't know the one game
winner.
No. He doesn't want him to break his body on that rink.
I said I don't know the one game winner and does that. There should be a bigger. I agree with you, but there should be a bigger argument for it than just he scored a game winner last night. Thus he should have been on the Olympic team.
Shouldn't open your mouth, Bobby.
No American has scored more goals this year in the NHL than Jason Robertson, and he's not good enough to be on the team.
They're not looking for the best players, looking for the right ones. That's Herb Brooks right now. You don't want him there. The ice is terrible. It's got a hole in the ice.
Have you heard about the ice hole?
Yeah, are they even going to have this tournament?
We don't even know.
Do you not remember the fights that took place in the America-Canada game? And Jason Robertson wouldn't fight like that.
Dimensions for the rink.
He wouldn't fight like that. He doesn't have that toughness.
They just better plug that ice hole.
Not that kind of guy.
Time passes.
So in 20 days, you can't redo an ice rink?
In terms of the size? Obviously not, because they've
like
known,
everything. 20 days, I can't build an ice rink.
They've known that the rink,
wrong, right? Yeah, feels like you should be able to.
It feels like a Disney movie.
My assumption is that because
ask Gemini how long it would take to build an ice rink.
Under the ice is all the water and the freezer.
Well, thanks, Bill Nye.
So, but you can't expand it. You can't expand it.
Scientist over here.
You can't expand it. Right.
So it's just going to be like a baseball field where it has unique dimensions.
Break it, melt it, destroy it.
No. But then you got to redo all the concrete and all the pipes underneath.
Okay.
Right. They got people. The Olympics has all the money in the world.
It's only an inch and a half
I know that
thick.
you've.
They make locals work for no money.
People,
I know that you've never been to Italy.
Only Germany.
That's true. I have not.
They don't move very fast over there. Okay, we go on our own time.
Okay.
And in 20 days, they're lucky to get 3 actual days of work in.
A permanent rink would take 1.5 to 2 years. An emergency mobile rink would take 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
So that's more than enough time to plug that hole.
Emergency rink.
An emergency.
Just walk on up, watch the game.
And how would you know what Italy's like?
I've been watching so much Italy stuff.
Oh.
Stanley Tucci.
'Cause you're going.
Giada.
Stanley Tucci?
And Giada
he
and
did a
Bobby
tour through
Flay.
Italy.
Good reference on the Stanley Tucci.
Searching for Italy.
Yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, and just it's all I'm watching is Italy stuff.
When are you
You're watching
going?
Giada for that.
In September, late September. For we're looking at Rome, then Tuscany. So Rome, then Florence.
Bring your identification.
That's what I've heard. And make sure I input the right stuff. Yeah.
Damn.
All right, Bobby, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
Okay, all right.
One more thing before that, though.
Come on.
I have a presentation, gentlemen.
50, dude.
I was listening to your show this morning, per usual, because that's what Tolos should do.
Go.
I have a recommendation for the head shave bet.
Yes.
Instead of having a guest shave his head, have every guest shave Bobby's head.
one
You take and just get a small trimmer, and then just say, all right, you're the first one, and they take one swipe.
That's a great idea.
That's it, and then he's got that until the next guest.
It's like signing the helmet.
And then just keep rolling. So throughout the week too. So this could be a 3-day venture.
I'm not going to let guests gang shave me. That's not happening.
I like it. I like this.
And we'll get less guests than San Fran because of the time difference.
Yeah.
And we'll just give you guys our guests so it takes longer.
Yeah.
And so you just kind of one stripe at a time. So the whole week, he's either walking around with his hat on or he's walking around with the zebra stripe head.
Where do you start? Do you start down the middle
Right down
so
the
you
middle.
can be like
right
Legion
down
of Doom?
And you start the second one is you give him the wash.
Yeah.
and then you let it go from there.
You could go with the old Pat McQuiston look, though, and just shave part of it and leave it long in the back.
If we made this a poll question, we had 4 options. What would the 4 options be? It would be at Radio Row.
What did I agree to? I agreed to get my head shaved. I did not agree to having my head shaved by doing a.
You never set the terms.
Yeah, this is not like an OnlyFans raise a thing where we have different guys.
Numbers? You want ratings on the fan
ways to make extra money.
We could raise money from Tolos if you want to do it.
Then
too.
he's definitely out. He does not help charities.
Do we have a 105.3 The Fan OnlyFans account yet?
He helped our charity.
Hagey's going to back me up on this.
He's helped our charity.
When I go through the drive-through,
his segment.
No, he gave us stuff.
Yeah, I've given them stuff before. When I say the donation thing, for instance, like whenever you go through the drive-thru, like, would you like to round up your thing to charity? Then I will just say, if I don't know what the charity is, I go, what is that? And then they tell me, and then if I don't agree, they go, nope.
Oh my god!
Because one of the charities.
You don't agree?
Yes,
you've never heard of it.
One of the times I was like,
call it the fake charities.
Starbucks. They were like, what's the donation? And they go, well, it's whatever they had named it. They went, it's to engage the youth to getting into grassroots politics. And I went, no,
screw the youth.
That's not a charity to me.
Yeah, that's not a charity.
No, and so I'm not going to round up to that.
Okay,
that's my presentation.
I love it.
Thank you.
But the options, if Bobby agrees, would be. Friday before Radio Row.
Okay.
On Radio Row. At the Combine, or right before we leave for the Combine. Because that's Bobby's connection mecca. So, or just a random day in studio on a Wednesday. We need to kill Wednesday.
What's crazy then is he has to tell people, all of his connections, why is your head shaved? Because I predicted a potential or a guy.
I got a draft pick wrong. Corey.
There you go.
You got to tell all the guys.
This has been your most genius crosstalk.
And I started with that Whataburger thing.
Yeah,
so
that was awful.
Look at the recovery.
Yeah.
They might give me more information if they see my head shaved. They might think something else.
Jesus, Bobby.
You know what's interesting is you told that to me off mic, and I assumed it would stay off mic.
So I was like, all right, this was good.
Hey.
Do ask Reddit right now, please.
All right.
Please do ask Reddit.
Kevin England, let's go to you first. What's a normal experience that somehow
And I don't want to see that video clip 10 minutes after the show. I don't want to see that anywhere. Sean and RJ, don't repost it. Don't put that out there.
What's a normal streets of Philadelphia and stuff? I got it.
No,
you shut up! You shut up!
Philadelphia was
the same.
Philadelphia was a different illness.
I'm out.
What's a normal experience that somehow never happened to you, Hagee?
Having a dad.
Oh, God! Yes!
Because he was bald?
I'm sorry. Holy crap, man.
How long have you not had a dad?
Baby.
Well, either alive or present. Which answer would you like?
Oh, my God. He doubled down on that. I mean, either one.
Alive or present?
Present.
Man.
41 years.
And you're 46?
That's correct.
We're a day apart.
Yeah, that's right. And alive, 6 years. Your dad and my dad have had similar.
Your dad was absentee as well.
End of life experiences.
Oh. Okay.
Your dad bailed after year 5?
Jury duty for me. I never had jury duty.
I really want to be
dude, I've never had jury duty either.
Wait, so
I've been called.
Getting into the questioning?
I've been called for February 13th. No, I had it once. When I showed up, they said, sorry, we're done.
So you don't mean getting on a jury?
I've never actually done jury duty.
I've never gotten
you've never gone in.
I've never had
I went in.
Letter.
They said, sorry, the case is dismissed. Go home. I have it for February 13th. And Kevin's out of town that week too, or that day too. So we're trying to figure out that crap.
Yeah,
Fred and Reed host. Yeah, dang, so you went there first. Damn it!
I would listen to the hell.
I was always the only one that could take care of the kids because I was in college.
Sean,
I want to be in a jury.
A normal experience never happened to you?
You answer.
Okay, a broken bone.
Okay.
What? I've never had any broken bones.
Me neither.
Oh, me either. Yeah.
Something Jacob's about to have happen.
I never stayed in the hospital.
Damn it.
According to this room.
Oh, you never stayed in the hospital for anything?
I've never stayed in the hospital overnight except for.
You never had a surgery of any sort?
Never had a surgery.
I've had surgery, but it was always a out procedure.
Wouldn't surgery normally be for like a broken bone?
Yeah, but I think like an appendix or something.
Nope.
Like a lot of people get that taken out.
Do you count wisdom teeth?
Did you have to stay under? Did you have to stay?
No, I mean I was there for like a few extra minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean that's wisdom teeth is surgery. It's just it's outpatient. So, but all right, next one here on Ask Reddit. Corey Majors, what's a sports rule you fundamentally disagree with?
Go one for this.
Yeah. Man, we've done this too. Defensive holding.
Dang.
Defensive holding shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
It should just be interference.
I like it.
I think holding's stupid anyway. I always have.
I have a good answer for this, and I'm waiting for it to be like the most controversial game ending ever.
What?
The college football players being down when they slip without being touched. That's the dumbest rule in all
you want them to be
of
able to get
football.
back up and
Yes.
go. Yeah.
It's awful. It's terrible. Why?
I thought last night
Safety?
that Christian Kirk, he had a catch and then he got up and stood up, and I thought that
yes.
he was thinking he was in college still.
He wasn't touched.
But he thought he was already touched.
Yes.
So, but Plaxico Burress, that happened to him his rookie season. He catches a ball, stands up, throws it down because he thought he was down.
Like
Nobody
the gun
touched
in his
him.
toe?
They took it back to the house.
Well, Cheddar Burris.
I got a few. This the first one's not really a rule, but like, when a ball gets tipped up in the air and is intercepted, I don't think it should count as an interception.
1,000%.
We have unearned runs in baseball. Why don't we have unearned interceptions in football? I don't like in soccer when they go to extra time. It's not a firm number. It's like 7 minutes of extra time, and then you look up, it's like 8:20.
We
and
feel
they're still
this is
going.
enough.
And they won't put the number on there. They're like, as long as nobody's attacking, then the game's over.
I don't like that. If you don't sign your scorecard correctly in golf, you get DQ. That's so stupid. We have TV.
Yes. What about the fumble out of the end zone?
Fumble out of the end zone. I don't like when you hit a ball just off the fairway and it goes in the rough, and everybody clearly in your group agrees that it was just in the rough, but you can't find it because it's buried, that you get a penalty. I think that's stupid too.
We should do sports talk.
You hit a base, you hit a batter, and they just get to go to
mine
first.
is the fumble through the end zone.
Okay, all right. So here's mine is easy. It's one that should be a rule that's not one.
Or the shift.
Once they got rid of the force out in football, I think that should be a penalty. If somebody is catching the ball and they would have come down in bounds, but the corner pushed them out of bounds before they hit the ground. No, you can't. How can you make contact to push them out of bounds and then still not say? If you get rid of,
too subjective to see where you would have come down.
Yeah, but no, I think if you've got room to be able to come down, like that's what I'm saying. You can't just push them out. Because that is not subjective. Did you push them out while they were coming to the ground? Let them come to the ground and figure out if they were going out of bounds or not. And that should be a defensive holding. That should be like a 5-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
Oh, no. I like the way it is.
And I think you should also actually call pass interference on Hail Marys.
Ooh.
If you're basically, you are allowed to basically tackle somebody.
I don't
in the
think they
end
can
zone.
see it, dude. I wonder how the refs are spaced out for that. Like,
check.
I don't know. But I guess it shouldn't be different from a 50-yard bomb.
You want one more?
Yeah.
What's the worst thing? Anybody can answer this. What's the worst thing you accidentally texted to the wrong person?
Oh man, I don't want to.
I was divorced, and we were at baseball practice. I had a hoodie on. I come in there, there's white dog hair all over the place. And I run into my ex-wife, and she goes, "Where's the dog hair from?" We were already divorced. And I was made up that I was my neighbor's house or something. And I immediately go, and I text the girl. I said, "Hey, my ex-wife caught me with the dog hair."
Damn it,
but I told her I was at my friend's house. I fooled her. And then I get a text from my ex-wife saying, "You're an idiot." And
you texted that to her?
And I wrote, but I look at the thing, I was like, "Why is she calling me an idiot?" I scroll up, I was like, "Oh, I texted her."
That's good.
That's good. I accidentally was trying to forward something to somebody that I was working with, and instead I hit reply, and I was addressing the person as "look at this little bee," and it got sent to them, and it was a client, and it got me in massive trouble somewhere.
Oh no!
Can you erase and how long do you have before you can take back an email?
Can't.
Cannot. No, on Gmail you can.
If it's in the outbox, you can. If it has been sent, you cannot undo.
There's an undo send on Gmail that works for like 8 seconds.
An 8-second undo.
Send RJ some emails and try to pull them back.
Adrian and Avery are very close, and I've accidentally sent eggplants before to Avery.
Oh,
crap. I'm sorry, buddy.
Close to
He's
the
like,
contact
stop,
list.
Dad.
All right, we're back tomorrow. John Isner in studio from 8 to 9.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah,
I like John Isner.
What a hype. What a hype that is.
That's neat.
Yes. Next time.
You can tell I was really excited.
Yeah, but the word neat implies it was a little fake.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that for your next
It wasn't meant to be.
AEW person.
It wasn't
Jonathan
meant to
Gannon
be
says
fake.
neat.
That's
You know how
cute.
neat
Jonathan
Neature is?
Gannon says
It
neat.
wasn't meant to be fake.
Well,
Isn't that neat?
that's the way it came across.
Neature's
The
very
KNC
neat.
masterpiece is next. Neat. That's pretty neat.
Take a Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How you doing, and how is everybody out there in Radio Land doing? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Take it away, Mr. Majors.
You know what? You don't ask the people how they're doing enough. You know?
You're right.
Then I'm proud of you, man.
I'm working
for
on it.
New year, new you kind of thing. This is good that you're starting to ask the people. I have a situation that I'd like to ask you guys about. I was in my backpack this morning, and I found a jar.
Oh, no, God.
This is from yesterday. This is the yogurt that I had yesterday.
Yaga.
I left the thing in my backpack overnight. Kevin, my question is, should I eat it? There is some trace yogurt left in the bottom of it.
Gosh, no.
And I'm just not sure the expiration or the heat temperature modification of yogurt.
Did you get that, Alec?
And so I don't know. 877-881-1053. Should I eat it? We haven't done a should I eat it in a while because I've been cleaning out my backpack pretty good.
Alec, I'm going to kick this over to you because I think you have the most to gain from this. Because when he is inevitably hospitalized at best, feels like you're going to get the first shot to step in his position. So I'm going to leave it to you to determine what you want to do here.
You know, I was going to say no because I want Corey to be okay, because I know especially when you're talking about dairy products, you don't want to leave them out for too long, and that has been out for a day. So I was going to say no, but opportunities are cool too. So you know what? If you feel like it, go for it.
Most likely, if I'm still in the hospital, he'll have to do the show from here while you're at Radio Row, though. Because, you know, our company, we can't do the tickets thing. That would be too much. That would be a lot of stuff. So, is that what you want? You want that?
I mean, I guess.
All right, there we go.
Really thought he was gonna be like, nah, you can be okay.
All right, we'll decide by lunch today.
Okay.
If I should use my finger or if I should use a spoon, to get what's left over of the yogurt.
Okay.
But that's how we'll roll today.
Early thoughts are no.
Okay. Thank you.
From the 903, when in doubt, throw the food out.
I've always ascribed to that. If I look at the label and I'm like, I don't know, just chunk it.
Does Majors have a death wish? Absolutely not. And then I don't know if this is totally related, but why do all new shoes go to heaven? Because they have good soles.
Oh, wow, dude. That was fantastic, Kevin.
Too much.
I am so proud of you.
It's too much. Oh, man.
Oh.
You might have just found the way to kill
that. What you want?
No.
You want me to laugh like that?
I hated it.
myself right now.
Oh.
I understand the serial killer thing now.
Yes. See? Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 2, because the best offense last night was a good defense.
He'll get the snap. It's a 4-man rush. He sits in the pocket. There's a line drive down the middle. Intercepted at the 50 and picked off on the play by Bullock. He's down the far side 30, far side 20, down the far sideline 10, 5, touchdown. Rodgers has thrown a pick 6. Rodgers has thrown a pick 6 in what might be the final pass of his career.
And indeed, it might be the final pass of his career. Look, the game was over by then. The only real sweat in this was I said take the under on 39.5, and when Houston kept scoring defensively, I was like, hey, stop that. Because it did end up
close, yeah.
It did end up only being 36, but 32-6, so 36 overall points. But for people to think this was some sort of offensive showcase just because maybe you didn't see the game, it was 7-6 going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I will say this, though. That was not a boring game. I did not feel that one was boring last night.
Did you like watching Houston's defense?
Houston's defense is so much fun to watch. Those dudes get after it. Now, was it sloppy offensively from the Texans? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I did like their run game. Marks was really good last night, but Stroud just could not hold on to the ball. Now, that being said, there are two different C.J. Strouds. I really think there are. Because the Stroud that can step up into the pocket and make it look so casual to throw a 40-yard pass, and just he looks casual with it. And then there's the version of him that looks like I have no clue what the coverage is or where my protections are. Do I actually have receivers on the field? There's that other version of him that looks panicked. And maybe the Steelers will do that to you. But last night, there was two different versions. Every time that he threw to Christian Kirk, it was the good version. And then every time that he threw to somebody else, it seemed like he was just kind of terrified. I think I heard Bobby say this morning, 5 receptions for 124 yards for Christian Kirk on third down alone.
Wow.
Yeah. So, pretty significant night from the A&M product.
After disappointing some people with the big-time contract.
Don't worry about that.
Do you think this is the end of the line for Aaron Rodgers?
When they started talking last night, late in the game, and they're like, I don't know, he could wait until camp's over or somebody's in camp and say, do you need some help? And I was just like, please no. Has anybody watched him for the last...
Right.
Even it's Adrian last night was like, he's still playing. How old is he?
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, 54. And then I looked and I was like, he's only 42. And then she goes, he's been great for years. And I said, he hasn't been great for years, though.
Yeah.
And she goes, I said gray. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Thank you. But he hasn't been. His last year at Green Bay was the start of, you could see it happening. Yes. And now you can see he doesn't have the legs to go along with him, and he stands in the pocket too long waiting for a play to develop.
He has not been good since 2021. So if he plays again next year, you're going to be talking about 5 years away from really being a top-notch quarterback. This year, QBR of 44.3. That's 23rd in the league. The year before that, 44.7. The year before that, he got hurt. The year before that, the final aforementioned year in Green Bay, 41.3. So he's fine, I guess, but probably subpar. The betting odds say he will be retired, but just by a little, with a slight underdog to him being the starting quarterback for the Steelers next year. 5-1 that he'll be a player for any other team. I hope it's over, but I guess he's good enough. He's decided when he gets to go out, and I'm sure some team, probably the Steelers, would give him another shot.
You think he'll do what LeBron's doing and ask the league to put a patch on his jersey for his last year of him, doing something? Like LeBron's doing the thing where he throws the dust up in the air and he's wearing a patch on his jersey for the rest of the season.
Maybe.
He's like, I get to wear my own patch. I'm Aaron Rodgers.
I'm not sure about that, but maybe. The next question, Mike Tomlin. Now, I thought Aaron Rodgers really dropped the ball on a simple question that a reporter tried to give him yesterday to really help out the situation, because they were talking about, Mike Tomlin, and then Aaron Rodgers went on quite the lovely rant about how this culture of being on the hot seat is silly. And he was like, you take all these Twitter people and people on TV as if they're experts and know what they're talking about. He was like, I think that's laughable. And so then the next question came in, and it felt like they were like, all right, Aaron, I got you. Let's make this easy. And they said, what all have you learned from Mike Tomlin in this 1 year? Really thought it was a chance for him to be like, oh, this, and this is why I shouldn't be on the hot seat. And he goes, I've answered that and talked about that a lot this year, so that's no. And it's like, are we done? And then he walked off. And I thought, man, I really feel like that reporter was trying to bail you out right there. Instead of, I didn't think that reporter was taking a run at him. I thought the reporter was like, here, Aaron Rodgers, here's an easy question for you to support Mike Tomlin. But betting odds, slight favorite once again that Mike Tomlin is on TV as opposed to keeping his job as Steelers head coach. But it's very close.
Rodgers definitely could have said, I'll send you a link or something like that. Be like, hey, when I've already talked about this, here, same answer. Slight favorite for TV. ESPN then? CBS to replace Matt Ryan?
Yeah, that's a good question because I feel like, I think it was Aikman who said, like, either A, the TV networks would be all over him, or B, other teams would be, frothing at the mouth to try to pick him up as a coach.
Last night, was it his halftime interview? It was either after half or, I think it was after half. I was like, dude, did he just try out for TV? Everything he said was so perfect. And I know I've heard Mike Tomlin talk plenty of times. He's great. He's thoughtful. He understands the game. He has I would run through a mountain for the dude. Sure. Seriously. People say a wall, that's fine. Thicker than that, mountain. That dude can really motivate some people. He has some bad quarterback plays.
Okay,
but hearing him talk, I was like, I would listen to that dude either be an announcer or be a studio guy.
Okay, since you just said the quarterback thing, that's what I want to focus in on. So the Pittsburgh Steelers have lost 7 straight playoff games. That is tied for the longest playoff losing streak in NFL history. And I think in all but one of those games, they've lost by double digits. And I believe in every single one of those games, they have been down by at least 21 points. Which that's staggering. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't seem good. But you just said something I think is interesting. So does that mean Mike Tomlin is a bad coach? Or does that mean that he's gotten teams to the playoffs that probably shouldn't have been in the playoffs because maybe he's a good coach? Or maybe the answer is somewhere in between.
All right, from the 6-8-2, he signs off on the quarterback so he doesn't get a pass on that.
If that's the case, that's fair.
Then maybe he should hire somebody that can find a better quarterback. That's everything else seems to be fine, right?
Yeah.
Everything else seems to be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Having Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, Justin Fields and Russell Wilson in the end of his, I just don't think those are quality quarterbacks.
It's amazing.
And you know what? He should go out and demand a better one if that's the case. And he thought he was getting a guy that could really understand the game, and they'd lean heavy on Kenneth Gainwell and Jalen Warren in their run game. And then Aaron Rodgers was like, no, dude, this is aired out Rodgers, dude. What are you talking about?
But do you think those people are like, no, he did think those were the right quarterbacks, and so he's the problem?
Yeah, again, hire somebody else. Everything else is pretty fine.
Yeah.
Hire somebody to go get me a quarterback and then let them control that. Let them you go do the quarterback thing. I got the team. I can motivate. I understand this game. We're always in it. We just don't have somebody that can be transcendent whenever it becomes time to be.
Do you think this is the last stand with the Steelers for Rodgers and or Tomlin?
I think for Rodgers, yes.
Okay, you think he's just going to retire?
Although that organization, based on everything they were saying in the pregame last night, Ryan Clark is I was talking to Omar Khan, the general manager, and he said, who you really love to play with? Aaron Rodgers. The dude is nothing like what we heard about him. He's come in here and he's been a great leader. He's been a great man. He's been a great friend to the players. He's grown with them. And I'm like, but he can't do the things that you need him to do. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You saw it. You can do everything you can to try and get him better protection. He still can't do all the things you need him to do. He's limited. And so you're going to have to either replace an entire offensive line and say we got the Cowboys' great wall from years ago, or you're going to have to go find a different quarterback. So I think Aaron Rodgers is gone. I think Tomlin stays.
Okay. By the way, interesting couple of nuggets when it comes to point spreads on the playoff games. Texans have been installed as an early 3-point underdog against the Patriots. I'm a little surprised. I thought that point spread might be a little wider. And then have you seen the swing on the Bills and the Broncos game? Yesterday in Crosstalk, the Bills were favored by 1.5. By the time I went to bed, it had moved to even. Now it is Broncos minus 1.5.
Really?
So a lot of early money, or maybe, hey, common sense with the team that was on the bye and is the number 1 seed, so give them a little bit of credit, has changed the dynamic of that point spread. But that's a pretty shocking spread. Or a shift in the spread this
Absolutely
early.
It is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it was a much better night, so we bring you the Mavs and Stars Super segment next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your bud.
7-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Robertson. Got it. Score! Robertson! A seeing eye shot with Hintz in front. And with friends and family cheering him on from the stands, the California kid puts Dallas back in front.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It's time for the Stars and Mavs Super segment.
We got winners, baby.
Oh, let's start with the Stars. I feel like maybe yesterday, we started with the Mavs, or maybe I'm just making that up. So the Stars and the Kings. The Stars get the win, get back to, well, a regulation win as well, get back to their winning ways on the road. And it was indeed Jason Robertson who scored the go-ahead goal with 3:46 left in the game, give them the 2-1 lead. Duchesne added on the empty netter, and Wyatt Johnston, honestly, started the scoring really early. So for a bulk of the game, including the rest of the first and the second period, it was a 1-0 Stars lead. But this just felt like a game that they desperately needed to get that 2 points and preferably not go into overtime or a shootout again. And the captain himself, Jamie Benn, was back out on the ice, and he got a good amount of ice time.
With his visor and everything, and Glenn Gulletson said, yeah, maybe now that he's wearing a visor, he'll go stand in front of the net. Is that a shots fired at Jamie Benn, or is that a joke and they were having fun?
I hope so.
But jokes are real. That's the question I had. Right now, Jason Robertson is third with McKinnon and McDavid. Will he be considered in their class if he's up there at the end of the year?
Definitely not McDavid. I think you would have to go on a playoff-dominating Conn Smythe run to even get like that level of... McDavid feels like he's just on a different plane than realistically...
Every other hockey player.
Exactly. Yeah. Every other hockey player.
I'm just kind of curious, like, this is awesome. This is great to see from him because... there have been some struggles at times, but like he is playing pretty consistent hockey.
Oh, yeah.
And I love seeing this right now. I'm just kind of wondering nationally where people look at him, or they're just like, no, he's a great addition. You'd love to have him on your team if you're another team.
Right.
You know how people are like, oh, yeah, you definitely love to have CeeDee Lamb as your second receiver. And you're like, what are you talking about? And you're like, is that the kind of same thing here? Or you're like, no, this is a true star.
I think the true star part comes in the playoffs, right?
Okay.
But here's the good news for Jason Robertson. Like you've talked about your motivating factors. It is difficult to get too much more motivated for Jason Robertson right now, both with the contract year looming and now with the Olympics.
The grudge against his country.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he would phrase it like that. I think that's a great way to phrase it. I don't want to rule this out. I really don't think we should rule this out. Jason Robertson is as human as the rest of us, and I bet the fact that outside of the contract, outside of the Olympics, he's like, I want to go win the damn Stanley Cup. Do you know how close we've been? Whether he wants to win it, like strictly for himself, or I'm sure a whole lot of people in that locker room want to win it for Jamie Benn as well. But they have been almost, not quite, but almost as close as you can be for the last 3 years without winning the Stanley Cup. So I'm sure that's another a huge motivating factor for him. And he's been awesome this year.
Yeah, if I can't win gold, at least I can go win this cup everybody's talking about. I do think, though, and maybe I'm wrong about this, the guys for the regular season, they play the hockey games for the regular season. Once they are in the playoffs, their obsession with the cup becomes different. And once you've been in the playoffs and missed, I think your obsession with the cup, like you understand, I can't think about it until we made the playoffs or until we start playoff action. But that's like right now, I got to practice, I got to work on me and do those things.
Yeah, but I've been really encouraged.
More of it, buddy.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I did a little bit of studying on this. If you want to hear now, we've been talking about this for a little bit. the salary cap for the Stars and Jason Robertson. I know usually for salary cap we talk about the Cowboys or the fact that the Rangers don't want to spend. But I looked ahead on the Stars salary cap. They have $17.4 million in cap space next year. Whoa, ooh, that's a lot. Good job. But not really, because they still have at least 6 roster spots to fill. And don't you think Jason Robertson is probably going to want $11 to $12 million? Rantanen right now, by comparison, is at $12 million over the span of, I believe it is 8 years, $96 million. So the thought would be, I bet Jason Robertson wants about that same deal, though clearly the playoffs could swing that one way or another.
Yeah, and that's where, as a team, you have to decide. Like, it's great having this kind of talent, this kind of young talent, this kind of skilled player. Do we need to spend that to make sure we have an enforcement on defense?
And that is a fair question.
Bring Bichel. Let's see when Bichel gets healthy and he's back. Maybe we're good there.
That's a fair question, because this is still compared to other teams in the NHL, it is still a softer lineup.
They're the wizard with dexterity in whatever those games are. They're just like.
I'm sorry, I do not understand that reference.
They're good at I don't know, is it Final Fantasy or whatever? You guys that play the games where Leroy Jenkins runs in there and does his thing, and you got the mage, and then you got the guy that slings the big rock stone and all that stuff.
Did you play these games?
I never played any of these. I just saw them being played, and you always had the one guy that was very skilled. And he get knocked around pretty easy, and you're just like, all right. And that's kind of where he is. Okay. You want a big rock slinging dude.
Okay. I hope we
Y'all tell me about this, or the scrolls, the Death Scrolls of Destiny.
Did you see this on TikTok recently?
No.
All right.
Leroy Jenkins. You know Leroy Jenkins.
I've heard Leroy Jenkins. I've not heard the Final Fantasy connection.
I don't know.
I'm not familiar with that, so I was just making sure if this wasn't a trend. But it's just going to be something to look out, because the Stars have the ability to clear out some of these other players if they want to potentially create a little bit more room, or they might be like, hey, we got a whole bunch of young players that we can move up into some of those spots, which would allow us to easier absorb a Jason Robertson big money contract. But something to think about. I'm taking it from the laughs that you're getting some feedback.
Some people have said you're talking World of Warcraft. Some from the 972 Wizard is intelligence based, not dexterity. I appreciate that.
It feels like a whole bunch of different references that you might have matched
Elder Scrolls
into one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I have not played these. All right, Excite Bike, Contra.
It's not Excite Bike.
Call of Duty. That's kind of my vein.
We did not have the technology for him to go up that hill and go Leroy Jenkins. If you added that yourself, that's a different deal.
World of Warcraft is what I'm taking based on the amount of texts that are suggesting this.
It is interesting to make a reference off a game
they know what
you
I'm
did
talking
not play,
about.
though.
I've watched enough.
Okay, all right.
It's like Dungeons and Dragons.
All right,
never played that either.
Man, we're learning so much this morning. By the way, I was looking on something from NHL.com. It is amazing. The Finnish team is going to be led at the top of both lines by almost all Stars. So,
I know, it's awesome.
Yeah. So if you look at the forwards, you're talking about Mikko Rantanen, Roope Hintz, and Mikael Granlund, who I know he's not on the Stars anymore, but he was presumptively as your first line. Your first defensive line, Heiskanen and Lindell. So, you're talking about, outside of your goalie, of course, but 4 of your top 5 skaters to open up the play on the first line are all Stars, and the one who isn't used to play for the Stars.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man.
So
that is pretty awesome.
I'm still going to root for America, but you
do have to ask that question still.
Pretty in on Team Finland, too.
Finland, during the Four Nations last year, got smoked. Should we have understood that a little bit better and been like, maybe we need less Finnish players?
Oh.
I'm just asking. I love our Finnish.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying maybe Finland needed less Finnish players, and I was like, I don't feel like you can do that.
Stars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, that's a bold.
I asked the question, Kevin. It's a bold question.
Hey, Jim Nill liked us last time he was on. See if we can get him back on. Let Corey ask the first question. Do we need less finished players?
Are we finished with these players?
Oh, dear God. I don't know how I didn't see that coming. All right, Alec, let's try to bail out of this. Give me cut number 8, please, because it is the Stars and Mavs super segment.
Cooper with a steal. And way up ahead to Cooper. He's going to have a chance to hit the launching pad.
And indeed, he did. Cooper Flagg, he had 19 points at the half. This was a game that the Mavericks really controlled in the first half, but I also don't know if it runs antithetical to what you were hoping.
Doesn't matter.
Would be.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. To like the outcome?
No, I was going to say to your strategy of losing to the teams who are worse than you, because Brooklyn is one of those teams. So if you were going to continue in the vein of Sacramento, this would have been a game to lose, but obviously the Mavericks did not.
What am I going to do, though? Go tell Cooper Flagg not to be effing Cooper Flagg after I've been telling him to go be effing Cooper Flagg? Hey, don't score 27 points, please.
Yeah.
Now, go do your thing. On nights, you just got to let the thing happen and understand that these things are... Now, you're right. Jason Kidd can go, I'm shorting this guy's minutes because, geez, man, I need to lose this game. He can do that.
Sure.
But
that feels like that would be a terrible idea.
Last night, Cooper Flagg was in it, dude. And I'm anytime he has a game, I want to see it, no matter what it is.
Yeah. Now, I wanted to bring this up. I know we're all aware of this because of just the general struggles of the team, plus Anthony Davis getting hurt. At the beginning of the year, the Mavericks were projected to win 41.5 games. What do you think that's down to now? If you had to pick right now, how many games do you think the Mavericks are going to win for the season?
32.
Ooh, okay. It is right at 29.5. But what's interesting about your guess is I think they're on pace to win like 31 or so at 15 and 25, but they've dropped down to 29.5, and so you've dropped 12 likely wins along the way because of the injuries, because of some of the other struggles. But if you're looking for team lottery, I think 29.5 would pretty comfortably put you in a position to not even be in the play-in and just take another shot at the lottery, or even if you don't advance up, having a high pick once again in a pretty darn good draft.
Let me ask you a question. What's your love for Najee Marshall? Yesterday, listening to him talk about Cooper Flagg so highly and just the way that he just was like, man, watching this kid grow so
right.
Nice. And it is awesome to see a veteran talking about players like that. He seems like he's been a team guy since he got here. He can fill up the bucket at times. I like the guy.
Yeah, and he can play defense for you, which is obviously something that we need on this team.
Yeah. Defense wins championships.
I know he's not a big-time three-point shooter, but you would love it if he was at least somewhat more efficient when he does decide to fire up a three. Again, I know that's not like a huge part of
he was
his
0 for 1
game.
last night.
Yeah,
Make one, bro.
It's okay. It's not a huge part of his game outside of maybe like the Utah game. He doesn't shoot a ton of threes, but you would love to know that it's a more realistic threat when he does line up, because he's a really good shooter otherwise, or at least he has been inside the line. He plays solid defense, and I mean, I've liked him. I know people are going to continue to compare him to Quentin Grimes, but I've liked him quite a bit.
Okay. I like Nembhard, too. I just love the way that dude plays the position. There are some foundation pieces that I really like, Kevin.
Do you view, and that's an interesting question or an interesting statement, because I wonder, just thinking out loud, are people like Nembhard, people like Najee Marshall that we like, are they true foundational pieces, or are they players that we like because this team is not very good? You know what I'm saying?
I look at Flagg, Christie, and Nembhard as pieces to grow with.
Okay.
Now, whether or not Nembhard is the starting point guard for this team, no, that might not be the case if you go find one in the draft, if you're able to do that. But if I'm building, that's the youth that I'm starting with and running from there. So Najee, maybe not. I'd love to have a guy like that around. But those three, Max Christie, Cooper Flagg, and Nimhart are fun pieces for me.
And one of the things that we've talked about, and one of the things that I think has been kind of encouraging over these last couple games, is losing Anthony Davis once again. You hope that you continue to see better three-point shooting from Cooper Flagg, because we talked about that last week, the development of his three-point shot throughout his freshman year at Duke. And so you hope that you continue to see that off to a decent enough go this month from the three-point line. But yes, the Mavericks get the win. The Stars get the win. I feel like they're totally different wins in terms of you needed the Stars to get back on track to continue to stay where they are, or even eventually maybe make a run at Colorado, whereas the Mavs, I'm sure some fans are conflicted about them winning. But if Cooper Flagg is leading the way to a victory, I'm never going to be like, that was a mistake to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Is Sebastian Walcott only behind one of the greatest prospects of this generation? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
Back-to-back number one Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Walcott laces it into left center field. It's got some carry. It's gone! Go-ahead two-run shot for Sebastian Walcott.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're in the break. Multiple people sent it to me, and we're going to get to baseball nuggets in just a minute. The Leroy Jenkins reference.
That's your first time to see that video?
I had never seen that video, and I looked at it, and it said it had 27 million views. So clearly, a lot of people have seen it. I've never seen it, but man, that group freaking hates that guy because they were like standing there, and then that one guy was like, oh, yeah, we got 0.3 repeating, of course, percentage, whatever, to win the raid. And then that guy said, F it, let's go. And then he just ran in there. And everybody on his team, if you haven't seen this video from, I don't know, if it's like 10 years old or whatever, was just standing there. And they're like, oh, crap, he went in. Well, I guess we better go. And then they spent the rest of the video just talking to him.
27 million views feels like a lot.
Yeah, yes.
Until you look at Baby Shark and realize it has 16 billion views.
It is the most viewed video in the history of the internet. My son has contributed to many of those. Right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. All right. So I've become very fascinated by this. Let's talk about the saga of Connor Griffin. Connor Griffin,
Family Guy,
that's Peter Griffin, among other people, is the next big thing in baseball. He was selected with the 9th pick in the first round of the 2024 MLB draft. He is with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And when I was looking at some of the rankings and stuff, trying to figure out, could Sebastian Walcott be the best prospect from his group? No, he cannot, because Connor Griffin exists. So if you look at the players that were born in 2006, which Sebastian Walcott is part of that group, ESPN has him ranked as the second best prospect born in that entire year for baseball. So that's pretty freaking sweet, right? He's behind Connor Griffin. And I want to walk you through a couple of different articles, including this one from Kylie McDaniel talking about Connor Griffin. My pre-draft comp of Fernando Tatis Jr. So think about that. That's the comp. Probably underrated Griffin's ability to stick at shortstop, but might nail both having a big league debut at the age of 20 and MVP level projections. All right, so compared to Fernando Tatis, but that might have been underselling the kid. And then there's this article from Jonathan Mayo with MLB.com. Who is the number one prospect in all of baseball? Every prospect who exists in all of baseball combined got 11.6% of the votes, except for Connor Griffin, who got the other 88.4% of the votes. And you're like, oh, that's a lot. So clearly, he is the best prospect in all of baseball. He was also voted as the best defensive prospect in all of baseball. Now, with that in mind, you might be like, all right, well, how good is he at offense? Well, he played 21 games when he moved up to Double-A after absolutely annihilating rookie ball and high A. And in Double-A, he hit .337 with an OPS of .961.
Okay, all right. Before we do that, though, let's go to A-ball, where his OPS was .932.
Which is incredible.
Hold on. Now let's go to A+.
Okay.
Where he hit .942. Now let's get to Double-A.
.961.
Where he hit 9. He got better as he went up. That's impressive.
And that's offensively. And then he is also voted the best defensive prospect in all of Major League Baseball. And then there's this. Who is the best minor league prospect you've seen over the last decade?
Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens is number one on the list. Connor Griffin is third.
Okay.
It goes Paul Skeens, Bobby Witt Jr., and Connor Griffin, who is ahead of Fernando Tatis, Julio Rodriguez, and Ronald Acuna. He's ahead of all of those players and only trailing somebody who at this point feels like they might win multiple MVPs and a pitcher who feels like he might win all of the Cy Youngs. And keep this in mind, Connor Griffin is on the same team as Paul Skeens.
Yeah, which means that this is right? Pittsburgh should be taking over the world this year if there's really only 1 year of baseball. Before we have a lockout, Pittsburgh needs to use this year to go after it.
Yeah,
to make sure to ensure they keep Livy Dunn in their social media world.
Right. I'm sure there's somebody on their social media teams like, you guys better never break up.
So he's done with A-ball, right?
Yes,
he's going to be a pro this year. He's going into camp with a chance.
I don't think with a chance probably. I don't think he's going to break camp because again, he only got 21 games at AA, and I'm sure they're like, hey, let's take our time. Or maybe a cheap organization like the Pirates is like, hey, let's make sure that we get past what counts as a full service here, and then determine if we can put him up to Major League Baseball. But it is just bananas to see at the age of 19. In what essentially more or less is a full minor league season. He had 21 home runs for 94 RBIs. He hit 333 and had an OPS of 941. Oh, by the way,
he struck out 122 times.
That's true, but
that's baseball.
But you know what else he did? He stole 65 bases.
Good God.
So
is this Shohei?
Yeah, by the way.
Can he pitch?
While I'm telling you how incredible he is offensively and also defensively, he's also fast as hell.
Yeah, what kind of human is he? That's really what's going to matter the most to the fans.
That I don't, man.
Fans don't care what kind of human you are. They just said, do you score?
That I don't know.
All about scoring.
I will look into that, but I just wanted to point out what is encouraging is you have the next guy. So if it weren't an all-world, all-time prospect in Connor Griffin, the next guy up is Sebastian Walcott. And do you want one more fun thing? A year ago at this time, Sebastian Walcott was ahead of Connor Griffin. So I just told you about how amazing this person is.
So he's fallen off, is what you're saying, Walcott?
But he moved up in the prospect rankings from 3 to 2. So did he really fall off, or did Connor Griffin just ascend at an unbelievable rate that has made him
Walcott doesn't quite have the same pop that he has. He has a good bat, but.
And there's more questions about him staying at shortstop as opposed to Griffin.
Yeah, and quite honestly, Kevin, I think for us, he started when he was 17. There's some growing there within the organization. That's lovely to see. I think we need to see him more to really have a good idea.
Sure.
Like this spring training, because we're heading to spring training after we got Radio Row Super Bowl action.
Yep.
Then we head to spring training where we'll give you the best coverage you could possibly find.
I'm just going to go ahead and tell you this on air. I upgraded your airline seats. I'll get not first class, but I'll give you more information.
So we're doing that, and this is going to be that's going to be my most intriguing thing to watch. Is where are we with the Sebastian Walcott growth?
Yeah.
Because what is he for this team right now? A prospect. That's it.
Does he represent hope to some people?
Yes. And you don't really want that on him because you want to do want your team to be so good that prospects are like, all right, here we go. They're either currency or they're coming up and they're helping the team. But right now, this is hey, we kind of need to see. And he's only 19. We kind of need to see this guy now, or are we going to give up on him? And I don't think we should at all. But this is a spring training where I'm very interested to watch the player, and there are other storylines that are interesting. But where is he on this? Because that could change a lot of things.
By the way, one more quick note, especially if you're in the Baltimore area, on May 8th, the Baltimore Orioles are going to be giving away a Tupac bobblehead for their game against the A's, and he's decked out with a bat, and he's got an Orioles jersey on because he he did attend the Baltimore School for Arts before he moved to San Francisco. Obviously became very well-known West Coast hip-hop, but he was...
And got a great picture out there of him giving the double bird wearing a Stars jersey.
Oh, I haven't seen that picture in forever.
Yeah, I usually do around playoffs. I always text it to people.
That does feel like a good picture. But yeah, if you get a chance, look up the bobblehead. Maybe we'll post a picture May 8th. It is freaking awesome.
Is that that's going to be a pricey bobblehead, right?
Oh my gosh, yes. People are going to be lining up for that too.
All right.
For sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we've got some Cowboys news for you, plus the biggest and for some still ongoing questions for all 14 of the playoff teams next on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. My answer to Corey on air, the one that's right above NFL playoff bracket.
Gotcha.
Go check that out. All right. We're going to go through some of the biggest and maybe still ongoing questions for all of the playoff teams, even the ones that were just eliminated. But before we get to that, Cowboys defensive coordinator candidates. So far, there are 6, I do believe 6, that are lined up or have completed interviews. You've got Zach Orr, the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, and just remember, their defense was horrible last year. You have
mostly in the passing area, Kevin. Their run defense was all right. Well, their pass defense was miserable, but they were 31st in getting to the quarterback. So when it comes to pressure,
but that's not a problem for the Cowboys, right? Either pressure or this secondary, right?
Well, Kevin, I mean, you have Osa and Kenny Clark and Q. And Ezraku. Right now, you don't have a right defensive end, really.
Oh.
So, yeah, I think we got a few problems there.
Okay.
We're waiting.
All right. Well,
you know what, though? I feel like this right now, and I'm not saying this because of Jerry or Steven. I feel like Schottenheimer has a more alert process on what he wants to get done and in a timely fashion.
Okay.
And I think that they will be at the front of the line on a lot of things. I'm hoping that Schottenheimer's in their ear going, this is how it needs to be done. I felt like Mike McCarthy was just like, it's your team, run it however you want, I'll coach them. And I think Schottenheimer's like, I know what I need, and I know if I wait around for you guys, you'll take forever. So let's get it done now.
Okay, all right. Now I get what you're saying. All right, next on the list, Aaron Whitecotton. We've known about that. Defensive line coach for the Cowboys. Internal interview. Jonathan Gannon, who was fired from his last job, and it feels like that is the candidate that our very own Mickey Spagnola might want the least. Jim Leonard, the Broncos defensive pass game coordinator. I know that is a fan favorite.
Him Leonard.
Yes, him Leonard. Durante Jones, the Vikings defensive pass game coordinator, also set up for an interview. And then the Browns safety coach, Ephraim Banda, is also set up for an interview. So you've got 6 interviews already lined up and or completed. Just in case anybody had missed it, wanted to run through, those are the ones that are currently in place or have already been completed.
All right. I like a couple of them.
Besides, I know Leonard. I get Leonard is high up on the list. Is there anybody else? Does Whitecotton do anything for you?
Listen, Whitecotton would be the most Cowboys approach. The guys on his defensive line like him, though. And so if he has answers to the questions, then he does. But if he doesn't have like real answers to fixing the defense, I don't want a guy that I'm just like, hey, do you want the job? And he's like, yes. And you're like, great. What do you think about this? He's like, seems like it's really good. I want a guy to walk in and be like, dude, I need this, and this. Have a plan of action.
Right.
And this is, guys, y'all didn't see how bad this was last year when this was going on. I can fix this. So if that's the case, then let's roll with Whitecotton if he has some good ideas there. But there's still some other names out there that I'm kind of keeping an eye on because I did see the Commanders look like they're talking to Brian Flores as well. I know he has head coaching opportunities, but Kevin, if he went there, I would would be like, why we got to pick up the phone again and just overpay.
And you said again is because it feels like we went through this with Ben Johnson last year on the head coaching front. How infuriating would it be if Brian Flores took a job elsewhere as a DC? Like it would be
infuriating.
Okay, because I get that Washington would be really bad because it's a rival, but if he went anywhere and you didn't even ask because we just assumed.
Right. Yeah.
That
absolutely.
Feels pretty disastrous.
From the 469 coming from a Ravens fan, Anatolo. Zach Orr is the worst defensive coordinator in the league. He is local. So that's helpful.
Look, I am also not a fan of picking up somebody who are like, hey, your defense wasn't good last year. Would you like to come run our defense that was also not good last year? That would be weird. All right. Would you guys like to start with the AFC or NFC playoff teams, and we can stop down on any of these that you like?
Let's start with the AFC playoff teams, Kevin.
All right, we will go from seeds 1 to 7, even though some of these teams have obviously been eliminated. For the Denver Broncos, are the Denver Broncos, and is their offense ready to do their part?
In game 1 against the Bills, because this is game 1 for them, I would anticipate hoping to see something like you saw last night. So, no. Now, that being said, I don't know that Bo Nix has been that sloppy. It's just some of the throws you're like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Not to say he can't make great throws, but he has an unreasonably large amount of throws that you're like, the hell was that?
Yeah. He's not quite Drew Brees yet.
Sure, that's fair.
But I would expect that Sean Payton wants a heavy dose of his run game. Like that's a reality. Sean Payton loves it. Remember Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara? That was a significant piece of what they did. He wants some of that. I would expect them to utilize a lot of that. Even though because I didn't feel like the Jaguars ran the ball well enough. Maybe it's just like you're just a tough team to run against. I don't think so. But hey, I go after it. I also think their defense is just so good that it becomes easy to kind of lay back and rely on them so much. So no, I don't. But it'll be just enough to get a win.
I'm going to skip around a little bit here for the Houston Texans. How much offense do they need to win the championship? Because all these teams now, they're 3 wins away.
Yeah.
But you got almost as many points from your defense as you did your offense.
Yeah, it was. And Kevin, last night was too close to call for comfort the whole game until they finally just popped it. But it was 7-6 is
going
not
into the fourth
is not a comfortable feeling at all because a field goal changes this, and now you're like, I haven't been able to score all night. How are we ever going to overcome this? I think they're going to need more than they got last night for sure. And that's going to be they're going to have to find a way to protect Stroud a little bit better so that he doesn't look so panicked, or get him in a place. Because, Kevin, you and I listened this morning to D'Amico Ryans explain how he wants a linebacker to think. And he went through, I want him to read key, I want him to diagnose things before, and then go get ball. I felt like last night you just needed to tell Stroud, hey, say hut. Once you get the ball, now, go through the steps so that he, and I know there was some problems between him and his center last night, too. They had a couple of real weird situations. Also, is Nico Collins going to be available now that he's got the concussion? I'm curious about that. But they're definitely going to need more than what they got last night.
Can the Buffalo Bills reach the AFC Championship game without more production from James Cook?
I don't know how you can put it all on Josh Allen.
Which, man, they've gotten pretty far with just that strategy, but I wonder if this is the end of the line.
No, he has to run the football. And Kevin, Jerry's right when he says once you get to the playoffs, you have to be able to stop it and you have to be able to run it. Those are real things. You can't be a one-dimensional I don't think you can be a one-dimensional team in the playoffs. But Josh Allen, physically, the toll will be too much on him if James Cook can't produce more.
Now, let's move over to the NFC. I don't even know why I'm bothering asking you guys this question, but I'm going to give it a shot. Is Sam Darnold ready to slay another demon? So after having back-to-back 14-plus win seasons, only him and Tom Brady have done that. Obviously, it didn't go super well for the Vikings in the playoffs last year. Are you prepared for touchdown favorite Sam Darnold and the Seahawks to slay a playoff demon?
You know what, dude?
Oh, it's happening.
I don't think so.
Damn it.
It's just maybe so. Maybe so. Getting to the playoff, like getting to the next round would be really cool. Maybe he can do that. If you're asking me, can he win this playoff game? I think him and Seattle can do that.
Okay.
Going any further than that, I have big question marks. So, no, I don't think so.
All right. I'm going to move to the Bears. Can the Chicago Bears continue to win in such dramatic fashion? Look, it would be great if we could win all of our games 50-0. Do you believe that the Cardiac Bears can keep pulling this win out of their hat and continue to advance in dramatic fashion?
I think so.
Oh.
I think they believe they can. You know, like that's the thing that, Ben Johnson kept telling people, if y'all don't believe now, just wait. And his team just keeps kind of waiting around until the very end. And it seems like Ben Johnson's like, I still got plays late in the game. I still got plays that I can call. Or I've been setting up plays all game long. Like this little bubble screen I got with the trips package over here. And then all of a sudden DJ Moore goes deep and y'all didn't expect that to happen because you were expecting the Luther Burden screen. Those things right there are the ways that he sets you up throughout a game. So, Kevin, I don't think that he's like, I'm going to go out there and try and score everything early. I think he's like, I'm setting you, I'm playing a long game with you in this game. And I think the fourth quarter is where he wants his team to thrive.
Yeah, I'm going to build up to this one, and I'm willing to bet you'll eventually understand what the question's going to be. I take you back to week 3, where the Rams had what would have been a game-winning field goal blocked in return for a touchdown by Philadelphia. Then, in Week 16, they lost to Seattle, and Seattle's comeback started when they returned a punt for a touchdown. So the Rams fired their special teams coach, but then, in this game against Carolina, they gave up a blocked punt as well. Are special teams going to be the Rams' undoing in this playoffs?
No, I think injuries are.
Oh,
I think
interesting.
I think injury. They already have a thin secondary right now, and they're taking another hit. I think injuries are going to be a bigger problem for them than now. Special teams might have a play that you can cover up a little bit. But you know what, Kevin? If you just score on every possession, you don't have to worry about punting. But I think there's going to be who does that, by the way? Fires their special teams coordinator that late in the season. They're just like, screw it, I'm done with this.
Do you think he was kind of, sort of, just a little pumped? Not only that they won, but then they got a blocked punt, and he was like, "Yeah, it wasn't my fault, you D's."
Probably so.
All right.
And I know that Stafford's going to play with the sprained finger.
Yeah,
but man, like. That dude right there, he's going to play through anything. You've seen him go throw a touchdown with a separated shoulder or a broken clavicle or whatever. We've seen that before. How tough can he be at this point right now?
From the 214, this is a good question. How do I cope when my team put up 3 whole points in their game on Sunday from a Charger bro?
Oh.
The question was going to be how to make the playoffs more enjoyable for Justin Herbert, but that is a fair question. How do you cope when your team scores all of 3 points in the playoff? Well, as somebody who has experience in this realm, as my college team only scored 3 points in the playoff.
But that was because of wind.
And a no call on it. Never mind. Is you hope that the team you lost to goes and wins it all, and then you can explain it all away in your mind. Other than that, there is no hope. Your offense didn't show up, and neither did mine.
Here's how you can cope. At least you made the playoffs.
It's a good point.
Teams out there didn't.
Like the Cowboys. For the Eagles, how do you fix that offense?
Get a new offensive coordinator. Bring back Kellen Moore, maybe.
Why would he leave?
Because you offer him more money.
Okay.
You're like, hey, dude, here's more money.
Okay, hold on. Alec, philosophical question. You're getting paid $6 million to be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints. The Philadelphia Eagles said they will give you $10 million to be their offensive coordinator. Do you take that job?
Oh, that's tough. That's really tough.
It's a lot more money. You know what? Let's make it 12. I'm going to pay you twice as much.
You have a deal.
Wow.
You sold me.
I don't have to do press conferences.
You have to do a couple, but not
like every 2 weeks or something.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I really want to know our listeners. Twitch, YouTube, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Yeah, well, not that, because everybody does that. Would you take the OC job and leave your standing head coaching job if you got offered twice the salary? Because, man, what a wild world that would be if Brian Flores is like, hey, the Giants offered him the job, and the Cowboys are like, no. I will pay you twice as much to come be our defensive coordinator. Why the hell not? There's no salary cap when it comes to coordinators. You could build the most badass coaching staff of all time by being like, yeah, Brian Flores, I'm going to give you $12 million. Jim Leonard, I'm going to give you also $12 million to be the defensive line coach or whatever. That would be amazing.
Yeah. The check I'd write.
Hey, let's put it to the test. I want the Cowboys to spend $100 million on coaches.
Go ahead and put that on a video.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus the cheapest ticket to park at the college football championship.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. Next on The Fan. Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget about an hour. We got Robert Tiffin jumping on with us to talk some stars. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
True.
This is true. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got 2 stories to share. The ridiculous get-in price for the college football championship game to park. Not even to get into the game, to park. And then, Scooter Braun, I can't feel bad for you on this one. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. I don't know why this story makes me unreasonably angry, but we're going to get to it.
Okay. Is Scooter Braun, by the way, is that the guy who had like the Taylor Swift recordings and she's like, I'll record all new ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now he's dating Sydney Sweeney.
Oh.
There's a reason. I'm going to go on a rant. We'll get to that in just a little bit. But go to the National Day Calendar, gentlemen. As we always do, you know, that 5 o'clock alarm hits in the morning. First thing I do, I look at the calendar. I see what days are going on. Today is National Catherine Day. So if you know a Catherine, say what's up.
Okay.
It's National Kathleen Day as well.
No, that's confusing.
Which one do you like better?
My mom's friend Kathleen's really cool.
That's nice.
But Catherine Zeta-Jones exists.
Ooh.
In entrapment.
Yeah, but you have to be careful.
Why?
If you hook up with her.
She entraps you?
No, because remember what Michael Douglas said about how he got throat cancer.
Alec, do you know the...
Look it up!
On the company computer. Got it. But
Just log it as Peyton.
Yeah, that's right. It is also National Rubber Ducky Day.
Oh.
So all the Jeep drivers out there that have the rubber ducks lined up across their dash and everything, big day for you.
I hope y'all are happy. None of the kids can have rubber ducks because of y'all.
Does that mean something? Is that just like I'm part of the Jeep culture?
I think it started as a sorority thing.
Oh, my
and then
gosh.
it kind of turned into just a Jeep in general thing where they leave them on your car doorknob.
Yeah.
And
it's
and
not
then-
like the upside down pineapple or Jeeps.
Oh,
or for
no.
swingers
What's that?
or Anything.
What's that upside down pineapple?
If you're a swinger.
What does that mean?
If you like to swap out your wives and husbands and partners and stuff.
How do you know this?
Mike told me.
Oh.
How does Mike know that?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question.
Wasn't there a show after that called like Wife Swap or something back in the day? Remember that?
Was that about people swapping their
Not for sex.
Oh.
We don't know that.
For the purposes, maybe there were some instances where they were like, dude, I won the lottery here. But in most instances, it was like, I don't know how to parent these kids. We're swapping, and we're going to see if our parenting styles, if we need some new things.
I gotcha.
And usually the woman would come in with a lot of other like, hey, maybe you should try this.
Okay.
And the dad was like, man, whatever.
That's a pretty accurate description.
Get my steak right.
And then it's not a national holiday, but I do have to shout out, it is Lori Harvey's birthday, the daughter of Steve Harvey. What's up, Lori?
Oh, okay.
How you doing? Anyway,
does she do anything?
Models, primarily.
Neat.
Yeah, and very good at doing that. Yeah, go to the Instagram page. You won't be mad. It's Poetry Break Day and then Poetry at Work Day also.
Have you ever written a poem for a gal, Alec?
Yeah.
How did it go over?
I'm single.
Oh. Have you ever read at a poetry event or poetry slam? I don't know if that's still a thing.
Not like as an adult, like when I was forced to in school.
Okay.
Like we definitely had those events, and there was a long period of time where I thought I was going to be a writer of some sort, creative writing and stuff. So I did a lot of
snapped for you.
Oh yeah, and it was weird. I hated every second of it.
Okay.
And that's when I decided, hey, I should talk instead of write.
Okay.
So, that's why I'm here, guys. Because poetry's weird.
817, so Rugnet Odor needed an upside-down pineapple in his locker because he was a free swinger.
That's right. I like that.
Poetry, I've written poems. I've been published.
Oh, where were you published?
Poetry.com.
Does that still exist?
I don't know.
Hey, I was published at one point, too. USA Today, Cowboys Wire. Shout out KD Drummond.
Oh!
Yeah. Covered professionally for one season, and then I remembered I like talking more than writing. So that's why I'm here with you guys 10 to 2, Monday through Friday. But we're going to focus in.
I couldn't find Corey's poem. On
it went in a book.
Ooh. Good for you.
They took all the poems from the website and threw it in a book and were like, hey, if you want your poetry book, you can pay us $40. And I was like, stupid. Nobody's going to ever see that. I got the poem still, though, somewhere.
Oh.
That's not
in a poetry book.
Not as wholesome as I expected. But it is Make Your Dream Come True Day. Make Your Dream Come True Day. So,
already did it.
What is a dream thing that you've had on your bucket list forever that it might not be in the realm of possibility, but you want to make it happen one day? 877-881-1053.
I want to sit front row for the Royal Rumble or WrestleMania.
I like it.
That would be my.
I got close.
Order the tickets. This is Make Your Dream Come True Day, Kevin.
They're so expensive.
Yeah. And they keep going up in price every single year.
Well, it's bad. How about it's Make Your Dream Come True Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you dream that the tickets are cheaper? And then make that come true.
Okay.
Instead of just getting handed them?
Maybe you can go to the ticket office. And
they still have the ticket
I don't know.
office.
You go and you knock on the window and you say, look, I'm a little short on the money. But would you accept other forms of payment and see what they're willing to negotiate with you?
Oh, man.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Whatever Kevin's willing to negotiate with them.
Oh, interesting.
That's a good question.
Speaking of wrestling, I'm going to pivot away from that before it gets weirder. If you did win the tickets on the show last week to TNA Impact Thursday, I will be there.
Oh,
so try to track me down.
Man, I've been thinking about going there too.
You should.
Oh, that person actually, I think, tweeted us and was like, hey, I won the tickets. How do I get them? So.
Oh.
Well, keep checking your email. Okay. That's all I can say.
It's a loaded show, and we might know something.
Yeah, we might know some things. And then Saturday, TNA Genesis. I will be there as well. Oh! So if you're going to be at that show, come find me. Come say hi. Let's have a beer together. Fellowship.
Are you going to tell people when you get there where you're at, or do you want them to just search the building for you?
You know what? I should dress up like Waldo. Where's Medford? But I'm wearing white and red stripes and a hat.
I think that is a great idea.
You know what? Yeah, we should do that. And I'd take some like Tolo stickers with me or something.
Do that.
Yeah,
I'm not going to do
keep
that.
them in the pocket and then say, hey, if you find me, you get a Tolo sticker. There you go.
Oh, okay.
That would be cool. Yeah, see if security questions me while I'm dressed up like a childhood cartoon character.
What about Tolo Go stuff?
I don't really know about that.
Right.
I can't really guarantee anything in that realm. Depends how many beers you buy me.
You have a Tolo sticker. You can just write Go on it in Sharpie.
See,
that's right.
But you just hit on something that I think is really important.
We need more of that stuff.
If you ever used to watch like Catfish or any of those shows where people don't really look like what they said they do, and they're like, but everything else is me. I'm still the person you connected with.
Oh.
Get serious, man. You heard what Alex said. He doesn't want to commit to that because he doesn't know what you look like, all right? So whenever people are like, I'm still the same person, dude, they clicked on your photo or swiped or whatever because they thought you were hot, not because they thought you were a deep person.
He's not wrong.
Is that how your Bumble situation went?
Exactly. Yes.
She was like, ooh, he's hot.
I thought Jess was attractive.
Oh.
Do you believe in love
I don't
at
know
first
how
sight?
Bumble works.
Do you?
When I saw Adrian,
Exactly.
I knew exactly.
When you saw Adrian, you didn't go, she looks like she has high-minded principles. You were like, she is very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a great story for y'all.
That's actually not what I said, but I can't say what I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So-
I don't think I need to hear that either.
After we go
I'll
to
tell
break,
you
I
off
got a
air.
great,
please
I got a
don't.
great story too that I can't share on the air.
Okay,
that
well,
you guys
look,
are gonna love.
long-standing thing, and Corey knows this. If it's about somebody I know, don't want to hear it. If it's Alex going to tell me a story, it's a good chance somebody I don't know, and that's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hear it.
Because I don't even know the person, so that makes it even
definitely.
This is a different version of Adrian, though.
No, she is still the same person I know.
All right.
I don't want to hear ever.
Anywho, Majors.
What?
What is the one dream that you want to come true for yourself?
Actor.
No. Yeah. I would like to publish the book. I would like to get it published at some point. It's done.
Oh,
it's done. It
feels like we can.
It's one of those where I'm like, the only person I trust to read it is Kevin, but he doesn't like to read books, so I won't give it to him because I know he'll be just like, I'm not reading this crap.
I might have changed my opinion on that because the reason why I didn't like to read books is because all I did at the newspaper all freaking day was just read article after article after article, and so when people are like, I've got this book you should read, I was like, no thanks. That's what I do at work all day long.
From the 469, Kevin's juice box might explode if those front row tickets end up in his mailbox.
That was such a sad moment for me.
Oh, man. For me, I've talked about this before, and I still have an unreasonable amount of confidence that this can happen at some point. I want to voice a character in a Pixar movie.
Ooh, which character?
Like any original character.
Like a Disney princess?
I mean, I got range.
You're going to get canceled so fast if you try that. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Disney money's good money, though.
What do you mean everybody should be able to?
Well, then acting. Look, I'm with you, but that does not seem to be the way that the loudest people accept things. I think it's weird when they're like, you can't have a not gay person play a gay person. And I'm like, well, Rambo wasn't really a commando, all right? He was an actor. That's the point.
I will say I do appreciate, and this is like was it Breaking Bad was one of the, when they have somebody with a disability playing somebody with a disability. Sure. I do appreciate opening the door for people that have disabilities to be able to play roles, whether it is, hey, I'm playing a role with a disability, or I have a disability but I can still act.
Yeah,
I think that's an interesting thing to see, because doesn't it feel like Hollywood has always been like, all right, you have the beautiful actors, and then you have everybody else.
Right.
And that's pretty much how it's going to be, is we have the George Clooney's and Brad Pitt's and Angelina Jolie's, and then everybody else is in the background.
Yeah.
Well, we will pivot for a second because we have a breaking baseball nugget.
Oh, did they make a trade?
The Arizona Diamondbacks are acquiring 8-time All-Star third baseman Nolan Arenado in a trade with the St. Louis Cardinals. Sources tell ESPN he has agreed to waive his no-trade clause, and the deal is officially done. Awaiting details on the return there, but the Diamondbacks loading up with Nolan Arenado.
Did you say Cardinals are eating a significant portion of that contract, according to Bob Nightingale?
Really?
Ooh.
Man, it's nice to see when you have a team that needs a boost that you're willing to do something about it.
Oh, well, look at that. And then speaking of something that's not going to boost your
not
wallet.
Our team. We don't do that.
But what do you think the cheapest parking spot for the national championship game in Miami is?
$75.
How far?
No, I think, don't you
Just
mean like official, not Bob lives here?
Like an official parking spot at the stadium.
Pull up in my yard, and it's fine, guys.
I don't know if we're able to track all of that. 75.
181.
For parking?
According to TickPick, the cheapest parking pass at the stadium for the national championship game costs $747. So if you want to park at the stadium, you need close to $800 after fees and tax and all that. So,
Can't just pull up in my boat.
$47?
If I had a boat, I'd probably be like, that $700 is fine, whatever.
Yeah. So, and let alone, if you look at the prices to get in the building, the cheapest tickets are north of $3,000 to get into the building.
See, and that's the issue, because like $747 from our WrestleMania ticket is where I was like, yeah, no, I would do that, but that's why I can't sit in the front row, because that's nowhere even close. I can't even fathom paying that for parking. Man, the Uber and Lyft people, I hope, are crushing it at this thing.
They will. Everybody needs to descend on there for that. By the way, somebody texted in and said, y'all need to watch Peanut Butter Falcon if y'all want an amazing movie.
That movie is awesome.
It was fantastic. I've seen it multiple times. It's really good.
Yeah.
And then we will save the Scooter Braun story for tomorrow, because I think it's a longer conversation, Corey, that I feel like you specifically are going to appreciate.
Question of the day tomorrow, all right?
Or would you be willing to cede some C-Block time?
You want to do it today?
We can do it today.
Or tomorrow.
That's up to
I don't know
you.
how this works.
I just literally laid out the scenario for you.
Listen and find out.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't interrupt my tease. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the top rookies of the season. Where does Tyler Booker go next on The Fan?
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we'll give you the latest on the Cowboys DC search and TD Tuesday at 6, celebrating the best football moment.
#1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
And we start with the best of the best rookies in the NFL. Then we'll get back around to some more playoff stuff. Who do you think was the best rookie in all of football, and where would you put Tyler Booker?
Man, that's interesting because
he is not a rookie.
Because Tyler Booker was that good, and you expected Genty to be at the top of that list, but Kevin,
by the way,
you destroyed him.
Just to give you an example, Genty 24 on this list.
I think Tet McMillan needs to be in the conversation.
Okay. Who else would be in that conversation?
Colston Loveland needs to be in the conversation. Jackson Dart needs to be in that conversation as well.
Kyle Yeomans.
And Kyle Yeomans for sure, yeah.
All right. Colston Loveland was number 8.
Okay.
On this list. Jackson Dart.
You know what's interesting, too, is did I just name all offensive players?
You did.
Yeah, because
Jackson Dart's 19.
Okay. We don't think enough about some of the defensive players and offensive linemen and stuff like that, too. So.
See, and that's why I thought it would be tricky with Booker. But Carson Schlesinger, I always have trouble with that. He is the presumptive defensive rookie of the year. He is number 2 on that list.
Okay.
So a defensive player.
Dude, what a defense that the Browns were this year.
Yes, I'm sure they feel like their offense wasted it. Can you imagine if it was the Browns defense and the Cowboys offense?
Cowboys defense overall ranked 31st.
Yikes.
Cowboys offensive line ranked 21st.
Ooh. That's okay.
Dak ranked 4th.
Okay.
According to some stat muse or whatever.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would have loved to have seen that.
We'd still be playing right now and probably a favorite this weekend. So he's second. Kelvin Banks Jr., an offensive lineman, left tackle, is third. But the presumptive offensive rookie of the year, Tet McMillan, is number 1 on the list. So those are your top 3. And then this one I really disagree with. Abdul Carter is number 6. And even in the blurb, it says some folks undoubtedly feel this ranking is too high. And they say it's too low given Carter's overwhelming talent. Well, I don't think that's reflective of how he actually performed. There's no doubt that Abdul Carter started to do significantly better as the season went along. But there's way too much dead space in the first, 2/3 of the season. And I think that that one is absurd. But we get to number 10, Tyler Booker.
Oh, I like that. Do you feel that Tyler Booker was more mature than his age this year?
In the second half of the season, for sure.
Because that would be something that I would say would nail Abdul Carter for me. He had those moments this year you were like, dude, what were you doing?
Yeah.
And maturity at this level? And you said second half for sure.
Yes. Well, because he got hurt.
And it takes time. Dude, it does take time to mature into something in this league. I think he ramped it up pretty quickly. And you saw people on this team talking about him as an offensive line leader already.
Yeah.
I think that's impressive.
And that's
not because of lack of talent on that side of the ball.
Yeah.
That's because of who he is.
And you love it when that combination of leadership and talent comes together in one package, in one player. That's really awesome to see. Tyler Booker, he comes back in week 7. What happens? Boom. Dallas runs for more than 150 yards. Javonte Williams had an all-time season by pretty much every measurable statistic. I think Tyler Booker takes certainly some credit for that. The Cowboys running game went from 27th last year to 9th. Now, Javonte definitely deserves deserves credit for that as well, but some of it goes to Tyler Booker. And in case you were curious, the number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward, was 13th on the list. But you just wait until he figures it out, and then the rest of the NFL is effed.
Travion Henderson had some really good moments this year. He's going to be a good back in the league.
He's 21 on the list.
He shared time with Stevenson, but when Stevenson got hurt, he was the dude.
Right.
Emeka Egbuka, I bet a lot of people, you look at his numbers, when they lost Mike Evans, I bet his numbers took a significant dip. And then Baker just they couldn't play good offense at the end of the season.
He was right behind Ward, so he was 14th.
Okay, I kind of see that's probably exactly where I would think. You said Jihad Campbell, was he on there?
Ooh, Jihad Campbell is on the list. I need to find where he is. I don't remember.
And I know
but
a lot of people
definitely on the list.
A lot of people were really high on Mason Graham coming out. He had a pretty good season, but not good enough. And then somebody said you forgot Luther Burden. Hey, I don't know. I told you, man. Luther Burden had like 3 negative yard games. So
Luther Burden is on the list. Jihad Campbell is 17. Mason Graham is 18. And then Luther Burden is 27. I knew he was towards the back of that list.
Dude, you had some good running. Like, I know Scadaboo got hurt, but that was interesting.
Yeah.
Quinshon Judkins, that was a sad injury there, but he had some good run.
Yeah.
And Omarion Hampton you had some good running backs this year.
Yeah, and Omarion Hampton, that's another person who suffered an injury. He was 23rd on the list. All right, let's go.
Shador, where was Shador?
He is not in the top 25.
That's it. What a dumb
list. I didn't make the list. By the way, we did get confirmation from the Bills that Gabe Davis did, in fact, tear his ACL. I feel like we thought that was the case. To add on to it, Jordan Poyer is out in the game against the Broncos. So we talked about winning, but at what cost? And it's not like the Bills are alone in this. There's a couple of teams that, man, they took a beating going out of that first round of the playoffs. Now,
You asked about James Cook earlier.
Yes.
Good gosh, they're going to have to rely more on that.
No kidding. Now, let's talk about gambling.
You love gambling.
I really think it's fascinating when the parlays hit home, but remember, casinos love parlays because that's how they bleed your money out. Somebody bet $1,000 on an 8-leg parlay. Indiana, first half spread, minus half. I'm not going to, you know what? Forget it. I'm not going to go through all of them. The point is they won the first 7.
Okay.
And the parlay was for 95-1. So if they would have gotten the last one, they would have won $95,000 off of $1,000. The cash out option given to them before the final game was $41,433. Would you have taken the cash out? Knowing I'm not going to tell you what the last game was yet.
Well, yeah, and that's a big factor because, again, I'm different than you and Choppy. If I make a bet, I kind of want that team to win.
I'm telling you, I'm looking at these bets. There appears to be no favoritism to them.
I need to ask you, because you do underdog stuff.
Yes. Promo code Masterpiece.
Doesn't it feel like in the world of that, the push, the marketing push, if you will, is bet on these things and win. And so your mind goes to bet on the overs in a lot of those instances.
100%.
I want to see my favorite player. Because I heard your ad the other day.
Yeah.
And you said bet on your favorite player or maybe a player you don't like. And I was like, that's genius.
Because you know what? People love to do.
I can root against that guy.
They love to bet the over and they love to bet favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, and so my mind, I was like, I need to do more of that as betting unders on people I hate.
Yep. Agreed. So this person...
No, I wouldn't. I'm probably going to try and let it ride, baby.
This person took the cash out. So they turned $1,000 into $41,400. Their last bet, Pittsburgh +4. So they made the right decision, Corey,
wow, dude. Wow.
because going into the fourth quarter, they might have been like, oh, that was stupid. But then you saw Houston score all the defensive points, and you're like, well, it was a good idea. So good job going ahead and cashing out on that. In not particularly surprising news whatsoever, the Panthers are, in fact, planning on exercising Bryce Young's fifth-year option for 2027. And then let's go to the Eagles real quick. Jalen Hurts was asked about giving a thumbs up and an endorsement to their OC. He said, quote, "It's too soon to think about that. Like I said, I put my trust in Howie, Nick, and Mr. Lurie. So I put my trust in the coach, GM, and the owner."
Don't worry.
OC, it's too early to think about that.
That city wants that dude gone. All
They
right?
do.
Trust me. We'll talk more about it in the C block.
And by the way, the OC for the Jags, I believe he turns 30 today. He is Grant Udinski. He is being interviewed for the Browns head coaching job.
Well, good for him.
30 years old.
Yeah, the Browns want somebody they can manipulate and they'll be like, hey, man, we'll give you the job.
Hey, I still think they should hire the candidate who goes into that interview and goes, well, couldn't be worse. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL playoff overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.